The space in the basement under the safe house is extremely large. Even larger than the space upstairs. The space in the upstairs villa is already very large. But compared to the space under the safe house, it is still small. It seems like a bomb shelter has been dug underneath. It can only be said that Clow must have put in a lot of effort to create this basement. Even though it has been divided into many rooms by Shu Luo. Each room is very large. For example, the equipment room is almost the size of a basketball court. Shu Luo quickly familiarizes himself with his powers inside the equipment room. There are many obstacles placed in the equipment room. He constantly runs back and forth, quickly avoiding those obstacles. At the same time, his spider telepathy is also in effect. Constantly warning him of the appearance of obstacles, constantly reminding him to avoid them. But because he is not yet familiar with his powers, his reaction ability. There is no way, when strength grows too fast, this kind of situation will occur. At the beginning, even if he can predict the appearance of obstacles, he still cannot avoid them in time. So, bang, bang, bang. The entire equipment room constantly resounds with intense sounds. Shu Luo constantly collides with those obstacles. Because his speed is fast, it hurts a lot when he hits them. Shu Luo also grimaces in pain. On the wall at the entrance of the equipment room. A little Spider-Man is lying there, watching Shu Luo's actions, with a look of confusion in its big eyes. It tilts its head, watching Shu Luo constantly collide. This guy is naturally the extraordinary spider created by Shu Luo. After waking up, it saw that Shu Luo was not in the biological laboratory, so it crawled out of the glass box on its own and finally crawled into the equipment room where Shu Luo was. Then it crouched on the wall, watching Shu Luo's movements. Shu Luo naturally also noticed this guy. At first, he was surprised. After all, the glass box was closed. He specifically called up the camera and saw this guy, who opened the lid of the glass box on its own and crawled out. What surprised Shu Luo the most was that the lid was quite heavy, and with the size of the little Spider-Man, it shouldn't have been able to open it. But it easily opened it. This indicates one thing. That is, the little Spider-Man has powers beyond an ordinary spider. Shu Luo immediately thought of the appearance of the other person. He suddenly understood that he had accidentally created a truly extraordinary spider, an extraordinary experimental spider. It is estimated that the set of spider sequence genomes he used had an effect on this guy, making it different from others. Moreover, Shu Luo could clearly feel the other person's fondness for him. Because he was busy, he temporarily ignored the other person. After all, his current task is to quickly familiarize himself with his abilities. Under the constant collisions, Shu Luo's control over his strength is also rapidly improving. After more than 10 minutes, a very fast figure moves through the tight obstacles, smooth and without any contact. Even very compact obstacles cannot completely block that figure, not even a slight touch. The little Spider-Man next to it, seeing this scene, widened its eyes, looking somewhat shocked. Perhaps it didn't expect that Shu Luo, who was constantly colliding just now, would become so smooth. Soon, Shu Luo stopped in his tracks. He stood still, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes, finally completely adapted to this speed and reaction ability. He immediately began to familiarize himself with his powers. First, he controlled not to destroy ordinary things. He didn't want to go out and accidentally tear the house apart with a little more strength. He also didn't want to drive a car and pull off the steering wheel. As Shu Luo constantly trained, his control over his strength became more and more proficient. Soon, he became completely familiar with the strength. No more breaking things. Shu Luo said, "Next, I will turn the precise control of strength into my instinct. But this will require some time and effort." He twisted his neck, his bones cracking. "Now, I am completely familiar with my new powers. Clean up and it will be done. Also, Clow and the others should have entered New York State by now, and they should be approaching that canyon area." Shu Luo immediately moved and walked to the side, picked up his phone, and began to inquire about the whereabouts of Karao and the others. After sending the message, he started to pack things. He took out a multifunctional tactical backpack and put some of his weapons in it. There were even some specially customized mini-bombs. Definitely, although they were mini-bombs, their power was no less than that of ordinary bombs, and even stronger. In addition, he also packed some firearms and even a dagger. This knife was a ninja's knife, made of special alloy and very hard. Ordinary weapons and bullets could not damage it at all, so Shu Luo accepted it. With a clang, Shu Luo drew out the katana. The cold light bloomed, extremely sharp. Not bad, maybe I should also make myself a hard sword. Shu Luo put the knife back in, after preparing everything. Karao also sent the address. After Shu Luo put on the backpack, he hung the shield and sword on the backpack. The sword was placed diagonally under the shield. After doing all this, Shu Luo was ready to go out. Shu Luo looked at the little Spider-Man on the wall. The other party was staring at him kindly. Shu Luo said, "I'm going out for a while, stay at home, stay in the glass box, wait for me to come back." Upon hearing this, the little Spider-Man immediately crawled out of the tool room and ran towards the biological laboratory. Finally, he opened a gap in the glass cover and obediently crawled in. Then he stayed in the glass box, obediently staring at Shu Luo. Seeing this, Shu Luo nodded in satisfaction, "Very good." After speaking, he left. The little Spider-Man lay on the glass, eagerly watching Shu Luo's disappearing figure. Shu Luo walked out of his room. He directly drove his car and rushed towards the address given by Karao. Definitely, Karao's location was constantly changing. So Shu Luo locked onto the location of his phone based on a special signal channel. Therefore, he was able to know the real-time location of the other party. Shu Luo looked ahead and murmured, "I'm coming, Li." He stepped on the accelerator. The engine roared. Powerful horsepower erupted. The car raced on the highway outside New York City. At the same time, the sky was also covered with dark clouds. Strong winds blew. The trees on both sides of the road rustled, as if they were about to be uprooted by this demonic wind. The continuous dark clouds seemed to have finally gathered enough power. Boom! Thunder flashed, illuminating the world. The first thunder struck, as if a horn had been blown. Boom! 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 The violent and loud thunder continuously struck this oppressive world. Boom! Even a lightning struck a tree not far from Shu Luo, igniting a raging fire. The sound was deafening, and Shu Luo felt his ears ringing. A series of lightning strikes followed, then came the violent downpour. Without warning, it poured down from the sky, a real torrential rain. Crash! It hit the ground hard. In an instant, the whole world was enveloped in a torrential rain. The strong wind still howled. The sky and earth were dim, with the violent storm, as if the end of the world had come. Shu Luo's eyes were cold, as if colder than the rain outside. His car cut through the rain curtain and raced towards a farther place. Inside a Hydra base. Intelligence room. Hydra members sat in front of computers with headphones on, constantly contacting distant troops. Communicating information, issuing orders. The whole room was rather noisy. And in the back of the intelligence room, Strucker closed his eyes tightly, lying on a chair with his feet on the table, a hat draped over his chest. At this moment, an intelligence officer took off his headphones and said loudly with joy, "Baron, our men have forced the Klaus father and daughter off the car and into the jungle. The Klaus father and daughter have lost their means of transportation. They are now fleeing on foot. Their movement speed has greatly decreased. Coupled with their ammunition running low, they are like turtles in a jar. They have no way to retreat. Our special forces are closely following them, surrounding them from all sides. We will soon capture them." Upon hearing the intelligence officer's response, Strucker opened his eyes and finally showed a smile on his face. "After so long, finally some good news. We will finally capture Klaus. At least you haven't been raised in vain. You have finally proven your worth." Strucker stared at the ceiling. Once Klaus is captured, will Shu Luo be far behind? Soon, Shu Luo will return to Hydra, back into my hands. Becoming my further ace. Thinking of this, a brilliant smile appeared on Strucker's face. He clenched the hat in front of his chest tightly. The momentum caused by Baron Strucker would inevitably attract the attention of other high-level and core members of Hydra. In a dark alley, a seductive woman easily slit a man's throat, causing him to fall to the ground in a pool of blood. She turned and walked out of the darkness, revealing a charming face. Madam Viper, one of the high-level members of Hydra. Viper murmured, "Strucker, what are you doing with such great effort?" She nodded and put on her earpiece. "Track Strucker's army for me, keep a close eye on them. I want to see what Strucker is up to." The response in the earpiece was only, "Yes, madam." In a dark corner of the world, a robot opened its eyes. This person is Dr. Zola. He did not truly die at the hands of Captain America, because he had already copied his consciousness and injected it into the body of a robot, becoming one of the deeper hidden high-level members of Hydra. Dr. Zola opened his mechanical mouth. "Strucker, you have gathered so many people, it can't be just for Klaus. What are you hiding?" In his eyes, streams of data flew by rapidly. Instructions spread through the network. Through a special backdoor, they infiltrated the electronic devices of Strucker's army and entered Strucker's base, eavesdropping on every move of Strucker, in a hidden place not far from the mountains and forests. Black Widow and Hawkeye stood there. In Black Widow's hand was a waterproof tablet and several mini-flight devices. Black Widow said, "According to the intelligence, the Klaus father and daughter have been forced into this jungle. I will release the flight devices to search for them." After speaking, she activated the flight devices. The mini-flight devices entered the jungle and flew forward. It has to be said, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s flight devices are quite powerful. Even in heavy rain, they can still move steadily. At the same time, the tablet also displayed the perspective of the flight devices. The distant black egg also saw the perspective inside the flight devices through the connection. Strong winds and heavy rain. The treetops in the high jungle were rustling and swaying in the wind. At the same time, the heavy rain poured onto the treetops, continuously battering the leaves. At the same time, the treetops also acted as a buffer, slightly blocking the violent wind and rain outside. Underneath the jungle, the light becomes even dimmer. At the same time, a large amount of rainwater falls from the treetops with a rushing sound. The ground is all wet, muddy everywhere. Snap, snap, snap. A pair of feet quickly stepping and splashing countless mud and water. It is Clow and his daughter. Clow is holding his daughter tightly as they run frantically. Both of them are completely soaked by the rain, like wet chickens. In this environment, Elizabeth's face becomes even paler, her lips lacking color. Clow is not much better, his face pale, his lips also lacking color. The wounds all over his body have been washed by the rain, almost dyeing his whole body red, making him look like a bloody figure. At this moment, Clow feels his head heavy and his whole body constantly alternating between hot and cold, his eyelids becoming heavy, making him want to sleep. But Clow clenches his teeth and continues to run forward. He understands that he absolutely cannot fall asleep. Shu Luo is already on the way, he has hope with his daughter. So he absolutely cannot fall asleep at a time like this. He bites his tongue, using the pain to stimulate himself, trying to open his eyes wide and continue running frantically. Clow holds his daughter tightly and says, "Soon, soon, Big Brother will be here soon, and we will be safe. Hold on, little Yi, you must hold on. We will soon escape this misery." Elizabeth nods laboriously, her voice hoarse, "I know, Dad." Elizabeth is trying hard to hold on, she absolutely won't fall asleep. Hearing his daughter's voice, Clow feels a pang in his heart. He clenches his teeth. He must hold on, he absolutely cannot let his daughter die here. Just at this moment, there is a series of hurried footsteps behind them. Clow's face changes slightly. He understands that it's the people from Hydra catching up. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Anesthetic bullets fly out from the darkness and hit the trees beside Clow. In addition, rubber bullets are also shot out. Hydra is preparing to capture Clow and his daughter alive. Clow quickly dodges, no longer running in a straight line, but zigzagging, using the surrounding trees to avoid Hydra's attacks. Anesthetic bullets are slower, larger in size, and easier to dodge. Coupled with constantly changing ammunition, their firing speed is slower. They have not hit Clow all this time, but rubber bullets, with faster speed and firing rate. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of rubber bullets hitting Clow. Pain fills Clow's body. Clow lets out a muffled groan. He wants to fight back, but he has run out of bullets. At this moment, the Hydra team surrounds them. A punch lands on Clow's body. Clow grits his teeth and lets out a muffled groan. He raises his iron fist and strikes, bang, directly knocking the person down to the ground. But at this moment, other Hydra members also approach. Bang, bang. Clow is hit again, and he kneels on the ground. Clow feels his vision becoming blurry. In the end, do I still need to explain? In the distance, Black Widow's aircraft finally arrives and sees this scene. Hawkeye frowns and says, "It's over, Clow is going to be captured by Hydra." Just at this moment, a crisp sound. A cold light blooms from the darkness not far away. Like lightning, it quickly arrives at the scene. The cold light flies through the air like a beam of light, swiftly cutting the throats of the Hydra agents. Mild blood splattered, mixing with the cold rain and sprinkling all around. The cold light was sharp and swift, like a ghost, twisting and turning. Damn it. What is it? There's an attack. Defend. Too fast to resist. Retreat. No. As soon as the members of Hydra saw the cold light, a chilling feeling instantly rose in their hearts, an inexplicable fear emerged. They continued to resist, raising their guns one after another, trying to aim at Shu Luo. But Shu Luo was faster. In an instant, he cut the throats of almost all the Hydra squads. The words of the Hydra team came to a sudden halt. Bang, bang, bang. The members of the Hydra team fell, landing in the cold mud, splashing countless mud. Fresh blood gushed from their throats, blending with the rainwater, flowing into the muddy ground, staining it red. Each and every member of Hydra widened their eyes, filled with disbelief. The enemy was just too fast, faster than they could imagine. At the same time, the light in their eyes slowly disappeared. Clang. The cold blade pierced through the water flow, stopping at the throat of the last Hydra member, but it didn't strike. At the same time, the newcomer finally stopped. A tall figure stood in front of everyone, carrying a backpack and wearing a shield on his back. His arms straightened, tightly gripping a long knife, pointing it at the enemy's throat. The person wore a specially made black fiber mask. Upon seeing the newcomer, both Clow and Elizabeth widened their eyes. Their eyes were filled with surprise. Clow's voice was weak and trembling. "You've come." At the same time, he was astonished to find that Shu Luo's speed had undergone a tremendous change. He had been watching Shu Luo train all along, so he had a clear understanding of Shu Luo's speed. It surpassed that of an ordinary person, but still remained within the realm of humans. But the speed displayed by the opponent just now had completely exceeded the realm of humans. The speed was so fast that even ordinary people couldn't react in time. In just a blink of an eye, the opponent had arrived at the scene from a distance, harvesting almost all the enemies in an instant. Now Shu Luo's speed completely surpassed Clow's imagination. How long had it been since then? The opponent's speed had undergone such a terrifying change. Clow felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. His brother was even more terrifying and powerful than he had imagined. In Elizabeth's eyes, there were tears mixed with rainwater. She sniffled, "Big brother, Elizabeth knew that you would definitely save us." Shu Luo's calm and clear voice came, "I said I would take care of the pursuers for you. Now, it's time to fulfill that promise, not far away." Black Widow and the others also saw this scene through the camera. They saw the cold light emerge from the darkness. In the blink of an eye, it slaughtered a group of Hydra members. The speed was too fast. So fast that it was almost impossible to react. Everyone at S.H.I.E.L.D. who saw this scene took a sharp breath. "My God, it's too fast." Black Widow swallowed her saliva. Hawkeye's voice trembled. "What kind of speed is this? It's beyond my imagination. I can hardly see that figure. I can only see a blurry shadow mixed with a cold light." The cold light cuts through the neck of each Hydra member, and they fall one by one. "It's just too fast." Hawkeye swallowed his saliva. Who is this guy? Such amazing skills. The cold light came to a stop. Black Widow saw that figure and her pupils contracted. Black Widow spoke into her earpiece, "It's him. He finally showed up. Shu Luo." Hawkeye next to him trembled. "Is this Shu Luo? He's actually this strong. I thought he was just at the peak of human limits. But now, this speed, it's completely inhuman. Too fast." Hawkeye looked at that tall figure. This is the man. Causing Hydra to go to such lengths. Stirring up this huge storm. Looking at that calm figure. Hawkeye found it hard to imagine that such a calm person could cause such a massive storm. Involving both Hydra and S.H.I.E.L.D., using a large amount of history. In this moment, Hawkeye could only feel that figure becoming even more mysterious and unfathomable. In a room in S.H.I.E.L.D., Black Widow and the others also saw this scene. At the same time, they heard Black Widow's words, and their pupils contracted. Everyone stared fixedly at the tall figure on the screen. He finally appeared, the rumored Shu Luo. Black Widow looked at that figure from behind and murmured. Black Widow murmured, "Why did you make Hydra go to such great lengths? What secret are you hiding? Is this Shu Luo?" Hill looked at that figure. She was somewhat astonished. "He's too fast, he has surpassed the limits of humans." Natasha Romanoff, "He's much faster than you described before. You previously described him as being at the level of Captain America at most, but now he has completely surpassed that." In the pouring rain, Black Widow looked at the figure on the screen and felt a huge wave surging in her heart. "He has become even faster, far surpassing the last time I saw him. It hasn't been that long, and his speed has undergone earth-shattering changes. Either he was hiding most of his power in the previous battle, or he has made progress and undergone a qualitative leap during this time. If it's the former, it's fine, but if it's the latter, his progress is too terrifying." Black Widow swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Upon hearing this, everyone's gaze turned to Shu Luo, looking at this person full of mysteries. They seemed to want to uncover the secrets within this person. In the jungle, Claude spoke, "Let's go, brother. Kill him, and then we quickly leave this dangerous place. There's a large Hydra force behind us, they will catch up soon. We'll be in trouble then. We must leave while they haven't caught up yet." Leaning against a nearby tree, Claude slowly stood up, rainwater continuously flowing down his body. Shu Luo didn't immediately respond, but said to the Hydra personnel, quickly relay the message, saying that you found the traces of Claude and his daughter in the nearby canyon. But Claude is extremely cunning and needs help. Saying that, his hand extended a bit longer, the tip of the knife pressed against the Hydra personnel's throat, slightly breaking the skin and causing some blood to seep out. Feeling the danger of death, the person quickly picked up the pager in their hand. I've found Claude and his daughter here, we've been closely following them into the nearby canyon. But this guy Claude is too cunning, our team has been unable to catch him, requesting support. After finishing speaking, the pager emitted a burst of static. After the static, a voice sounded from the other end of the pager, request received. The main force is rushing towards the canyon. The main force is coming, he can't escape. After saying that, the sound stopped. The pager emitted another burst of static. On the other side, the Hydra personnel were extremely excited. Because they would soon capture Claude. In their eyes, they didn't believe that Claude and his daughter could cause any trouble. After all, one injured adult and one injured little girl were just like fish in a barrel. Claude next to them heard this and revealed a smile. You want to lure the tiger out of the mountain, mislead them to another direction, so that we can escape smoothly. Very good, after this, no one will chase after us, and we can escape well. Shu Luo shook his head. No, I'm not misleading them again. I led them to the canyon because I want to get rid of them. I said I would help you deal with the pursuers, and I will keep my word. Shu Luo's tone was calm, but it carried a sense of unwavering power. Shu Luo arrived here, but he didn't just want to kill one or two members of the pursuing Hydra. He came here today to unleash a massacre. Since he wants to settle the score, this debt must be settled with satisfaction. Today, all the Hydra personnel who came here will stay. Not a single one will leave alive. He will give Hydra a little taste of his own Shu Luo's shock. He wants to bury an entire army with his own hands. He wants to make this land red with blood. Thinking of this, Shu Luo's eyes turned cold. Hearing this, Coulson trembled, his pupils shrinking. You want to face the Hydra Frog's large army? That's not just a few dozen people, that's a well-equipped army, and there are exoskeleton soldiers and the Winter Soldier inside. It's a terrifying force that can destroy everything. If you really face them, you will be captured by them. The Hydra members beside him widened their eyes in shock. They looked at the man in front of them in disbelief. He actually wanted to eliminate an entire Hydra army. This guy is simply a madman. A madman who doesn't care about his life. One person against a huge, well-trained elite force, including individuals far beyond ordinary people. This is like hitting a rock with an egg, it's simply going to die. In Hydra's eyes, Shu Luo is a complete lunatic. Not far away, Black Widow and the others heard Shu Luo's words and were taken aback, their eyes wide open. Black Widow couldn't believe it. What is he doing? Is he trying to get himself killed? Although he has superhuman speed, he can't possibly be a match for so many soldiers, so many exoskeleton soldiers and Winter Soldiers. Such a huge army, one punch from each person would be enough to take his life. Hawkeye frowned. He actually wants to face an entire Hydra army. How is that possible? What is he thinking? Even if Hydra uses a human wave tactic, they can still overwhelm him. At this moment, Shu Luo in the screen suddenly raised his hand. A series of tearing air sounds rang out. Approaching, all the monitors lost contact and broke down. Black Widow's face turned ugly. He found the drones and destroyed them. Black Widow heard the voice in her ear. Stop him. Don't let him act so recklessly. He's too arrogant. Even a powerful superhero wouldn't dare to face such a powerful elite force from Hydra. Black Widow nodded quickly. Yes, we'll go and stop him. We won't let him do something foolish. After speaking, she put away her tablet and ran towards Shu Luo with Hawkeye. Da. 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 Mud was trampled everywhere by their footsteps. After lifting their feet, there were indentations, and the muddy water flowed in, covering the indentations. The two quickly disappeared into the dim jungle. On Shu Luo's side, he dealt with the drones. Elizabeth nodded beside him. Big brother, go and avenge us, kill them all. She certainly didn't doubt Shu Luo's words. Since Shu Luo said he could kill them all, then there will definitely be no survivors. Her big brother is someone who keeps his promises and does what he says. Shu Luo touched Elizabeth's head and nodded in satisfaction, not a little sister's illness. Elizabeth smiled, her eyes curved like a crescent moon, showing a bright smile. Even with rainwater all over her head, even looking like a drowned rat, it couldn't hide the beauty and cuteness of the little girl. Coulson twitched his mouth a few times as he looked at the daughter who unconditionally believed in Shu Luo. He looked at Shu Luo. Shu Luo's pitch-black eyes were incredibly calm and steady, giving people an involuntary sense of trust. Seeing this, Coulson nodded. Okay, since you say you can get rid of them, then you can. I believe in you. In the end, Clow followed his daughter and chose to blindly trust Shu Luo. There's no other way. After all, in just 10 days, Shu Luo had mastered shooting and combat to a level that would take others more than 10 years to achieve. And not long after, his strength underwent another earth-shattering change. His speed reached an unimaginable level. In Clow's eyes, Shu Luo wasn't creating miracles, he was originally a miracle himself. Shu Luo nodded slightly. With a light stab, he directly pierced through the last member of the Hydra team. He threw the key to Clow and pointed in a direction, saying, "Keep going, there will be a car. Both of you are in very bad condition. Go back to the safe house and rest, otherwise you'll collapse soon." Clow didn't say much either. He took the key and said solemnly, "You stay." Elizabeth's voice was hoarse, but her tone was full of energy. "Big brother, you should come back quickly too. My dad has prepared a lot of delicious food for you." Shu Luo patted little Elizabeth's head and said, "Very well, tonight we'll make braised Elizabeth." Elizabeth's face turned red. "Let's go," Clow said. Shu Luo nodded. Immediately, Clow rushed into the darkness while carrying little Elizabeth. They disappeared from Shu Luo's sight, pissed. Shu Luo drew out the knife from the opponent's throat. Then he burst out, like a terrifying cheetah, racing at an unimaginable speed, breaking through the raindrops one by one. The cold light in Shu Luo's hand flickered, the sword blossomed, and then the knife was sheathed behind his back. Incredibly precise. The canyon was right next to him, very close. Soon, Shu Luo arrived here. On both sides were long mountains with steep slopes, forming a spacious long road. Shu Luo stood in front of the canyon and looked ahead, saying, "This is where the Hydra troops will be buried. No one will leave from here today." At this moment, the majority of the Hydra forces had not yet arrived. He immediately rushed into the canyon, at one end of the canyon. He took out mini bombs from his backpack and shot them out. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. One mini bomb after another was shot into the cliffs on both sides. After nearly half of the bombs were shot into the soil, Shu Luo quickly buried some bombs on the ground. After finishing all this, Shu Luo quickly rushed to the other end, imitating what he had done before, shooting them into the cliffs. Then, he had used up all the bombs on his body. After finishing all this, he came to the center of the canyon, leapt up, and his hands and feet adhered to the wall. He climbed up the 70 to 80 degree cliff directly, arriving at the top, sitting on the cliff, overlooking the long canyon below. Like a deity sitting high up, the pouring rain washed over the canyon, also washing away the fallen. He drew out his long knife, cutting through the rain curtain. He took off his shield and tightly gripped it in his hand. Shu Luo's cold voice mixed with the sound of rain, resounded in the heavy rain. "Next, it's your turn to enter the stage, Hydra." Soon, the Hydra troops arrived. A large number of off-road vehicles, off-road motorcycles, and fully armed soldiers poured into the canyon like a river. Seeing that all the Hydra personnel had arrived, Shu Luo pressed the button in his hand. Boom, boom, boom. A terrifying roar resounded, shaking the heavens and the earth. On the other side, notify Hydra on Shu Luo's side, when Coulson is in the canyon. Hydra also relayed the message to Baron Strucker on their side. After hearing this news, Baron Strucker's face instantly showed a confident smile. "Now, Coulson, how will you escape? Finally, we will catch this guy." A glimmer of anticipation flashed in his eyes. "Soon, we will know Shu Luo's whereabouts, I'm quite excited." He eagerly rubbed his hands together. On the other side, Dr. Zola murmured. "So, this guy, Strucker, is going to such lengths to capture Coulson just to catch that guy named Shu Luo? What does Shu Luo have that requires Strucker to put in so much effort? I'm curious to see what he's capable of." He immediately began searching for Shu Luo in the database. Soon, he found Shu Luo from the Research Institute. However, the description of Shu Luo in the database was very ordinary. This kind of person, Hydra can catch plenty of them. Just an ordinary researcher. Dr. Zola couldn't see anything outstanding about Shu Luo. Furthermore, Dr. Zola discovered something else. That is, this Research Institute number 71 has been cleared. Originally, Research Institute number 71 would be cleared due to poor performance. But usually, only researchers would be cleared, not the leaders and soldiers. But this time, they were cleared. It is obvious that clearing these people is to conceal some information. Dr. Zola spoke up. Research Institute number 71 has been cleared. It seems that Strucker is hiding something. It seems that this Shu Luo has some secrets. Dr. Zola murmured. What exactly happened in Research Institute number 71? At the canyon. Hydra's people had just entered the canyon. Boom. Huge amounts of explosions occurred at both ends of the canyon. The cliffs crumbled and turned into huge rocks, crashing down below. Countless boulders fell from above, like a bursting river or an avalanche. The terrifying momentum carried the breath of death and doomsday. It directly shocked a large area nearby. The Hydra members below saw this scene and exclaimed in fear. After all, for them, this scene was too terrifying. It was like the end of the world had come. They frantically fled forward. The people behind didn't have time to escape. The boulders fell. Cars were smashed. Off-road motorcycles were flattened. People were crushed into minced meat and blood. Screams of agony resounded, like hell itself. One after another, Hydra soldiers died. Those who were a little further away from the edge of the canyon were not affected by the falling boulders. But underground, there were also bombs exploding. Boom. 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 Sparks bloomed. Cars and motorcycles were thrown into the air. People were directly torn into pieces. Blood and flesh flew. The scene was extremely cruel. Some people had their limbs severed but didn't die, only groaning in pain. Cries of agony and pain echoed one after another. Countless blood flowed, mixing with the pouring rain. The blood-red water flooded the land. Burning flames ignited in the rain. The smell of gunpowder and blood filled the air, incredibly strong. Both ends of the canyon were blocked by countless rocks due to the bombs. In an instant, the inside of the canyon turned into a hellish scene. Incredibly terrifying. In the distance, Black Widow and the others were searching for Shu Luo's trail, running towards the canyon. Suddenly, there was a loud rumbling sound, and the earth shook. The terrifying sound frightened Black Widow and Hawkeye. The two of them stood still. Black Widow's heart was pounding. What's going on? What happened? Hawkeye spoke up. What's happening? That sound came from the canyon. What's happening over there? Is Shu Luo over there? Did he encounter Hydra's people? Are they engaged in battle? Did Hydra use artillery? Are they trying to kill Shu Luo? The terrifying sound in front of them made them hesitate. Black Widow quickly took out a miniature flight device from her backpack. Let's see what's happening over there. Hawkeye nodded quickly, agreeing with Black Widow's suggestion. Black Widow released the flight device to investigate the situation. On the side of the canyon, a scene of hellish devastation. However, not all of Hydra's people died. Because Shu Luo's bombs were mainly distributed at both ends, the falling boulders only killed or injured a portion of Hydra's forces. And those mechanical exoskeletons and Winter soldiers faced these boulders. The larger ones dodged with their agile movements. The smaller ones shattered them with a single punch. The bombs on the ground were not placed densely enough, so they only killed or injured a portion of the enemy. About 1/3 of the people survived, and none of the exoskeleton soldiers or Winter soldiers died. In the middle of the canyon, the remaining Hydra members looked at their dead and injured comrades, their eyes turning red. In an instant, 2/3 of their forces were gone. In an instant, chaos erupted on the scene. Why is this happening? Why are there so many bombs here? Weren't we just chasing 2 injured people? And there clearly weren't any other large forces around. Why such a terrifying ambush? Damn it. Is this what Claw planned from the beginning, to lure us here? Could there be another force behind Claw? So, there has always been a large force lurking around? So we've been surrounded? Damn it. Could it be S.H.I.E.L.D.'s people? Who the hell did this? Show yourselves. I'll kill all of you. Just at that moment, at the top of the canyon, a thunderous voice rang out. Hydra, you are surrounded by me. Today, this will be your burial ground. All eyes moved upwards. The heavy rain blurred their vision, but they strained to see. They saw a small figure standing on the cliff, with a glint of cold light in their hand, likely a blade. Seeing this, there was an uproar below. One person? He's saying that one person has surrounded us? Who is this guy? What conspiracy is he planning? Could all of this be done by him alone? How is that possible? Is it Claw? No, absolutely not Claw, at this moment. A Winter soldier spoke up. That voice, it's Shu Luo. Most of the Hydra soldiers had never heard this name. But the exoskeleton soldiers who came out this time mostly knew. This person was the one they were also trying to capture. And the core target. Shu Luo actually appeared. He's alone. Did he do all of this? What does he want to do? Does he want to take us on alone? It's just a pipe dream. We must capture him. But climbing up this cliff to catch him is difficult, said one exoskeleton soldier. Regular people couldn't possibly climb up, but exoskeleton soldiers and Winter soldiers could. But it was still quite difficult. After all, it was pouring rain, the ground was muddy, and the cliff was slippery. It would take some effort to climb up. At the same time, the shocking news of Shu Luo's appearance reached Strucker's ears. He stood up in shock, feeling incredulous. Strucker muttered to himself. What's going on? Shu Luo actually appeared by himself. Strucker never expected that Shu Luo would dare to appear alone. And he even dared to appear in front of his army. This guy even used bombs to send away 2/3 of my forces. But at this moment, Strack felt no nervousness, no sense of urgency. He only had one emotion at this moment, excitement. He burst into laughter. I searched for you tirelessly, but I never expected you to come to me in person. Do you really think a few bombs can stop my Winter Soldier and Exoskeleton Soldier? Even if you found some help, it still wouldn't be a match for my team. Very well. Since you've come to me, I'll accept it. He gave the command to his front, take down Shu Luo at all costs. Remember, I want him alive. As long as he's alive, we can find a way to keep him from dying, even if he's severely injured. The command reached the front lines. Everyone looked at the figure in the sky, their eyes becoming eager. At the same time, they were preparing to find a way to go up and capture Shu Luo. But then, at this moment, that figure swiftly slid down from the cliff and fell into the gorge. There were no other comrades, only that figure. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. They didn't expect this situation to occur. The other party really came alone. The other party actually came to face them alone. Damn. This guy really intends to face all of us alone. Oh my god. What is he thinking? He's planning to fight against our army alone. He doesn't really think he has surrounded us, does he? Is this Shu Luo crazy? Never mind if he's crazy. Today we will take him down. Shu Luo was sliding down the cliff at high speed. He coldly looked at the Hydra members below. The blade in his hand, the shield tightly gripped. Today was a good day for Shu Luo. Under this kind of weather, it would affect the vision of ordinary people, but it wouldn't affect him at all. Today, he was going to wipe out the elite forces of Hydra. He was going to deal a heavy blow to Strack and Hydra. This was the first account he settled with Hydra. First, he would take out their elite force, when he was about 2/3 down the slide. When he was about 20 to 30 meters from the ground. Boom. Shu Luo's legs burst with terrifying power, stopping his slide, and he shot down towards the ground like a cannonball. He raised the blade in his hand. Die. A cold voice came from Shu Luo's mouth. Pissed. He directly cut a person in half. Get him. Take him down. Even if we cripple him today, we will take him down. As long as we don't kill him, it doesn't matter if we cut off his limbs. Get him. The Hydra members were not afraid because of the blood. Instead, it triggered their ferocity. Their eyes turned red, and they roared to take down Shu Luo. The battle erupted completely, in the pouring rain. Shu Luo was like a fierce beast. The blade rose and fell. One head after another was chopped off. The blade pierced through, penetrating the chest and heart with incredible accuracy. He threw the shield in his hand. The shield kept bouncing among the crowd. With its formidable power, it directly smashed the chests of people, leaving no chance of survival. With Shu Luo's current strength, using the shield, as long as he controlled it well, he could continuously kill. The efficiency greatly increased, far surpassing Captain America's use of the shield. Someone rushed up, wanting to stab Shu Luo with a knife. Spider telepathy was activated. Perceiving the danger behind him, he suddenly turned around. A cold gleam slashed out, cutting through the rain curtain, revealing Shu Luo's cold pupils behind the rain curtain. Pissed. Cut that person in half directly. Filthy things fall out. Blood spurts. Bang bang bang. Bullets shoot towards Shu Luo's body. Most of them hit his chest. Shu Luo quickly blocks with his shield or hides behind someone. Clang clang clang. Sparks bloom in the rain. Boom boom boom. Two exoskeleton warriors charge towards Shu Luo. Fists pound towards Shu Luo. Spider telepathy activates, along with powerful reaction ability. He dodges the attack. A slash directly cuts through steel. Cuts off the operator's head inside. At the same time, another shield smashes out. Directly flattens the exoskeleton, smashing the opponent's head to pieces. Yellow and white matter flies. When did this happen? Shu Luo faces several exoskeleton warriors and is suppressed, finding it difficult to catch his breath. Now, under a large number of attacks, he easily kills two exoskeleton warriors. Definitely. Although Shu Luo has spider telepathy and a strong physique. But that doesn't mean he won't get injured, facing a dense barrage of attacks. Even with spider telepathy and exceptional reaction ability, There are still times when he can't keep up. Pissed. The alloy blade pierces through Shu Luo's clothes and into his body. He swings his shield to strike, directly dents the opponent. With Shu Luo's battle, wounds constantly appear on his body, some even revealing bone. His body is covered in blood, he looks like a bloodied figure. There are his own wounds, as well as others. This place is like a slaughterhouse, only filled with madness. And Shu Luo is the center of this slaughterhouse. He is the butcher. Shu Luo's terrifying combat power makes the Hydra personnel on the scene shocked, and a hint of fear emerges in their hearts. They have hardly seen anyone with such terrifying combat power. Except for that green monster, who is already inhuman, and a few other freaks in the Avengers Alliance. The man in front of them has reached an unimaginable level. Seeing Shu Luo constantly being attacked and wounds appearing on him, the Hydra personnel breathe a sigh of relief. This guy can still get injured, that's good. Attack. The wounds on his body are increasing, he won't last long. Good, he's about to collapse soon, keep attacking him. We need to keep attacking him, make him completely fall. Everyone's hearts tremble, the Hydra soldiers roar. They all rush towards Shu Luo, but as time passes, they realize that Shu Luo doesn't feel the slightest bit weak. He is still full of vitality, slaughtering madly, like a meat grinder. What's going on? Why does he seem completely unaffected? He's already been injured so much, what's going on? Why hasn't he fallen yet? Even if he's a monster, after being stabbed so many times, he should be seriously injured. What kind of thing is this Shu Luo? Someone grits their teeth. The Winter Soldier has not made a move, hiding among the crowd, wanting to use the tactic of overwhelming numbers to exhaust Shu Luo's vitality. But seeing this scene, they immediately understand that the tactic of overwhelming numbers won't work. One Winter Soldier shouts, "The four of us, together with the remaining exoskeleton warriors, attack him, cut off his limbs and take him down." They shout loudly. Strax's most elite forces join in, thinking that with their overwhelming force, they charge towards Shu Luo. Attacks come from all directions, surrounding Shu Luo. Heavy rain pouring down, washing Shu Luo's face, blurring his vision slightly. The cold rain soaked his clothes, but none of this affected Shu Luo, his body still burning hot. Looking at the crowd rushing towards him, Shu Luo's gaze remained unchanged, bursting out. That seemingly slender hand erupted with terrifying power, infused into the blade. The sharp blade in his hand turned into a deadly arc, tearing through the rain curtain, aiming at the three mechanical exoskeleton warriors in front. The cold and sharp blade easily sliced through the tough alloy of the three mechanical exoskeletons, splitting the people inside in half. Pissed. Blood gushed out like a fountain. At the same time, spider telepathy activated. Danger emerged from more than a dozen places. Coming from all directions, Shu Luo instantly used the dead three exoskeleton warriors as a breakthrough, charging out, grabbing a nearby living exoskeleton warrior as a shield. Bang, bang, bang. Fists rained down on the person, instantly turning him into minced meat. At the same time, some attacks landed on Shu Luo. Pissed. Two swords directly pierced his abdomen and arm muscles. A group of exoskeleton warriors and winter warriors simultaneously exerted their strength, displaying astonishing combat power. The pain made Shu Luo's eye twitch, gritting his teeth. But his gaze remained unchanged, ice cold. Today, none of you will leave here alive. Everyone must die. The words burst out from between Shu Luo's teeth, filled with a sense of power. He immediately took out a mechanical button. These were all electromagnetic pulse mechanical buttons. He didn't want to take out the neurotoxin button because it was difficult to hit the enemy accurately. These guys had highly sensitive combat awareness and could easily dodge it. He took out the electric shock button because it was raining and the enemies around him were close, making it easy to accidentally injure himself. So, the electromagnetic pulse mechanical button was the most suitable for him now. Shu Luo waved. Those mechanical buttons instantly turned into beams, rushing in all directions. The enemies saw this scene and became alert, although they didn't know what these things were. But they understood. They knew that those things must be extremely dangerous. They quickly dodged, trying not to be hit by those things. In the end, they successfully avoided those mechanical buttons. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, but at this moment, buzz, 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 invisible shockwaves spread out. Suddenly, a part of the affected mechanical exoskeletons instantly stopped moving, unable to budge. At the same time, the people inside were also imprisoned and unable to move by this steel prison. A wave of panic immediately swept through. Damn it, what's going on? Why can't I move? F*K. Damn it, this guy's hidden weapon is actually an electromagnetic pulse weapon. It disrupted the operation of our exoskeletons. It's over, the exoskeleton has locked me tightly. I can't escape from it at all. Shit. If I can't get out, I'll be unemployed in front of Shu Luo. It's over, it's over. I can't move in front of this monster, I'm definitely going to die in his hands. At this moment, these immobilized people were filled with fear of being controlled by Shu Luo. Especially when they thought of the terrifying scenes of him killing ruthlessly, their fear intensified. And the reality was just as they wished. After shooting out those mechanical buttons, Shu Luo erupted again, pouring out terrifying power, acting on the shield. Whoosh. The terrifying shield has turned into the most efficient killing tool. It charges towards the motionless live targets in front. Bang. 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 The shield bounces around like a marble, colliding with the heads of the mechanical exoskeleton warriors. Boom. 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 Explosions sound one after another. One head after another is directly blown up. This scene is incredibly bloody and cruel. Upon seeing this, Shu Luo doesn't hesitate at all. He bursts out as well, charging towards the enemy. In an instant, a group of enemies engage in battle. His body instantly gains deep wounds, blood flowing profusely, and pain assaulting him. Shu Luo's face contorts slightly, the long knife in his hand turning into a weapon of death, instantly reaping several lives. 3 exoskeleton warriors and a winter soldier. Shu Luo pierces the head of the winter soldier with his long knife, not allowing the opponent to die with their eyes closed. Pissed, he swiftly pulls out the long knife and continues fighting with the people in front. Wounds constantly appear on his body, constantly healing. Pain also constantly assaults his nerves. In the midst of pain, Shu Luo transforms into the cruelest executioner, greedily harvesting lives. Suddenly, Shu Luo grunts, cold sweat appearing on his forehead. Under the fierce attack of the enemy, a winter soldier successfully ambushes him, successfully severing one of Shu Luo's hands, and the shield falls to the ground as well. Intense pain fills Shu Luo's nerves, his other hand angrily stabs downward, piercing through the opponent's eye, directly piercing through their head. He swings, decapitating half of the opponent's head. Seeing Shu Luo's severed arm, the remaining Hydra members are all filled with excitement. Finally, they have severed one of his arms. With this one strike, the opponent will instantly lose a great deal of combat power. This allows the people of Hydra to finally see a glimmer of hope for success. Very good. Finally severed one of his hands. With only one hand left, his combat power will be greatly reduced. Not bad. Soon, we will be able to sever his other hand, cut off his legs. Very good. Keep it up. We will soon be able to completely conquer him. Everyone's eyes are shining, and at this moment, Shu Luo steps on the shield on the ground, the shield leaps up, and the severed arm holding the shield falls into Shu Luo's hand. He reattaches the severed arm. At the same time, he leaps up and instantly jumps out of the encirclement. At the same time, he quickly dodges left and right, avoiding the enemy's attacks. When the people of Hydra see Shu Luo reattaching the severed arm, they are all stunned. Their gazes are somewhat astonished. What? What does this guy want to do? Does he want to reattach this severed arm? Is he going to weld it back on the spot? What is he doing? Does he think his arm is a building block? It broke, so he can just put it back together. What is this guy doing? Why do I have a bad feeling about this? At the moment of Hydra's astonishment, the self-healing factors in many of the severed arm areas begin to exert their power. At the sites of the wounds, buds of flesh begin to grow, connecting and merging with each other. The original injuries heal extremely rapidly. Soon, the sites of the wounds are completely connected. Under the powerful force of the self-healing factors, even the bones begin to heal, and in the end, there is not a single scar, fully restored. The entire arm instantly returns to its original state. If it weren't for the slow speed of his severed arm's regeneration, he might have already picked it up. Instead, he directly lets it grow a new arm. If he had a brand new one-time lizard self-healing potion, he could do that, but unfortunately, he doesn't have one right now. He waves his just-healed hand. Everything is back to normal, as if there was never a break. He pinches his fingers and still feels full of strength, as well as control. As Shu Luo read this, a hint of satisfaction flashed in his eyes. The surrounding members of Hydra watched as Shu Luo waved his severed arm and clenched his fingers. Each person widened their eyes, their pupils trembling, and their scalps tingling. Everyone felt that something was very wrong. Damn it! What's going on with this guy? Why did his hand grow back? His arm healed? F*K, is this guy even human? F*K. Is he a robot or a doll? Is this even possible? He lost his arm, but now it's back and he can use it freely? What is this really? Just a monster in human skin. So we worked so hard and killed someone for nothing? How can a person be so terrifying? At this moment, the remaining members of Hydra began to doubt their lives. They looked at Shu Luo in front of them and felt a strong sense of defeat. And a hint of fear, the fear dominated by Shu Luo. Shu Luo didn't give these people a chance to think. There weren't many people left. Shu Luo shot out again and killed the remaining group of people. At this moment, many of Hydra's members had lost confidence in the will to fight, and they began to scatter and flee. A Winter Soldier saw this and became furious. Running away is a dead end. He won't spare anyone. Only by burning the bridges can we fight for a chance to survive. The words abruptly stopped, because Shu Luo pounced like a demon and cut off the opponent's head with a single slash. Too talkative. Die. Seeing this scene, seeing the Winter Soldier who had just motivated everyone being beheaded, everyone's fighting spirit was instantly crushed. Damn it, he's just a monster. We can't defeat him at all. Run. Run. This guy is not human. In an instant, the remaining people started to flee frantically. Only a few people resisted stubbornly. Among them was a Winter Soldier, who was blasted into a bloody mess by Shu Luo with his shield. The others were also killed with a single sword. Seeing the fleeing people, Shu Luo sneered, "Can you escape?" The entire canyon had long been blocked by Shu Luo, with cliffs on both sides. This place had long become a dead end by Shu Luo. He was here to leave no one behind from Hydra who came. He had said that not a single one would be spared. He, Shu Luo, promised to keep his word. Boom. Shu Luo shot out again. His speed was too fast. To the point where, under the rain curtain, a temporary rain-free passage was torn open. The cold light flew from his hand, the shield shot out, chasing after the last person. After a moment, pissed, he pulled out a long knife from the last person. The rain washed away the blood on the knife, in the vast canyon. At this moment, only Shu Luo stood alone, his face cold, wet hair flying in the strong wind, and his wet and heavy clothes billowing in the wind. The ground was covered with bodies, densely packed, a battlefield of corpses and blood. The blood stained the earth red, and the strong smell of blood permeated the air. Clusters of oil fires were burning fiercely. The smell of gunpowder had not yet dissipated, filling the air and the rain. Shu Luo's figure appeared small on the vast battlefield. But that figure was destined to be full of infinite deterrence at this moment. This deterrence enveloped the entire canyon, and it was destined to radiate out, enveloping countless people. Just because, in the entire battlefield, he alone, single-handedly, cut through this sea of corpses and mountains of blood. This terrifying battlefield, it was created by this man. At this moment, he, with the body of a human, has achieved godlike feats. Standing amidst a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, he appears not as a person, but as a true god of slaughter. The strong smell of blood in the air seems to be his essence of killing. The storm rages on. The wind blows Shu Luo's black hair, and his clothes rustle. The long knife in his hand is clean and bright, without a trace of blood. He looks up, gazing at the battlefield, his eyes calm but still filled with a chilling feeling. He swings his long knife, splashing countless raindrops, calmly saying, "Not a single one left, I've done it." At this moment, above the sky, a miniature flight device, just arrived not long ago, witnessed Shu Luo's final slaughter of a group of Hydra. Finally, they saw Shu Luo pulling out the long knife from the last person, standing alone amidst an infinite number of corpses, a spectacular and shocking scene. The scene was filled with bodies, countless bodies. All were caused by blades and blunt force. It was intentional. And they were all Hydra's people. Only one person survived. That person is Shu Luo. The one who has always been shrouded in mystery, Shu Luo. They originally thought that Shu Luo would definitely be taken down by Hydra's people. But unexpectedly, it turned out to be like this. Completely subverting their expectations. With just one person, one sword, and one shield, Shu Luo slaughtered the entire army of Hydra in this canyon. With his own strength, he overturned Hydra's elite forces. What kind of power is this? Black Widow and Hawkeye looked at the brutal scene in the canyon, looked at the man standing on the sea of corpses, and felt a huge impact. They both took a deep breath, looking at the man on the mountain of corpses and sea of blood. From above, the figure standing on the sea of blood seemed so frail and small. But Black Widow and Hawkeye felt an infinite sense of oppression. For the first time, just by looking at the screen, they could feel the terrifying intimidation carried by the person in the screen. That intimidation seemed to seep out from the screen, pressing down on them. Standing amidst the infinite mountain of corpses and sea of blood, he was not just a person, but a god of war descending upon the world. An invincible god of slaughter. The storm and rain seemed to be impacting not his body, but their souls, causing a raging storm in their hearts, not only Black Widow and Hawkeye, but also everyone in S.H.I.E.L.D. Seeing this scene, their minds were greatly impacted. Everyone was shocked into silence, forgetting how to speak. A dead silence. In everyone's eyes, there was only shock. Because tonight, that person created a legend. One person, leaving behind a super army of Hydra. Hawkeye swallowed his saliva, his voice trembling. Is this Shuluo? He is actually so terrifying, possessing such unimaginable strength. Is he really a human? Such power, it's like a god descending upon the world. Black Widow's scalp tingled, her hair standing on end, when I learned that he was going to face Hydra's team alone. I was a bit dismissive. I thought he was crazy. I thought he was too arrogant, underestimating the power of Hydra. But I was wrong. He is not arrogant, he is just confident. He just knows very well that he can truly annihilate a super army of Hydra. Black Widow's body trembled in the cold rain. Her eyes fixed on the terrifying figure on the screen. Is this Shuluo's true strength? The reason why Hydra wanted to find Shuluo is because he possesses such terrifying power. Black Widow murmured, so, Shuluo is actually a superweapon created by Hydra. Upon hearing Black Widow's words, Hawkeye's pupils contracted. He spoke, has Hydra really obtained such terrifying technology? To be able to create such a terrifying super weapon like Shuluo? Black Widow fell silent for a moment, then said, after all, this is Hydra, a massive organization that has spread its tentacles all over the world. And they have been hiding behind S.H.I.E.L.D., gaining a lot of resources and knowledge. They are constantly conducting various research. Think about it, the base we previously conquered, Baron Strucker's base, created powerful superhumans like Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver. They even wanted to create an electronic life similar to Ultron through the Mind Scepter. If we hadn't broken through, we wouldn't have known all this. Just a base we conquered could produce such powerful beings. Not to mention, Hydra still has many hidden bases that we haven't discovered. So they really might be hiding powerful technology from us and have successfully created a superweapon like Shuluo, so terrifying. Upon hearing this, Hawkeye's face changed slightly, even looking a bit grim. If Hydra really possesses such terrifying technology, that would be extremely dangerous. The rest of S.H.I.E.L.D. heard Black Widow's words and furrowed their brows. Then, Black Widow paused for a moment. Definitely, although Hydra has such technology, it may be very immature, and even the creation of Shuluo could be a coincidence. Just like Hulk, who was accidentally created in a time experiment and possesses godlike power. After Shuluo gained his power, he escaped just like Hulk. Her thoughts raced, recalling Hulk's experiences. She instinctively connected him with Shuluo. She pondered, it is precisely because the technology of is immature or coincidentally created that Hydra cannot replicate a new Shuluo. So they started looking for Hulk, just like General Ross did in the past. But because they couldn't replicate a new Shuluo, they could only use outdated power to deal with this new force. But in the end, they failed because this force was too strong. If that's the case, everything makes sense. Thinking of this, Black Widow's eyes brightened slightly, a slight smile forming at the corner of her mouth, as if she had found the truth and felt a hint of joy. A sense of having the upper hand appeared on her face. Upon hearing Black Widow's words, Hawkeye, who was initially nervous, breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that they can't replicate it. If Hydra could replicate it, that would be truly terrifying. Black Widow's words were logical, and with Hulk as a precedent. Hawkeye found it very reasonable and said seriously, if what you say is true, then everything can indeed be explained. It seems that Shuluo might really be a completely new weapon accidentally created by Hydra. Meanwhile, at S.H.I.E.L.D., they also heard Black Widow's words. Each of them furrowed their brows. Black Dumpling remained silent for a moment before saying, I didn't expect Hydra, this damn mother F********, to be able to create such a powerful super weapon. Indeed, the strength of the Hydra is still deep. We need to be more prepared and vigilant against Hydra. At the same time, we need to use more firepower to destroy them. Black Dumpling nodded, his eyes gleaming coldly. You're right, we need to continue to strike them and strike them fiercely. We must completely eliminate this damn mother F******** ing Hydra. Our previous actions were too gentle, and our investigation was not thorough enough. Previously, we thought Hydra had suffered heavy damage and was weakened, but now it seems that we were mistaken. Perhaps Hydra hasn't been seriously injured. So now we need to deploy more forces specifically to target Hydra and strike and destroy them. At this moment, Black Dumpling's voice became extremely cold. Hill's expression became serious as she nodded. Yes, we should do that. Hydra, on the other hand, was unaware. Because of Shu Luo's actions, S.H.I.E.L.D. had developed a great misunderstanding about them. At the same time, S.H.I.E.L.D. became even more wary of them and prepared to launch a more fierce attack on them, thinking that they were already weakened. At this moment, when Black Dumpling made up his mind, the high-ranking members of Hydra, scattered in different places, inexplicably felt a chill down their spines, as if they were being watched by something filthy. Inside the canyon, Shu Luo looked at the corpses and blood on the ground. He looked up at the sky and threw a DNA contamination bomb. He took out a gun from his waist and fired a shot at the contamination bomb. Bang! A large amount of gas sprayed out, blending into the rainwater and dripping onto the ground. Mixing with the abundant blood, it contaminated the DNA. After finishing all this, he climbed up the steep cliff and immediately headed towards New York. Moving at an extremely fast speed, he shuttled through the jungle and disappeared into the darkness. At the same moment, outside of Earth, a spacecraft returning from space had an accident and crashed into a forest. And this spacecraft was launched by the Life Foundation. During the return, something went wrong, causing it to deviate from its orbit and ultimately crash. Soon after, personnel from the Life Foundation arrived at the crash site. They took out several containers from inside. Inside the containers was a liquid that was constantly shapeshifting, as if it had life. However, one of the containers was broken during the crash and was empty. The staff quickly dialed a phone number. Dr. Drake, one of the containers broke, and it seems that the extraterrestrial life inside escaped. A deep voice came from the other end. I know, quickly bring back all the remaining containers. Yes. So, these containers were quickly loaded onto a plane and flew towards New York. Hydra base, somewhere, where Baron Strucker was located. Inside the intelligence room, Baron was lying on a chair, extremely excited. Because he was about to capture Shu Luo, but soon, things changed. At the same time, on the computer screen, the life signatures of the exoskeleton soldiers and the Winter Soldier also began to disappear continuously. Reports from the front line kept coming back. And it was getting worse and worse. Report to Baron. Shu Luo is crazily killing our special forces. Report to Baron. 4 exoskeleton soldiers dead, 32 more. Report to Baron. We only have 1/5 of our regular soldiers left. Report to Baron. 10 exoskeleton soldiers died at once, only 9 left. Report to Baron. 1 Winter Soldier dead, only 3 left. The situation on the battlefield was completely one-sided. And it was their side that was completely one-sided. Shu Luo was suppressing his forces with terrifying power. Baron Strucker's face became increasingly worse, paler. He stood up, hands on the desk, murmuring, how could this happen? For a small Shu Luo, a super soldier, how can he achieve such a level? His arms were trembling. Finally, on the screen, everything turned gray. The avatars of the exoskeleton soldiers and the Winter Soldier dimmed, losing their life signatures. Report to Baron. On the battlefield, none of our people survived. 4,000 ordinary mercenaries, 1,000 elite special forces, 36 exoskeleton soldiers, 4 Winter Soldiers, all killed. As the last report came in, the large intelligence room became chaotic. Everyone was shocked, waves of turmoil surged in their hearts. All killed? How could this happen? A single person actually annihilated an elite Hydra army. Who is this guy? Is he a monster? Like a monster similar to the Hulk? When did such a terrifying figure emerge in the world? To annihilate a super army, what kind of power is this? Is it a god in disguise? Just as everyone was in an uproar, bang! A loud gunshot rang out. That unlucky guy who was reading the report, his head exploded from a gunshot. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere. The people around were pale and trembling. Suddenly, the chaotic intelligence room fell silent. Only the sound of people's breathing. Sweat dripped from everyone's forehead. And the one who fired the gun was the furious and extremely fearful Baron. He held the gun, smoke still rising from the barrel. The Baron's face was extremely pale, his eyes filled with fear, anger, and disbelief. Extreme emotions overwhelmed his brain. Suddenly, his mind went blank, his vision darkened, he stumbled and almost fell to the ground. The gun in the book fell to the ground, making a crisp sound. He immediately stabilized himself by placing both hands on the table. After a moment, he raised his head again. He looked at the dark screen, his jaw trembling uncontrollably. This was his most elite force, his right-hand man. And now, they were all wiped out. It was equivalent to rendering his martial arts useless. Not disabled, but almost disabled, at this moment. He really couldn't understand. How did things come to this point? Meanwhile, not long after Shu Luo left, a fully armed team arrived outside the canyon and reached the cliffs of the canyon. The leader said into the earpiece, "Report to Madam, we are about to reach the canyon. I will immediately go and investigate the loud noise we heard earlier. Also, based on what we overheard from Stark's side, they seem to be capturing someone named Shu Luo, and this time they happened to encounter each other. Both sides engaged in battle. I estimate that Shu Luo should have. These people are the ones arranged by Madam Viper of Hydra to monitor the Baron's troops." After hearing the loud noise from this side earlier, worried about the possibility of geological disasters, for safety reasons, they waited outside for a while. And then continued to come. On the other side, Madam Viper stood quietly on top of a building in the city, overlooking the sleeping city. Her enchanting figure formed seductive curves in the dim light. Hearing her subordinate's words, she said, "Very well. Be careful when you go over, don't be discovered." Madam Viper's team arrived at the edge of the cliff, and immediately there were gasps of astonishment. They saw the horrifying scene in the canyon. A large number of corpses, blood flowing like a river, and the flames of war still burning. It was obvious that the battle had just ended. There was not a single survivor at the scene. Looking at the equipment and vehicles, the dead people below were all Hydra's men. They were all elite forces of Stark. The terrifying smell of blood filled the entire canyon. Even in heavy rain, the strong smell of blood couldn't be washed away. The entire canyon resembled a true hell. The members of the team trembled as they spoke. How is this possible? What exactly happened here? Why did this situation occur? The cold voice of Madam Hydra rang out. What happened? A team member quickly said, "Madam, they're all dead. Stark's super army, all buried in this canyon. They were all slaughtered. The scene is like hell itself, filled with bodies and blood." Hearing this, Madam Hydra's breath hitched, her pupils shrinking. How is that possible? They're all dead. That was Stark's super army. There were not only a considerable number of special forces, but also a significant number of exoskeleton soldiers and 4 winter soldiers. This is an extremely powerful force. How did they all die? She quickly asked. Were there traces of other large teams at the scene? The team members looked around with binoculars, surveying the surroundings and the area below. In the end, they gave an answer that left Madam Hydra incredulous. Report, Madam, there are no traces of other large teams. Furthermore, based on our investigation of the scene, there is only one person's trace, going down from the cliff and then coming back up. No other traces of people were found, and based on the majority of the injuries on the bodies we saw at the scene, they were all consistent. They were either caused by a sharp blade or a blunt weapon, with very few other signs of injury. It can be said that the cause of death for this unit mostly points to one person. As the team members reasoned, they themselves felt a sense of horror about their own deduction. All of this was done by one person. A sound of inhalation came through the earpiece. One person? Are you saying that a person named Shu Luo single-handedly wiped out Stark's super army? The team member swallowed and said, based on the traces at the scene and the information we captured, yes. Send me the photos of the scene. Yes, madam. 1.5 team members quickly took out a special camera, took a picture, and sent it to Madam Hydra. Madam Hydra remained silent for a long time after seeing the hellish scene in the canyon. She immediately pulled up Shu Luo's file. It was the same as the information obtained from Zola and S.H.I.E.L.D. Then she looked up at the city and murmured, "So, Stark, Shu Luo is your hidden secret? You destroyed the Super Serum 71 research facility to hide Shu Luo, didn't you? You deceived us and secretly researched a new secret weapon, ultimately creating Shu Luo. And then you let him escape. To cover up his information, you destroyed the 71 research facility. At the same time, you didn't produce a second Shu Luo, indicating that Shu Luo's success was accidental. You went through so much trouble to find Claw, just to capture Shu Luo and continue the research, right? You actually hid such important research from us. You really deserve to die." On Zola's side, he had been monitoring Stark through a hidden network portal and also learned about Shu Luo's destruction of the army. He had the same suspicion as Madam Hydra. In the end, the high-ranking members of Hydra pressured Stark to hand over the research data related to Shu Luo. However, Stark didn't have any research data. In the end, he confessed to the fact that Shu Luo had developed the super serum. But everyone scoffed at it. After all, a super soldier couldn't possibly cause such terrifying destruction. Everyone believed that Stark was trying to hide something and had no intention of contributing the data. So they fell out with Stark. At the same time, some covert plans against Stark began. Shu Luo ran swiftly. Not long after, he returned to New York. When Shu Luo returned to New York, it was still stormy and rainy. Coupled with the night, the whole city seemed to be completely asleep. This sleepless city finally fell asleep, on top of the building. Shu Luo was running towards his safe house. At this moment, he had already changed out of the torn and blood-stained clothes he had on when he returned to the city, and put on a new set of clothes. The strong winds and rain couldn't stop Shu Luo's steady pace. He was running against the wind, at an astonishing speed. Having dealt with Hydra's army, Shu Luo's mood became much happier. His thoughts now returned to himself. Now, he had obtained spider abilities. However, his spider abilities were still undeveloped and in the initial stage. His strength was only 15 tons, far from the peak strength of hundreds of tons, and there was still a lot of potential to be tapped. In the coming time, he would need to constantly develop his spider abilities and explore their potential. To make himself stronger, this would require intense training, constantly stimulating muscle cells, constantly squeezing the muscles, making them grow rapidly, becoming stronger and more explosive. To make muscles grow quickly, first, one must do heavy load strength training, which means making the muscles bear the maximum load. Performing resistance training under maximum load can make the muscles grow quickly. The human body's muscles are composed of muscle fibers, and the number of muscle fibers is determined by genetics. To make the muscles stronger, one must make the existing muscle fibers thicker and stronger through weight training. In heavy weight training, the muscles will become congested, and even cause partial ruptures in muscle cells. Afterwards, by replenishing a large amount of nutrients, especially protein, the damaged muscles will be repaired. When these damaged muscle fibers are completely healed, the muscles will become thicker and stronger. Therefore, he now needed to constantly engage in powerful weight training. Making the muscles contract continuously, making the muscles constantly rupture, regenerate, and strengthen. His muscles were different from ordinary people's, able to accommodate more explosive power, able to withstand more intense training. This led to his muscles having a high potential limit. Through continuous rupture, regeneration, and strengthening, he could eventually reach an unimaginable level. At the same time, after strengthening his muscle fibers, they would not infinitely expand in size, but would simply increase in mass, increasing unit strength and unit explosive power. Now, the dimensions of his muscles had reached their limit, they would not continue to grow, only continue to become stronger. This was also what set him apart from ordinary people. Shu Luo immediately made arrangements for his upcoming days. That is to constantly engage in overload training and constantly replenish a large amount of nutrients and protein. In order to constantly enhance his strength, ordinary exercise equipment and tools would definitely have no effect on him. So, he needed more powerful exercise tools and equipment. In addition, Shu Luo thought of the strange little Spider-Man he unintentionally created. Clearly, his little Spider-Man had undergone a huge metamorphosis, possessing powerful strength beyond that of an ordinary spider, and also having a certain level of intelligence. Shu Luo was ready to examine the little Spider-Man, to see what exactly caused it, which combination of genes caused such a mutation. In addition, he also wanted to test how strong the little Spider-Man's strength was, and whether it had any other abilities. Furthermore, he had obtained Wolverine's abilities along with the spider abilities. Now he could be considered to have a certain level of self-defense ability. Next, he could start his Superman plan. Thinking of this, Shu Luo's eyes flashed with excitement. In this world, there is no Superman, so he cannot find a template for himself to reference, nor can he find Superman's DNA for research. Therefore, he can only start from scratch and gradually build himself into a true Superman, a true Silver Superman. To make the god of the mortal world appear in the Marvel world. To gradually become invincible. Definitely, this process will not be easy. It will definitely require a lot of research. The first step is to shape his body into the prototype of Superman. That is to study different super ability holders, to understand their similarities with Superman. Ultimately, he wants to possess various abilities similar to Superman, but these powers will all be obtained from others, so they will mostly be isolated. They will not form an organic whole, nor will there be an organic cycle. So, what he needs to do next is to thoroughly integrate and upgrade these isolated abilities, to fuse all his abilities into one, to become an organic whole, to become a cycle. The various abilities will establish organic connections. These abilities will combine in a certain order, forming a new system or a new whole. Within this system or new framework, the elements of each ability will interact and influence each other, forming a more powerful force, and constantly undergoing unified strengthening upgrades. When he reaches this step, the true Superman will have appeared. Definitely. During this process, he can modify Superman's weakness in magic resistance. He will search for corresponding methods to strengthen his magic resistance, and even improve his magical abilities. In the end, he will create a Superman without weaknesses, and who can undergo infinite upgrades. This is his future main work route, as well as his main mission. Definitely, while doing the main mission, if he encounters other things of interest, he will study them and enhance his own strength. And to create a template for Superman, it is necessary to find super abilities similar to Superman's various abilities. His first goal is to obtain a strong and indestructible physique. He has already identified a target, a superhero. His super ability is to have an incredibly strong physique, and his body will not change color or shapeshift. That is Luke Cage. He is friends with superheroes like Daredevil and Iron Fist. Digging into Spider-Man's abilities, he begins the Superman creation plan, which is what he will do next. Whoosh! Shu Luo's feet burst with powerful force as he races towards a certain location in Hell's Kitchen. Using his powerful leg strength, he leaps and bounds on the rooftops of tall buildings. After intense and continuous exertion, Shu Luo is starting to feel tired. In addition, some buildings are too far apart for him to jump over, so he has to take detours, which is a bit troublesome. Shu Luo murmurs, indeed, in the city, using cobwebs to swing is quite a convenient way. As long as there is something to support it, you can reach anywhere. And Spider-Man's cobwebs have many other effects, whether it's against enemies or restraining others, it's a good choice. I can indeed create one. Inside the safe house, Claude and Xiao Yi have already taken a hot shower and treated their injuries. The entire safe house has been reinforced and modified by Shu Luo. Even Claude can only move around upstairs. Claude no longer has access to the downstairs area. Shu Luo is the only one who currently has access to the entire basement. After all, Shu Luo has a lot of research in the basement, and he won't let others get close. So he set it up to allow only himself to enter and exit. When Claude enters the house, he becomes aware of his permissions. He doesn't mind this. After all, he understood that in the basement, it must be Shu Luo's own experimental achievements. Although he lent the house to the other party, it did not mean that everything inside the house belonged to him. The things created by Shu Luo inside the house still belonged to the other party. So it was natural for Shu Luo to protect his privacy. When he lent the house to Shu Luo, he allowed Shu Luo to do whatever he wanted. At the moment, Xiao Yi was huddled next to a small electric stove, wrapped in a blanket to keep herself warm. Claude brought a cup of steaming medicine and handed it to Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi, drink it. Your whole body is soaked in the cold rain, you need to drink some medicine to prevent catching a cold. Xiao Yi took the medicine and drank it, feeling much warmer all over her body. However, her face was still pale, and her lips were white. Her voice hoarse, she asked, "Big brother, when will you come back?" Claude looked at the pouring rain outside the window, with a hint of worry in his eyes. He should be back soon, right? However, at this moment, Claude's heart was also uncertain. After all, this Hydra battle was huge, with a strong force that was almost impossible to resist with human power. He really didn't know how Shu Luo should confront this force, or even eliminate it. He couldn't think of a way, so he was worried at this moment. Just then, with a crack, the window was opened, and the sound of the raging storm grew louder. Claude and his daughter quickly looked over. They saw a figure flipping in from outside the window. Seeing the unfamiliar clothes, Claude instantly reached for his gun at his waist and coldly asked, "Who are you?" But then he felt that the figure seemed familiar. Following the joyful shout of his daughter next to him, "Big brother, you're back." He realized that it was Shu Luo who had changed into a different outfit. Xiao Yi's eyes lit up when she saw Shu Luo, and she hurriedly ran up to give him a hug. But Shu Luo pressed his finger against her forehead. "I'm all wet, don't hug me." Xiao Yi looked aggrieved. "Okay." Claude also walked up happily, ignoring the fact that Shu Luo was soaked, and gave him a big hug. Claude laughed heartily. "You're finally back. That's great." He quickly looked at Shu Luo's body. "Are you okay? Are you injured anywhere?" He looked left and right. Shu Luo shrugged. "No wounds anywhere on my body." Shu Luo told the truth. He really didn't have any wounds on his body. Seeing Shu Luo being hugged by her father, Xiao Yi pouted and felt a bit unhappy. Immediately, she also ran up and hugged Shu Luo, instantly showing a happy smile. She giggled, "I want to hug Big Brother too." Shu Luo helplessly rubbed the little girl's head. Xiao Yi couldn't smell the scent on Shu Luo's body because her nose was blocked. Claude nodded when he saw this, a genuine happiness showing on his face. "It's good as long as you're not injured, that's the most important thing. We don't need to confront them head-on, after all, they have so many people." Strategic retreat is the best option. He then asked, as for those Hydra members, is it okay if we don't deal with them? But we need to be more careful in the future. They will definitely continue to intensify their efforts to find us. Claude thought that Shu Luo chose to strategically retreat because he saw too many enemies and their equipment was too advanced. For Claude, it didn't matter if Hydra wasn't dealt with, as long as everyone was safe, that was the most important thing. When Shu Luo heard his words, he shook his head calmly and said, they probably don't have time to look for you for now. Because I have taken care of their large forces that came this time. For Strucker, it's a serious blow, and it will take him a lot of energy and time to recover. Claude's expression froze, and his mind couldn't react for a moment. He spoke up, saying, are you really saying that you have dealt with Hydra's people? Shu Luo nodded and then gently pulled Xiao Yi away from himself, replacing the blanket with a clean one, allowing her to continue warming herself by the small stove. After doing all this, Shu Luo said, I'm going to take a shower. With that, he went upstairs to his master bedroom, preparing to take a bath. After all, even though he had changed his clothes, his whole body was still dirty and there was a strong smell of blood. Leaving behind a stunned and somewhat dazed Clow. He stood still, muttering, he has completely eliminated Hydra's main forces. In Clow's eyes, Shu Luo had no reason to lie about this matter, and Shu Luo was not someone who lied about such things. So since the other party said that they had eliminated Hydra's main forces, they must have really done so. However, this matter was shocking. After all, Hydra's main forces were extremely powerful, with many mechanical exoskeleton soldiers and the Winter Soldier among them. To eliminate such a large force, one must possess terrifying power. He remembered the terrifying speed that Shu Luo had shown when he saw him earlier. To improve his speed to such a level in such a short time was already a miracle. This miraculous progress seemed to explain how he could eliminate the main forces. Clow was somewhat absent-minded, muttering, too fierce, it's really too fierce, simply a godlike person. At the same time, Clow was somewhat pleased, saying, I really have a good eye for people, I recognize that my brother is extraordinary at first sight, and invested in him early. He smiled smugly, saying, I seem to have some ability in judging people. He closed the window and returned to the small stove. Soon, Shu Luo finished washing up, and the smell of blood on his body had greatly diminished. He went downstairs. Clow was still watching cartoons with Xiao Yi, but at this moment, Xiao Yi had fallen asleep in her father's arms due to exhaustion. Shu Luo whispered, let's go upstairs. Clow nodded with a smile, saying, this little girl has fallen asleep, I was just about to take her upstairs. Shu Luo continued, tomorrow, I will perform surgery on Xiao Yi to cure her congenital heart disease and asthma. Hearing this, Clow suddenly stiffened, his pupils shrinking, staring blankly at Shu Luo. He couldn't help but doubt his own ears. After all, these two diseases were incurable, even the world's top doctors had no way to cure them. Shu Luo nodded affirmatively, saying, I already have a mature plan, I will heal her. Go to sleep now. Seeing Shu Luo's promise. This strong man's eyes instantly turned red, tears welling up. He choked up slightly, saying, thank you, brother. For Clow, his daughter was everything to him, and his daughter's illness had always weighed heavily on his heart. He had already given up hope, but he didn't expect. Shu Luo waved his hand, saying, I just happen to like Xiao Yi. Then, he went downstairs. Clow wiped his eyes and looked at Xiao Yi, a smile appearing on his face. Under the warm light of the small stove, the smile seemed incredibly warm. Shu Luo arrived downstairs, he turned on the computer. Opened a file. Speculation and production of web shooters. This was something he had worked on during his spare time while tinkering with his cobweb ability. To create web shooters, first, he needed to create a subatomic cobweb solution. A man-made nanomaterial that appeared as a liquid and was directly compressed into subatomic form through high-energy compression. After this nanomaterial is condensed into subatomic form, it can be placed in a specially designed cobweb container. The cobweb container is activated by a variable frequency electric current. The subatomic cobweb solution can be instantly released from the container and undergo continuous changes, eventually transforming into cobweb. First, it instantly transforms from subatomic to atomic, and then from atomic to gas. The gas undergoes intense friction with the atmosphere at high speeds, and the heat causes the spiderweb material to rapidly transition from gas to liquid. The liquid quickly solidifies into a solid, resulting in the final cobweb. Although the process seems complex, the transformations actually occur in an instant. Spiderweb is in a liquid state at normal temperatures and only becomes cobweb when the spiderweb material generates heat through intense friction with the atmosphere at high speeds. This makes it easy to store in small containers, allowing for a large quantity of pure cobweb. Additionally, after a period of time, the spiderweb will melt and disappear on its own, without causing any environmental impact. Looking at the general direction on his document, Shu Luo spoke up. Next, we need to find the corresponding materials. Inside the glass box beside him, little Spider-Man obediently stayed inside, watching Shu Luo like this. Shu Luo planned to take little Spider-Man to Osborne tomorrow for a more detailed examination and testing. His equipment here was ultimately not as complete as Osborne's. Especially the testing equipment. Shu Luo said, "You can play in this room, but you can't go out, understand?" Upon hearing Shu Luo's words, little Spider-Man nodded. But it didn't move, just quietly stayed there, watching Shu Luo. Regarding this, Luo didn't say anything either. Instead, he began his own research. He started by researching the properties of a large number of materials and quickly screening them to find materials that met the criteria, and then conducting experiments and matching them. His brain worked rapidly, and his hands were busy. Tapping the keyboard, using instruments, his speed was so fast that one could almost see afterimages. After a few hours, Shu Luo successfully produced version 1.0 of the initial cobweb solution. It could be compressed to a subatomic state and, when shot out, instantly transform into cobweb, sticking to the target. The stickiness was extremely strong, and it had great toughness. The only drawback was that after transforming into cobweb, it was extremely afraid of flames, which could easily burn through the cobweb. However, Shu Luo was already very satisfied. After all, this was just the initial version of the cobweb solution he had spent a few hours creating. Shu Luo held a special test tube. Inside the special test tube lay a silver liquid, resembling mercury. He gently shook the test tube and looked quite satisfied, saying, "Very good, I've made version 1.0 of the cobweb solution. Next, I'll make the web shooters and then compress this solution to a subatomic level and inject it into the web shooters. In that case, the web shooters will also need special materials," Shu Luo murmured. To compress a large amount of solution to a subatomic level and store it in a container, the compressive strength of this container also had to be exceptionally high. Shu Luo needed to find a special material with such high compressive strength. But this kind of thing was relatively easy to find in the Marvel world, with various alloys and superfibers. In the end, Shu Luo chose an alloy material specifically used to make exoskeleton armor from Hydra's data. It was more than enough to serve as a container for the cobweb solution. The container material is easy to solve, and the button for the shooter is relatively easy to solve as well. The shooter button is not a switch of some kind, but a power switch. The power switch connects to the shooter's mainboard CPU, which changes the frequency and power output of the electric current through electronic frequency conversion and transfers the electric current to the cobweb container. Different electric currents can produce different webbing forms. The slightly more difficult part to solve is how to shoot things out. I need to create a powerful pushing device to shoot the solution out at high speed. I need to create a gas pulse, similar to the principle of an air cannon. The air cannon shoots out like a smoke ring, and it rotates, similar to the spider principle. By using a gas pulse, the cobweb liquid can be released at high speed, and in the high-speed friction, it transforms into cobweb. Then, using high-energy materials to generate extremely high electricity, creating a pulse force that allows the spiderweb to be shot out at a speed surpassing that of a normal bullet. I need to make a gas pulse device. But this thing is a bit difficult to make, I estimate it will take some effort. The gas pulse device utilizes the principle of air power. The working medium is air, consisting of a differential pressure device and a fast exhaust valve that can achieve automatic control, instantly converting air pressure into air jet kinetic energy, thereby generating a powerful impact force. Shu Luo immediately immersed himself in the development of the gas pulse generator. He began designing various components of the gas pulse generator, including the gas pulse body, three-way solenoid valves, gas pulse controller, and blowing pipe. Time passed quickly. Soon enough, it was already 3 o'clock in the morning. Shu Luo was also tired and decided to take a rest. After all, he had been staying up late for a while, and even with his extraordinary physique, he couldn't bear it. It seems that I still need to put some effort into this gas pulse generator to complete it. I'll work on it tomorrow when I have time. Inside the glass box next to him, little Spider-Man had already fallen asleep. Shu Luo went upstairs and took a nap. The next morning, Shu Luo woke up refreshed, as if he had regained a new lease on life. He yawned. "Feels great. Although I only slept for a few hours, I feel completely restored." He stretched his muscles and bones, making crisp cracking sounds. Next, it's time to perform surgery on Xiao Yi. He immediately went downstairs. Claude had already prepared breakfast because he knew Shu Luo had a big appetite and needed high-nutrient food. It was a breakfast specially made for Shu Luo. Claude looked at Shu Luo coming downstairs and smiled. "You're up." Shu Luo nodded. Xiao Yi was lying on the sofa, still yawning, looking completely unawake. "Good morning, big brother." Even her greeting seemed lackluster. She yawned again, with tears in her eyes. Xiao Yi touched her belly. "Daddy, Elizabeth is a little hungry." Claude spoke. "Your big brother will treat you later. Don't eat for now." Xiao Yi drooped her head. "Okay." Then, Xiao Yi asked, "What illness are you going to treat me for?" "To cure your congenital heart disease and asthma. After that, you will be comfortable and be able to play and jump around like a normal child." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yi's eyes lit up, instantly becoming spirited. She looked at Shu Luo with anticipation. "Big brother, can you really cure my illness?" Shu Luo sat at the dining table and nodded. "Don't worry, soon you will be just like everyone else." Xiao Yi continued, "Then can I practice fighting like you and Dad? Can I use a gun? I want to become as powerful as my big brother and Dad." Shu Luo nodded. "Definitely. As long as you're willing, you can do whatever you want in the future." Xiao Yi's eyes sparkled, raising her hands high. "That's great. Elizabeth is so happy." Shu Luo finished his food and took Xiao Yi to a surgery room in the basement. At this moment, little Spider-Man sneaked along and hid behind the door, secretly watching. Shu Luo naturally noticed the presence of the little Spider-Man. In addition, he discovered something. He had a strange connection with little Spider-Man. Whenever he saw it or was in close proximity, he could sense it. Shu Luo suspected that this was a unique ability among Spider-Man, called spider telepathy. Spider-Man could sense other Spider-Man. Although little Spider-Man wasn't exactly a Spider-Man, in a certain sense, it might possess the abilities and intelligence of a Spider-Man, as well as great strength. So, even if the other party had spider telepathy, Shu Luo wasn't particularly curious. What Shu Luo was curious about was at what point little Spider-Man became different from the others. Feeling little Spider-Man sneaking around, Shu Luo helplessly said, "All right, stop peeking and come out to watch. From now on, you can move around the entire basement." Little Spider-Man heard this and quickly ran out, sticking to the wall, watching Shu Luo and Xiao Yi. Elizabeth saw that little Spider-Man wasn't afraid at all, but rather curious, and widened her eyes. Seeing Xiao Yi's expression, Shu Luo's eyes twitched. "This girl is truly fearless and bold." Xiao Yi spoke up. "It seems like it can understand what you're saying too. Can I be friends with it?" Shu Luo said, "It's my experiment. It's a very clever little Spider-Man. As long as it's willing, you can be friends." "Alright, Xiao Yi, we're going to start now." Xiao Yi quickly lay down obediently. Soon, Shu Luo began to treat Xiao Yi. The surgery lasted for 2 hours. After 2 hours of precise treatment, Shu Luo's forehead was covered in tiny beads of sweat. Finally, Shu Luo completed the surgery. Xiao Yi's complexion also became rosy. The effect was immediate. Xiao Yi woke up from anesthesia. When she woke up, she exclaimed in astonishment, "Big brother, I no longer have the feeling of palpitations." Her eyes sparkled. Shu Luo nodded, "Because your illness has been cured." Xiao Yi asked, "What about my asthma?" Shu Luo nodded, "It's also cured." Xiao Yi quickly hugged Shu Luo and kissed him on the face, saying, "Thank you, big brother." She waved her fists and exclaimed, "From now on, I will become as amazing as big brother and dad." Shu Luo couldn't help but smile. Xiao Yi looked at the little Spider-Man beside her and asked, "Little Spider-Man, do you want to be friends with Elizabeth? Dad can make a lot of delicious food for you." She looked at little Spider-Man expectantly and raised her hand in the air. As a result, little Spider-Man was startled and took several steps back. Elizabeth saw this and felt disappointed. "Don't you want to be friends with Elizabeth?" Shu Luo patted Elizabeth's head. "It looks like it's just timid. Just spend more time together in the future." "Alright, I'll take you up now to make your dad happy." After saying that, Shu Luo took Elizabeth upstairs. Seeing his daughter with a healthier complexion, Clow became extremely happy and excited. He hugged Shu Luo excitedly and expressed his gratitude. Seeing Clow and Xiao Yi in such a happy state, Shu Luo also felt warm in his heart. Shu Luo said, "Alright, you and Xiao Yi go and have fun, I won't go down to work." Clow quickly said, "You're busy, you don't need to worry about us." Immediately, Clow took Xiao Yi to play games in the yard, jumping and bouncing happily. This was the first time Clow had played like this with his daughter. After all, his daughter couldn't engage in vigorous activities before due to her heart disease and asthma. Seeing the two outside, Shu Luo finally had a smile on his face. He watched for a while, then went downstairs. Next, I'll make my spider launcher in one go. Shu Luo went to the basement. He continued his work. One component after another was completed. Submerging pulse valve, a diaphragm-type submerging pulse valve used to automatically start the gas pulse generator. Completed. Gas pulse controller, a microcontroller with timing setting and multiple function cobweb release, used to control the pulse generator's action interval or control the corresponding program for releasing multiple cobwebs. Completed. Gas pulse pipeline fittings, including air filters, pressure regulators, oil misters, etc. Production completed. Pipeline check valve, to prevent a decrease in air pressure due to inflation pipeline issues. Production completed. 1 hour. A small and delicate wristband-style web shooters is complete. Like a beautiful bracelet, with a pure metallic texture, as black as ink. Seeing this, Shu Luo is very happy, a sense of accomplishment arises. Conquering and creating something new is so joyful. Finally completed. Next, let's try it. He uses a subatomic compressor to compress the cobweb solution to a subatomic level, then injects it into the web shooters. He puts on the launcher, immediately activates the controller. Whoosh! A strand of white silk shoots towards the ceiling. Instantly sticking to it. Shu Luo pulls on it and instantly rushes towards the ceiling. Both hands stick to the ceiling, and he is stuck to it. Shu Luo looks at the launcher, feeling excited. Not bad, worthy of something I developed. Let's try again. He constantly shoots cobweb in different directions, constantly spreading throughout the room, shooting here and there. Finally, Shu Luo lands on the ground, with a satisfied expression on his face. In the future, when I'm in a hurry, I can save more effort and be more versatile. Afterwards, I can further adjust the formula of the spider solution, making it more fireproof, acid-proof, and insulating, making it more resilient. At the same time, he shoots again. Instantly, what shoots out is not just a strand of cobweb, but a spider web that can be used to capture others. Web shooters can shoot cobwebs with different functions. It can also shoot thicker rope-like cobwebs, or cobwebs that can automatically bend to bind others, and so on. After testing is complete, Shu Luo's gaze falls on Little Spider-Man. Next, I'll take you to Osborne Corporation for testing. At the same time, I'll have some custom exercise equipment made for myself at Osborne Corporation for overload training. Let's go. The spider immediately jumps onto Shu Luo and crawls into his shirt pocket. So, Shu Luo sets off. With his standard accessories, a fisherman's hat and sunglasses, he drives towards Osborne Corporation. Shu Luo arrives at Osborne Corporation. He walks towards the laboratory with Little Spider-Man walking in the hallway of the laboratory. Little Spider-Man even pops out a little head, curiously looking around. At this moment, at the corner of the hallway, the door opens, and Kurt rushes out, excitedly saying, "Boss, boss, we've figured out the formula for the healing medicine." Suddenly appearing Kurt startles Little Spider-Man. Then, in the shocked eyes of Shu Luo and Kurt, Little Spider-Man emits an electric current, and charges straight towards Kurt. A scream, Kurt is sent flying, crashing into the door. Shu Luo widens his eyes. Wow, did he unintentionally create a Pikachu? The startled Little Spider-Man unleashed an astonishing electric current. The high voltage directly pierced the air between Little Spider-Man and the human body, causing the air to rapidly expand and explode, ultimately sending Kurt flying. Shu Luo was completely stunned by this scene. He never expected that Little Spider-Man could unleash an electric current. Although he knew that some parallel universe Spider-Man indeed possessed the ability to release an electric current. But he never expected that his own Little Spider-Man could also do this. Shu Luo felt like his jaw was about to drop. Wow. What on earth did Shu Luo create? It seems that the extraordinary sequence genome has produced a very strange chemical reaction with Little Spider-Man's own genome, making Little Spider-Man so special. After releasing the electric current, Little Spider-Man quickly hid in the depths of Shu Luo's shirt pocket. At the same time, the edge of Shu Luo's shirt pocket had a burnt hole from the electric current. Shu Luo's eyes twitched slightly, his clothes were ruined. In front, Kurt fell to the ground, a cry of pain. He felt like his whole body was falling apart. Originally just a weak researcher, with this happening, Kurt felt like he couldn't bear it. He had only seen the scene in the corridor through the camera and knew that the boss was coming. So he came up to surprise the boss, but unexpectedly, he was the one who got scared first. Kurt quickly took out a small bottle from his pocket. Inside was a pale green liquid. He drank it in one gulp. Instantly, the pain in his whole body eased a lot, warm and comforting. Shu Luo looked at Kurt, whose face quickly improved, and asked in confusion, "What did you drink?" "An oral wound medicine." Seeing Kurt's face getting better, Shu Luo understood that the other party must have taken a medicine to stabilize and treat the injuries. Combined with what Kurt said about the wound medicine being developed, Shu Luo guessed that it was probably an oral wound medicine. Kurt's eyes lit up. Impressive, boss, you guessed it right away. He got up from the ground. His body still hurt a bit, he took a slight breath and grimaced. Then a smile appeared on his face. Not bad, we developed 2 types of wound medicine. One is an external wound medicine that can be made into adhesive bandages. Bandages are directly sold as powder. The second is an internal wound medicine, which may not have as good healing effects for specific wounds, but it can stabilize the injuries and accelerate the recovery speed. With these 2 medicines, I believe our Osborne will soon make a comeback. Shu Luo heard this and showed a satisfied expression in his eyes. Finally, the first flagship product of his company was about to be released. At the same time, his company would also start operating. Shu Luo continued, have you applied for a patent? Kurt nodded quickly. Yes, I have applied for it. I paid more money to expedite the process, and it will be approved soon. Speaking of this, Kurt was quite excited. After all, this was the first flagship product he led the development of. It was also the best and most effective commercial product he had developed so far. At this moment, Kurt was filled with a sense of accomplishment, and his whole demeanor was completely different from before. The previous Kurt, due to the long period of being armless and focusing on developing the medicine to treat his arm, was introverted and melancholic, like an aging willow tree. Now Kurt became more confident, filled with a new vitality. Shu Luo was very satisfied with this. He took a step forward, wanting to pat Kurt's shoulder to encourage him. But it scared Kurt, who quickly took 3 steps back. Boss, don't come near me, I have a psychological shadow now. Feeling the pain all over his body, Kurt was at a loss for words. Who did he provoke? At the same time, Kurt also swallowed his saliva and looked into the pocket on Shu Luo's chest. He spoke up, saying, Sir, if I didn't see wrong just now, there was a spider hidden in your pocket. And, it was that thing. He paused, swallowed his saliva, it released an electric current that exploded the air in front of me. It sent me flying. As he said this, Kurt's eyes showed a hint of fear and disbelief. His eyes widened so much that they almost popped out. Hearing this, Shu Luo nodded slightly. This is a mutated spider I recently developed. I didn't expect this little Spider-Man to be able to release electricity. There are too many strange things in this world. A little Spider-Man that can release electric current doesn't seem so unique anymore. Shu Luo didn't hide anything. Hearing Shu Luo's answer, Kurt's jaw dropped, and he stuttered, oh my. Sir, you actually created a spider that can release electric current. I thought it was a spider robot, a spider-shaped electric shock tool that can release electric current. Oh my, sir, you are truly amazing. You have given an animal such a super ability. You truly are the most genius person in my mind. You are at the forefront of the times. Can I take another look at this spider? Kurt asked eagerly, yet uncertain. Shu Luo patted his pocket and said, be brave, it's fine. Immediately, the little Spider-Man crawled out of Shu Luo's pocket. Its eyes curiously observed Kurt. Kurt looked at the little Spider-Man in front of him and took a deep breath, feeling extremely shocked. Such a small spider can actually release such a high voltage of electric current that it explodes the air. It's truly incredible. Kurt carefully examined the little Spider-Man in front of him as if he was visiting a sacred object. Sir, you are truly amazing, you are like a creator. I have no doubt that you will create even more amazing things in the future. Even if one day you blow up a planet, I won't be shocked. You are definitely the smartest person on this planet. After examining it for a while, the little Spider-Man crawled back into Shu Luo's pocket. Shu Luo said, it seems like it doesn't like being stared at all the time. I'm going to use the laboratory now. Kurt nodded quickly, understood. At the same time, Shu Luo handed him a document. According to these design drawings, build a batch of specialized training equipment for me. Also, this matter must be kept confidential, let different people build different parts. Then let people who haven't been involved in the manufacturing process assemble them. Kurt nodded, no problem. Training equipment is easy, I will have the equipment department make it for you in no time. I will definitely deliver it to you within half a day. He muttered to himself, but it's just training equipment, is it necessary to keep it so confidential? Shu Luo nodded, satisfied, very well. He was about to pat Kurt's shoulder. But Kurt instinctively took 2 steps back, then smiled awkwardly, sir, don't blame me. That hit just now really gave me a bit of a psychological shadow. Shu Luo's eye twitched. Then he looked serious, don't worry, there will be more psychological shadows with me in the future. I believe it will strengthen your will and make you stronger. After saying that, He walked into the experimental department and headed towards one of the testing laboratories, leaving Kurt, who swallowed his saliva. Kurt's eyes froze. More psychological shadows. Sir, are you serious? Then, Kurt looked at the document in his hand, somewhat puzzled. And why do we have to build the training equipment ourselves? Isn't it better to just buy top brands training equipment? He opened the documents. Looking at the training equipment inside, as he looked, Kurt's eyes widened and he took a deep breath. His whole person was shocked once again. His mouth twitched, and his voice trembled slightly. Special magnetic barbell. Adjustable strength range from 10 tons to 30 tons. Super gravity squat rack. Adjustable strength range from 10 tons to 30 tons. Looking at those terrifyingly powerful training devices, Kurt was in a bad state. What kind of exercise equipment is this? Other people's fitness equipment is measured in kilograms, 10 kilograms, 20 kilograms. The boss wants fitness equipment measured in tons. Kurt grabbed his messy hair, feeling a bit overwhelmed. Is this exercise equipment even usable by humans? 1 ton could crush a person to death, let alone 10 tons, 20 tons. Kurt finally understood why the boss wanted to keep it a secret. After all, these exercise equipment were astonishing. But then, Kurt's face turned bitter. This is not your ordinary fitness equipment. I just made a promise to the boss and now I have to figure it out in half a day. It's quite difficult. Immediately, Kurt grabbed his hair, feeling a bit overwhelmed. After all, who knew that fitness equipment could be measured in tons? Is this fitness equipment for Hulk to use? Kurt laughed bitterly. Indeed, boss, you're right. Being by your side does indeed create more psychological shadows. It hasn't even been a few minutes and I'm already surprised again. Kurt took a deep breath and slapped his face. It seems like I have to make the equipment department work overtime, call everyone in, and have them work together. Kurt looked at the design drawings. I need to optimize the production process and allocate the personnel. In addition, I need to have them sign a confidentiality agreement. I'll try to have them produce everything within half a day. After finishing this, I'll continue to tackle the final challenge of developing the super healing potion. Since he promised the boss, no matter how difficult it is, Kurt will find a way to do it. Because the boss showed him kindness and helped him out of a difficult situation. So for Kurt, the boss's words are like his guiding principle. Whatever the boss asks him to do, he will do it and work hard to complete it. Immediately, Kurt set off and went to the equipment department. On Shu Luo's side, he went directly into the testing laboratory. He said, once Kurt finishes making the exercise equipment, I can start training. With this kind of overload training, my strength will skyrocket and reach the level of hundreds of tons in no time. Developing spider physique to the extreme. Thinking of this, Shu Luo felt quite happy. Standing inside the laboratory, Shu Luo was ready to start the corresponding tests for little Spider-Man. Shu Luo turned off the surveillance system of the entire laboratory. Then he said, all right, come out, let me test you. Let's see what you're capable of. Upon hearing Shu Luo's words, little Spider-Man crawled out of his pocket and jumped to the ground. Shu Luo said, all right, next, we'll test your power zone. Go and strike the alloy sandbag wrapped in superfibers in front. Give it your all. Let me see your ability. Little Spider-Man looked up at Shu Luo, listening attentively to his words. After listening, it nodded quickly, as if pounding garlic. Then it looked at the iron wall in front, with a serious expression. Immediately, little Spider-Man shot out. Its legs moved so fast, like a spinning wheel, that it was almost impossible to see. Then, little Spider-Man leapt up and crashed into the soft-looking alloy sandbag wrapped in super fibers. Bang! A loud noise, immediately after. On the screen beside them, suddenly, a row of numbers appeared. 1,002 kilograms, 1 ton. Seeing this, Shu Luo took a deep breath and looked at the little Spider-Man with some surprise. He didn't expect that the little Spider-Man could unleash such a powerful force. The strength of 1 ton, such a small guy, actually unleashed the strength of a fierce tiger. Shu Luo clicked his tongue in amazement. Not bad. Seemingly hearing Shu Luo's praise, the little Spider-Man ran over, shaking its butt proudly. Seeing this, Shu Luo raised his chin and pointed to the machine testing speed nearby. Go test your own speed, run hard. The little Spider-Man quickly ran towards the machine. It was actually a short track. Next to it was a speed testing device stand. Shu Luo had the little Spider-Man go to the starting point. Then he shouted, start. Whoosh. The little Spider-Man shot out like an arrow, extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it broke through the entire short track. Shu Luo looked at the speed and said, 70 kilometers per hour, not bad, comparable to the speed of a regular car. With this physical fitness, it's almost on par with a superhero's physical fitness. Very good. Immediately, Shu Luo adjusted his sunglasses and said, "Next, we need to test your ability to release electric current." He took out a conductive iron rod and connected it to a specialized testing device. At the same time, he set up special cell scanners around. He brought the little Spider-Man to the side of the conductive rod. Next, you will release your own electric current to attack the conductive pole. Understand? Release your powerful electric current, the one you used just now to repel others' abilities. The little Spider-Man nodded. It stood still for a moment. Then, tiny arcs of electricity emerged from its body, accompanied by crackling sounds. Getting closer. Boom. A powerful electric current was released and rushed towards the conductive rod. The strong electric current flowed into the specialized detection device through the conductive rod. A series of numbers appeared. 50,000 volts. Seeing this, Shu Luo's mouth twitched. Okay, it's like half the power of a Pikachu. Such a small body, releasing such a powerful electric current, indeed impressive. He looked into the computer and observed through the scanner. He could clearly see that deep within the little Spider-Man's cells, there was an astonishing special bioelectricity. These special high-voltage bioelectricity were hidden deep within the little Spider-Man's cells. When released, these bioelectricity would conduct to the little Spider-Man's mouth, gather together, and establish a strong electric field intensity. Then, the aggregated electric current would be released, forming an electric current attack. Seeing this, Shu Luo said, "So, within the little Spider-Man's body, there was originally the presence of electricity, the discharge core element of the special bioelectricity within the cells. The mutations that the little Spider-Man undergoes are related to the extraordinary sequence genome I edited. This set of genomes, combined with the little Spider-Man's genes, caused the transformation of the little Spider-Man. I also have this set of genomes in my body. After combining with my genes, will it give me similar abilities?" He looked at his own body cells. Do they contain the same bioelectricity? A scan will reveal. After all, there is a Spider-Man who can release electricity. Among the Spider-Men in parallel worlds, there are also those who have the ability to discharge electricity. The other party did not initially possess the ability to discharge electricity, but after a certain amount of exploration and development, they discovered their own ability to discharge electricity. Shu Luo remembered Spider-Man Miles, who could discharge electricity. Perhaps I also possess the same ability, but it has not been developed yet. Just by examining the depths of my cells, I will know if there is a special bioelectricity similar to little Spider-Man. Thinking of this, Shu Luo became excited. He began to use a scanning device to scan himself comprehensively. Soon, relevant data and microscopic cell images came out. Through the screen, it could be clearly seen. Deep within Shu Luo's cells, there was also a special bioelectricity. It was the same as the bioelectricity inside little Spider-Man. Seeing this, Shu Luo's eyes lit up instantly. He actually possessed the ability to release electricity. I didn't expect that this set of extraordinary spider sequence genomes I put together really contains the ability to release electricity. He carefully looked at the images and data on the screen. However, the special bioelectricity in my cells is less than that of little Spider-Man, Shu Luo. Because there is less electrical energy, it is more dull, as if it is deeply hidden in my cells like stagnant water. I can't even sense it at all. So, I can't use this electric current at all right now. Shu Luo pondered for a moment. If I want to use the special bioelectricity deep within my cells, I have to increase its quantity and make it more active. Only then can I perceive it and release it. Shu Luo quickly tapped on the keyboard of the computer next to him. Why is the electrical energy in my cell units lower than that of little Spider-Man? Soon, the image of little Spider-Man's cells and related data popped up on the computer screen, forming a comparison with Shu Luo's own data. Shu Luo quickly dragged the mouse to view the information of both. His eyes swiftly scanned the two sets of data. His brain was also working at an incredibly fast pace, constantly comparing the data on the two sets of information. Soon, his hand movements stopped. He looked at the data above, enlightened. Although little Spider-Man cannot match me in overall strength, its unit cell mass is slightly stronger than mine. And this special bioelectricity is born from the unit cells. The stronger the unit cells, the stronger the bioelectricity they give birth to. Little Spider-Man only developed the ability to release electricity because its unit cells reached a certain threshold. Seeing this, a gleam of light flashed in Shu Luo's eyes. So, as long as my unit cells reach a certain threshold, I will also be able to generate the ability to release electric current. So, what is this threshold for me? I need to calculate it. He took out pen and paper from the side. His hand quickly moved on it. Rows of formulas were written out rapidly and constantly solved. Soon, just as the blank paper was about to be filled with formulas, Shu Luo calculated the result, 30 tons. Shu Luo picked up the paper and looked at the result. I need to reach a strength of 30 tons in order to allow my cells to accumulate enough special bioelectricity. When this special bioelectricity reaches this threshold, it will become more active. At this point, I will be able to perceive this electrical energy and release it. Seeing this, Shu Luo let out a sigh of relief. Burn that piece of paper. So, if I want to discharge electricity now, I need to strengthen my training and increase my strength to 30 tons. In other words, just enough to double my own strength. My fitness equipment will be completed soon. Soon, I will start training with overload and strive to tap into my body's potential and improve. I believe that soon, I will be able to meet the standards for releasing electric current. Thinking about being able to release electricity in the future, Shu Luo was quite excited. I wonder how far my ability to discharge electricity will reach. I wonder how it will compare to Thor's power. Shu Luo murmured, feeling curious. However, currently, Shu Luo has no intention of challenging Thor. Not to mention that Thor has gone through several major trials and his strength is already strong enough. Even if Thor has weaknesses in his strength, he cannot withstand someone backing him up. King of the gods, Odin. His strength has been honed through countless wars and is terrifying. And the older the gods, the stronger they become. The current king of the gods, Odin, has reached the peak of his divine power in his twilight years. With such a background, it allows Thor to grow happily and safely. Shu Luo clicked the keyboard and deleted the data inside. Then he looked at little Spider-Man beside him. Little Spider-Man also looked at the data on the computer screen with him, but his big eyes were full of confusion. It looked at the screen, then at Shu Luo, then back at the screen. In its small head, there was great confusion. Shu Luo touched little Spider-Man's head and nodded in satisfaction. Well done. Without you, I wouldn't have known that I could release electricity. Feeling Shu Luo's touch, little Spider-Man half closed its eyes comfortably, enjoying the moment. Shu Luo continued, next, we will continue to test all aspects of you. Immediately, Shu Luo began to test little Spider-Man in various aspects. Various tests, including little Spider-Man's physical fitness, self-healing ability, reaction ability, intelligence, and so on. A comprehensive test was conducted. In the end, Shu Luo was amazed to find that little Spider-Man was simply a mini version of Spider-Man. His physical fitness was also extremely strong. He could continue to move at high intensity constantly. And little Spider-Man's self-healing ability was also fast, similar to that of an ordinary Spider-Man. Definitely not as fast as his self-healing speed. After all, he possesses Wolverine's self-healing ability. In addition, little Spider-Man even had spider telepathy. He could anticipate the imminent danger. In the tests, with spider telepathy, little Spider-Man almost evaded attacks from various blind spots. Yes, little Spider-Man had blind spots. Because little Spider-Man is different from most spiders, it doesn't have 8 eyes, only 2. Most spiders have 8 eyes of different sizes, some spiders have 6 eyes. And a small number of spiders have no eyes, or have 2, 4, or 12 eyes. Hunting spiders need to actively capture prey, so they have 8 eyes to provide vision. Web-building spiders hunt by building webs, usually with 2 to 8 eyes providing vision. High-legged spiders live in dark caves without eyes. Little Spider-Man belongs to the web-building type of spider. Definitely, although spiders have many eyes, its vision is quite average, and what it sees is always blurry. Little Spider-Man was able to skillfully evade various attacks, even continuous attacks outside its line of sight. It is because it has spider telepathy. This is also why Shu Luo was able to sense little Spider-Man before. It is because it also possesses spider telepathy. Finally, Shu Luo conducted an intelligence test on little Spider-Man. He found that little Spider-Man currently has the intelligence of a 10-year-old child. Most importantly, little Spider-Man has a strong learning ability. It learns things very quickly. This means that little Spider-Man will have wisdom. It will be able to think, learn, and communicate like a human. Shu Luo looked at little Spider-Man in front of him and said, "Very good, you look like a promising learner." When little Spider-Man heard Shu Luo's praise, it became very happy, jumping and bouncing with joy. Shu Luo then said, "From today onwards, get ready for class. Start learning various knowledge. Officially begin your student life." Upon hearing Shu Luo's words, little Spider-Man didn't fully understand, but it was still happy. It jumped and bounced, full of joy, unaware that it would soon lead a busy student life. Shu Luo saw this and was very satisfied. Not bad, quite similar to me, and both love learning. That's good. We'll increase the amount of coursework and study hard in the future. When I'm not at home, you take care of the house." Little Spider-Man obediently nodded upon hearing Shu Luo's words, then jumped a few times with a determined look, showing that it will definitely work hard to complete the task. After testing Little Spider-Man's abilities, Shu Luo checked Little Spider-Man's genes and planned to study them further when he had time. After completing these tasks, Shu Luo looked at the time, finished testing Little Spider-Man. It took most of the day. At this time, Kurt should have finished my training equipment. Next, I will try out my training equipment. I wonder how much my strength will increase under intense training. Thinking of this, Shu Luo felt quite excited. Once I reach a certain level of training, I will be able to release electric current. I'm really looking forward to the moment of discharge. Shu Luo instantly thought of reconnecting his hands when he fights. That is to say, if his recovery ability is fast enough, he needs to retrieve his hands and reattach them. After all, sometimes in battle, others won't give you the opportunity to retrieve your hands. Fighting with one hand will greatly reduce combat effectiveness. So in this case, it's best to quickly grow out the arm. As for obtaining such a terrifying self-healing ability, it is the super enhanced self-healing serum optimized from lizard serum. As long as Shu Luo has such a powerful self-healing serum, he will have a higher chance of survival in battle. Thinking of this, Shu Luo said, "The trauma medicine has been successfully developed. I wonder how far the research on the self-healing serum has progressed." He then looked at Little Spider-Man. "Let's go." Little Spider-Man quickly jumped onto Shu Luo's body and entered the pocket of his shirt. Shu Luo then walked towards the laboratory door. Inside a laboratory in the experimental area, a group of researchers in white coats gathered together, each one frowning as they looked at the difficult problem on the whiteboard in front of them. And Kurt was in the center of this group of researchers. The difficult problem on the whiteboard is the final crucial problem of the self-healing serum. That is, how to calculate the number of amino acids in the protein and the number of mRNA bases in the double-stranded DNA gene in the self-healing serum. Kurt has been studying the specific formula for optimizing the lizard serum. He occasionally brings up some difficult problems in biological equations to encourage everyone to brainstorm and research how to solve these problems. These biological equations are quite fragmented and there is no release of key data, so no one knows the whole picture. We only know that Minister Kurt is working on a more powerful self-healing potion, far surpassing the effectiveness of trauma medicine. Trauma medicine is already considered a very powerful treatment drug in their minds, and they can hardly imagine what kind of effect will a more powerful self-healing potion have. As everyone continues to brainstorm together, the problems are constantly being overcome. The specific formula optimization is constantly taking shape. The efficiency far exceeds when Kurt was researching alone. So, every time a problem is continuously overcome, Kurt feels a trace of gratitude towards Shu Luo. If the boss gives him the position of research department head and gives him a research team, he would never have achieved such success in such a short time. As the problems continue to be solved, in the end, only the problem on the whiteboard remains, but this problem has been plaguing everyone in the research institute. So many days have passed. The other problems have all been solved. Only this problem has remained unsolved, as if there is no correct answer at all. People in the laboratory are all feeling anxious. Some people even calculate on the walls of the restroom, covering several panels with calculations. Some people are so deep in thought and too engrossed that they even calculate these two values in their dreams. In the end, the result of their calculations turns into a word, Xiao Tian. In the end, the dream turned into a nightmare, causing people to wake up in a cold sweat. Among them, Kurt is the most dedicated. During this time, he has been thinking about this problem every day. Eating, walking, going to the restroom, sleeping, he has been tirelessly trying to solve this problem. He has tried countless times, but has not found a successful answer. Now, his mind is filled with number of amino acids in proteins, and number of RNA bases in double-stranded DNA genes. At this moment, everyone is sitting in the laboratory, trying to solve the problem. Some are discussing, some are constantly trying to establish new equations to find the answer, and some are scratching their heads. Some people are starting to doubt themselves. Can we really find the required number of amino acids and mRNA bases? I have tried so many times, but I can't find the correct solution. Maybe there is no answer. I tried to find the number of peptide bonds and the number of peptide chains, but I couldn't find them at all. What I have solved is simply wrong and cannot be put together. I have also tried countless times, but I can't find the number of peptide chains. I calculated the total molecular weight of nucleotides and the total molecular weight of dehydrated DNA to calculate the molecular weight of DNA, but I can't calculate further. My brain is about to explode. I tried to solve the total number of nucleotides, but it's impossible. It's too difficult. Or maybe the problem itself is wrong. Everyone is feeling frustrated, feeling that their mindset is about to collapse. Kurt looked at the whiteboard and also started to doubt. Is it really impossible to solve? Is it really impossible to synthesize the self-healing potion? He shook his head. No, it must be solvable. The previous equations are correct, which means there must be a solution. But how can we find the solution? Kurt grabbed his hair with his remaining hand. He must find the solution because he doesn't want to live with only one hand anymore. While everyone was struggling with headaches, Shu Luo walked in. He looked at the numerous formulas on the whiteboards around him. He immediately recognized that these were the formulas related to the super powerful self-healing potion. Looking at those densely packed formulas, Shu Luo nodded slightly. If he were to calculate them, it would also take a lot of time, but he simply didn't have that much time for these calculations. He looked at the central whiteboard. Calculate the number of amino acids in proteins and the number of mRNA bases in double-stranded DNA genes, Shu Luo murmured. His brain started to calculate rapidly. He softly recited, number of bases in DNA genes, number of bases in mRNA, number of amino acids in proteins equals 6 to 3, 1. Number of peptide bonds, plus number of peptide chains equals number of amino acids equals number of mRNA bases, 3 equals number of DNA gene bases, 6. He walked towards a whiteboard and started to calculate. Shu Luo started calculating directly on a whiteboard. As he muttered to himself, he wrote at the same time. DNA molecular weight equals total molecular weight of nucleotides, total molecular weight of dehydrated DNA equals 6N, D18, minus 2. So I should calculate the total molecular weight of dehydrated DNA. mRNA molecular weight equals total molecular weight of nucleotides, total molecular weight of dehydrated mRNA equals 3N, D18, minus 1. I've calculated the total molecular weight of nucleotides, now I'll continue calculating. His hands moved swiftly on the whiteboard. A large number of equations were written, continuously solved, and performed. There was only Shu Luo's murmuring and the sound of the brush on the blackboard. Inside the pocket of his jacket, little Spider-Man crawled out a bit, curious as it observed the equations Shu Luo kept writing. But it couldn't understand them at all. As it watched, little Spider-Man started feeling dizzy and weak, and it fell back into the pocket from the edge of the jacket. For little Spider-Man, those were not equations, but rather incomprehensible scriptures that made one's head spin. Shu Luo's actions here quickly attracted the people around. Some people also recognized Shu Luo's appearance. They recognized him as their new boss, Li Luo. Although no one had ever seen Shu Luo's face, but that hat, those big sunglasses, that stubble, all indicated the identity of the person in front of them. Watching Shu Luo's actions, everyone started discussing. Isn't this our boss, Li Luo? What is he doing, solving equations? He's actually solving equations, is he completing some university task? He seems to be solving our problem, someone uncertainly said when they saw those familiar data and formulas. Hearing this, everyone in the field was stunned. After all, no one had ever heard of a well-known biologist or rising star named Li Luo. Everyone was an elite in the field of biology, so they naturally knew the people in their field very well. Our boss is trying to solve our problem. I feel strange. Our boss looks like he has studied biology, the formulas and everything, it's quite professional. But can our boss challenge our entire research department? Is the boss trying to relax us, playing with us? When they saw Shu Luo solving the problem, everyone felt strange. They didn't really believe that Shu Luo could solve the problem. After all, he wasn't a top biologist, so why would he be able to solve a problem that they couldn't solve? Did they really think that something like Good Will Hunting would happen in real life? A top university math professor released a difficult math problem that no one could solve, only to be solved by a young janitor. Did they really think that there would be those kinds of unknown geniuses who would emerge after many years? How could that be possible? If someone was a genius, they would have already made a name for themselves and be known by everyone. But after carefully looking at what Shu Luo wrote, everyone was stunned once again. However, this time it was because they saw that Shu Luo's equations seemed to have something to them. Why do I feel like the boss's approach seems correct? It seems like it should be solved this way. A bald middle-aged researcher started doubting his life. Oh my god, so this is how you solve the total number of nucleotides. This way we can obtain the number of dehydrated DNA. A researcher with a horse face suddenly realized. I can't believe it, this equation should be written like this. This way, we can solve the number of peptide chains, and then we can obtain the number of amino acids equals mRNA base pairs, 3 equals gene base pairs, 6. a dark-skinned female researcher widened her eyes. As they watched Shu Luo constantly write the process of solving two values, everyone's initial doubts disappeared in an instant, and their eyes became brighter and brighter. Someone held their breath and said, "Oh my God, our boss. Is he going to solve this difficult problem? I can't believe it. This top-level problem that has puzzled so many of us is going to be solved like this? Our boss's knowledge of biology is so terrifying, he has surpassed all of us, the top figures in the field of biology." They looked at Shu Luo's back in disbelief. They looked at his stubble and big sunglasses. At this moment, they felt like they finally saw the true face of Shu Luo beneath this disguise. What does this man, who can write down so many correct ideas, actually look like? No one had any idea at all. Scenes that only appear in movies unexpectedly appeared in reality at this moment. So, in the world, there really are those kinds of unknown geniuses. Those kinds of hidden talents. He doesn't make a move, but when he does, it's astonishing. At this moment, everyone subconsciously held their breath, staring intently at Shu Luo's writing. Inside the spacious laboratory, instantly, silence fell. Only the murmuring sound of Shu Luo's voice, and the sound of his pen scratching on the whiteboard. The whole room became extremely quiet. Kurt, who was next to him, looked at Shu Luo's problem-solving process and train of thought, and suddenly had a moment of enlightenment. The problem that had been lingering in his mind was instantly solved at this moment. The most crucial problem was solved. After watching half of it, Kurt, who understood the train of thought, instantly knew how to arrive at the correct answer. At this moment of knowing there was a correct answer, Kurt's mind went blank in an instant. Because the appearance of the correct answer meant that the optimization results of his lizard serum were out, and the formula for his lizard's super strong self-healing potion was out. It also meant that the method he had been longing for to heal his injured arm was out. He would be able to restore his damaged arm immediately. Thinking of this, Kurt instantly felt his head rush, enveloped in huge amounts of happiness. After the excitement and joy, he looked at Shu Luo's back and cast a gaze of admiration and respect. His boss's ability in biology was truly terrifying. Far surpassing Kurt's imagination. He couldn't imagine why there would be such a world-shaking talent in this world. The problem that had besieged their entire research department for such a long time was easily solved by the other party. At this moment, Shu Luo's writing also reached the final step. With a few strokes, the last few steps were completed. Finally, two key values were written down. Seeing the final result, a hint of satisfaction flashed in Shu Luo's eyes. It's solved. On the latest data researched by the laboratory researchers, he calculated the final result. This also meant that the formula for the lizard's self-healing potion had been successfully deduced. It also meant that he could carry the lizard's self-healing potion with him in the future, as if he had an extra life. With the problem solved, Shu Luo felt a sense of accomplishment and happiness. Shu Luo nodded in satisfaction. I truly am amazing. The people around him, who were silent, twitched their mouths when they heard Shu Luo's self-praise. Silent. They didn't expect that their boss would have such an interesting personality. It made everyone feel a bit amused and helpless. Shu Luo put down his pen. At this moment, he just emerged from his concentration. At the same time, he noticed that the entire laboratory was unusually quiet, so quiet that even the sound of breathing was absent, as if there was no one there. This was completely different from when he first entered. He turned around, and saw that all eyes were focused on him. In those eyes, there was disbelief, eagerness, and admiration. Each face was flushed with excitement. Before Shu Luo could say anything, the room exploded in an instant. Oh my God! Boss! You actually solved this problem. Boss! You're actually a biology genius. Why have I never heard of your name or your academic papers? Oh my God! I never expected you to hide your talents so well. Turns out you're the most talented biologist in our company. I always thought you were just someone who cared about money, but I never expected you to be a technical person, and one of the best. Boss, how did you come up with this solution? How did you find your approach to solving it? Seeing everyone's praises, Shu Luo calmly accepted them. Then he answered some of the researchers' questions. Some of the questions were very difficult, ones that had been puzzling these researchers for a long time, but he answered them all. After all, he now had a broader and deeper understanding of biology than the researchers. His words enlightened the researchers. At the same time, it made them admire him even more. After answering some questions, he pulled Kurt aside and said something. Shu Luo left. The researchers' eyes were still on Shu Luo. After all, to them, Shu Luo was simply the leader in the field of biology. For these researchers, nothing attracted their attention and admiration more than a peer in their industry who was an expert and a master. I never expected our boss to be so amazing. I heard our boss is very young, not even 30 yet. Upon hearing this, the people around them all gasped. So young? Wow, to have such deep knowledge at such a young age, our boss is like a second Tony Stark. If they knew that Shu Luo was only in his early 20s, not even 25 yet, they would probably be even more amazed. At this moment, almost all the researchers present became fans of Shu Luo, solely because of his academic achievements. While the researchers were discussing excitedly, inside the closed meeting room of the laboratory, there were only Shu Luo and Kurt. Shu Luo looked at Kurt and said, "The crucial data is out. There shouldn't be any difficulties in making the lizard self-healing potion." Kurt nodded quickly, "Don't worry, boss. With the addition of these last two values, I have completely figured out the formula. Next, we just need to start production. With our current production line, we have the capacity to produce this lizard self-healing potion." Upon hearing Kurt's words, Shu Luo nodded in satisfaction. Kurt continued, "However, compared to ordinary wound medicine, this self-healing potion will be much more expensive. Because it involves extraction and purification, and the production process is quite complex. So the cost of one vial of the potion will be around 100,000 USD. Shu Luo murmured, "Only 100,000 USD? It seems that the cost of this potion is not high." Kurt nodded. Indeed, compared to ordinary wound medicine, it is considered expensive, but considering its terrifying self-healing ability, it is actually quite cheap. Shu Luo said, "Currently, this potion will not be sold to the public. We will only produce it in small quantities and provide it exclusively to me. Definitely, after it is produced, I will give you a bottle to help you recover. Also, give me a copy of the formula later." Upon hearing this, Kurt nodded excitedly and said, "Thank you, boss. I will write down the formula for you later." He looked at his empty severed arm and smiled slightly. After so many years, these days of hardship have finally come to an end. Shu Luo continued, "By the way, is my fitness equipment ready?" Upon hearing this, Kurt quickly nodded and said, "Don't worry, boss. I will definitely fulfill the promise I made. An hour ago, the fitness equipment you requested has been completely built. Furthermore, the production was done in batches and a confidentiality agreement was signed. The technology of these fitness equipment will not be leaked." Shu Luo was very satisfied with Kurt's cautious attitude. He said, "Take me there." Kurt nodded and said, "All right." Immediately, Kurt led the way. Kurt walked beside Shu Luo and said, "Because your equipment is relatively large in size and requires a lot of energy, I placed them in a large laboratory. And this way, it ensures privacy and security. Furthermore, I had the unnecessary equipment in the large laboratory moved to another place, turning the laboratory into a fitness room. And only you have the permission to enter, others are not allowed. In the future, you can use it here with peace of mind." Shu Luo was very satisfied with Kurt's work. He thought that Kurt had indeed considered everything thoroughly. At the same time, Shu Luo was also looking forward to his own training. Soon, Shu Luo arrived at his specially made fitness room. The door recognized Shu Luo's identity and opened. Immediately, Shu Luo walked in. Kurt did not enter. After all, the equipment inside was built according to Shu Luo's requirements, and he didn't know how to use them. As soon as Shu Luo entered, he saw a large number of massive equipment, each piece taking up the space of an ordinary room. They looked like small mountains made of steel, giving off a sense of weightiness. Shu Luo looked at these equipment with a satisfied expression. At this moment, little Spider-Man also jumped out and curiously looked around at the massive equipment. For little Spider-Man, they were like mountains. Shu Luo's eyes flashed with excitement as he said, "Next, it's time for my spider ability to rapidly improve." He then approached a barbell machine. The bar of the barbell was made of super alloy and was extremely hard. On both sides of the alloy bar were two huge amounts of alloy plates, originally with a heavy weight. The entire barbell was placed on a massive machine. This machine could generate powerful electromagnetic force to exert a terrifying weight on the barbell. It could reach up to 30 tons. The force exerted on the barbell could be adjusted by adjusting the electrical energy, ranging from 10 to 30 tons. Shu Luo adjusted it to 15 tons, took a deep breath, lay on the solid alloy bench, and grabbed the magnetic barbell. Start. Veins bulged on Shu Luo's hands, boom, boom. Shu Luo slowly pushed up the steel weighing 15 tons. The little Spider-Man next to him saw this scene and almost popped his eyes out in shock, quickly retreating several steps with his 8 legs. 15 tons is basically Shu Luo's limit. Even if he lifts it, it's still a bit difficult. When Shu Luo's hands are extremely stable, without any trembling, as if they were robotic arms. At the same time, the posture is extremely standard. Only a stable and standard posture can give the muscles the greatest sense of compression and achieve the maximum exercise effect for the muscles. Pushing the magnetic barbell to the highest point, several veins popped on Shu Luo's forehead. Shu Luo took a breath and slowly lowered the magnetic barbell. Boom. The terrifying weight of 15 tons, like a mountain, pressed down on Shu Luo's arms, also stretching his chest muscles. Like this, Shu Luo lifted and dropped repeatedly. The terrifying weight pressed on his body, constantly stimulating his muscle cells. Soon enough, Shu Luo was covered in sweat, his muscles swollen and sore. He still persisted. His hands continued to output with great stability. When he finally reached the point of exhaustion, the machine detected Shu Luo's condition and immediately stopped applying gravity. The powerful electromagnetic force disappeared, and Shu Luo's hands suddenly felt empty. The steel was suspended in midair by the adsorbent. Shu Luo stood up from the bench, completely drenched in sweat, like a soaked chicken, his hands slightly weak, and his chest muscles extremely sore. Shu Luo understood that some muscle fibers in his chest muscles were starting to break and heal at this moment. Shu Luo gasped for breath, saying, "This is just the first set of chest muscle exercises. Rest for a while and continue. In addition to the chest muscles, I need to train all the muscles in my back, shoulders, abdomen, arms, and legs. It seems my mission for today is still heavy," Shu Luo said. After resting for a while, Shu Luo continued to throw himself into training. He trained like crazy in this training ground. Drenched in sweat. After finishing the magnetic dumbbell exercises, he started doing heavy squats. The entire squat rack was filled with huge amounts of iron blocks, like a mountain. He lifted the giant iron block and squatted down. With each rise and fall, there were constant booming sounds. Like muffled thunder in the sky. The earth trembled slightly. From a distance, it looked like he was carrying a mountain. A tiny person, holding up a huge mountain, creating a strong contrast that was extremely impactful. If it weren't for his extraordinary physique, an ordinary person would have probably gone into shock with such a crazy training method. As Shu Luo continued to exercise constantly, the muscle fibers in his body were constantly being exercised and constantly healing, becoming stronger. He could clearly perceive that his muscle cells were becoming stronger and more powerful. At the end of the training, Shu Luo was almost completely out of strength, and his body had reached its limit. Finally, gritting his teeth, after completing the last few sets, he completely collapsed on the ground, every muscle in his body extremely sore, as if they were about to burst. At this moment, Shu Luo was covered in sweat, his skin red, veins popping, unexpectedly high body temperature. He was like a furnace. The overloaded operation activated every muscle cell in Shu Luo's body, but also left him exhausted. He lay on the ground, gasping for breath, waiting for his body to recover some strength. Little Spider-Man cautiously sat down beside him, with a concerned look in its eyes. It rubbed Shu Luo's forehead with its head. Shu Luo smiled and gasped, "I'm fine. Just an overloaded workout. Just a bit tired. I just need to rest for a while." Hearing Shu Luo's words, Little Spider-Man nodded. Shu Luo looked at Little Spider-Man and gasped, "Don't worry. I won't favor one over the other. I will create a set of specialized training equipment for you too. In the future, you will train with me to improve your own strength." He paused. "Rest assured, I will develop your spider physique to the fullest and make you the most powerful spider." Hearing Shu Luo's words, Little Spider-Man looked at Shu Luo's exhausted state and the terrifying exercise equipment around, and its small eyes immediately became dull. Shu Luo nodded seriously. "Yes, in the future, you will train like me. Engage in overloaded training every day, maximizing the strengthening of your body. Don't worry, I will definitely give you the best equipment and invest the most money to create the most suitable training equipment for you." Shu Luo smiled. Constantly training, constantly pushing your limits, and constantly breaking them is a very enjoyable thing. I know you are also happy, being able to have your own independent heavyweight training equipment without spending a penny, and being able to constantly become stronger. Upon hearing Shu Luo's words, Little Spider-Man quickly shook its head vigorously, its eyes filled with fear, and it retreated several steps in fear. Seeing this, Shu Luo furrowed his brows slightly. "Are you not satisfied with my arrangement? Don't you want to become stronger with me?" Upon hearing Shu Luo say, "Don't want to be together," Little Spider-Man quickly shook its head to deny, indicating that it really wants to be together. It took a deep breath and took a few determined steps forward. In Little Spider-Man's eyes, it will always be with Shu Luo. It quickly pointed to the fitness equipment, then pointed to itself, and nodded. It means that it is willing to train and become stronger. Seeing this, Shu Luo's face relaxed, nodding in satisfaction. "That's right. Becoming stronger is where we belong, understand? Seeing Shu Luo's satisfied expression, little Spider-Man's eyes lit up. Happy. Hearing Shu Luo say, "We." Little Spider-Man quickly straightened its chest and nodded vigorously, deeply agreeing with Shu Luo's words. Immediately, a hint of determination filled its eyes. It raised its two front legs and imitated the appearance of a human showing off its biceps. It means that it also wants to become stronger. It wants to become stronger with Shu Luo. Seeing little Spider-Man like this, Shu Luo was particularly satisfied. To be honest, Shu Luo was quite satisfied with this little Spider-Man that he unintentionally created. It is very obedient and has great potential. At this moment, Shu Luo's strength has also recovered somewhat. He slowly climbed up from the ground, feeling the soreness all over his body. This round of exercise has completely met the standard. I can stand up now, it seems that I should have recovered enough, no problem. He took a few steps, but his legs went weak and he knelt on the ground with a thud. Little Spider-Man beside him was startled by Shu Luo's kneeling and jumped up high. Shu Luo's mouth twitched slightly. It seems like I need more time to recover. He immediately sat down on the ground. I wonder how much strength I will gain after this training. With the repeated tearing and healing of my muscles, my strength should have improved significantly. I'll check with the instrument later. As he said this, Shu Luo's stomach growled. Shu Luo touched his hungry stomach. I just finished exercising, and the consumption was huge. Now I need to replenish with a large amount of high-nutrient food. Only with sufficient nutritional supplementation can the muscles become stronger. Otherwise, if there is only consumption without replenishment, the muscles will suffer significant damage and it will actually impair their strength. So, I'll finish eating first, and then do the testing. Shu Luo sat for a while, recovering more energy. He stood up, and Kurt prepared a large amount of food for him to replenish more nutrients. Soon, he devoured the piles of food. Patting his full stomach, looking at the piles of bowls and plates in front of him, my appetite has increased now. After finishing the food, Shu Luo immediately felt a significant recovery of his physical strength, although there was still a strong sense of fatigue. He then went to the testing room, and started the strength test. He punched the alloy sandbag. Boom! A loud noise. The numbers on the screen next to it rapidly climbed, finally reaching its peak, 15.5 tons. Seeing this, Shu Luo narrowed his eyes slightly, so it increased by half a ton. With this high-intensity training, I can only train once a day. So it's equivalent to me gaining half a ton a day. Gaining half a ton of strength in a day would be astonishing if it were to be seen by others. But Shu Luo was not very satisfied with this result. He still felt it was too slow. Shu Luo murmured, "It seems that simply overloading training is not enough to meet my expectations. The stimulation to the muscles is still not enough. I need to find a way to increase the effectiveness of the training and further enhance the speed of strength improvement." For Shu Luo, he will constantly search for various materials resembling Superman. Some of these materials have strong abilities, so he needs strong strength as a guarantee. Therefore, he needs to develop his spider physique to the extreme in order to have the confidence and assurance to search for materials. Shu Luo stood still, lost in thought. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Right, if I want to enhance the training effect and stimulate muscle bursts, I can use electric current for stimulation. Electrocuting the muscles can make them exert strength beyond normal levels in a short period of time. It can also stimulate muscle healing and eliminate fatigue, allowing for more intense training. If stimulated scientifically for a long time, it can greatly accelerate muscle strengthening. However, the electric current needs to be specially designed, specifically tailored for my muscles, so that it won't damage them while stimulating and strengthening them. This type of electric current is called muscle function electricity. By placing electrodes on the surface of the skin and using carefully designed electric current, the muscles can contract and relax, enhancing their regenerative ability. Improving the final effort can increase muscle strength. In the case of injury and inability to train, maintaining the original level while relatively increasing some strength can promote the improvement of strength endurance. Shu Luo thought of this and quickly started moving. He hurriedly ran to the laboratory and began conducting experiments and making preparations. He conducted experiments rapidly while continuously recording. In the application of muscle hypertrophy, it is advisable to use high-frequency, high-intensity, and narrow-pulse stimulation loads with the aim of increasing muscle cross-sectional area. However, the stimulation intensity should not exceed the subject's maximum tolerance ability. Hormones that have a significant impact on muscle strength and growth include growth hormone and testosterone. GH exerts its effects through IGF-1, IGF-1A, MGF, and MYAG. Based on calculations and speculation, It was found that MGF and mRNA significantly increased and peaked in the first week of electric stimulation in rat skeletal muscles, while myosin MGF were synchronized. And IGF-1 mRNA showed a linear increase, with the highest expression in the second week. It reached a plateau in the fourth week. In conclusion, muscle strength increased and muscle power significantly grew after more than 3 weeks of electrical stimulation. Xu Luo's brain quickly started working, constantly calculating the values of muscle function electricity he needed and how to use the patterns. Because Xu Luo was very familiar with his own body data. In addition, there were corresponding techniques for stimulating muscle growth with electric current. Xu Luo only needed to upgrade and optimize them, so it didn't take much time. In no time at all, Xu Luo completed the corresponding equipment for muscle function electricity. A specially designed bodysuit that covered the entire body. It had a large number of electrodes on it, which accurately and precisely stimulated Xu Luo's muscle. Whether it was the position of the muscles or the intensity of the electric current released, everything was very precise. And it will automatically match the corresponding muscle groups in the corresponding electric current intensity with exercise, achieving the most efficient training. The entire technology has been optimized by Xu Luo, and the effect far surpasses other muscle stimulation techniques on the market, making it safer and more powerful. It can significantly improve muscle strengthening speed. Looking at the clothes in front of him, Xu Luo showed a satisfied expression. Very good, with this set of electric shock equipment, my future training should be more efficient. Thinking of this, Xu Luo was quite happy. I'll test the effect first. He immediately put on the electric shock suit, then activated it, targeting the muscles of his arms. Immediately, a tingling electric current entered his arm muscles. In an instant, he could feel his muscles becoming stronger, and he felt that he could continue training for a while longer. Definitely, his body was already filled with fatigue, feeling sore and weak, so Xu Luo couldn't continue training at all. He needed to rest. He looked at the screen next to him, which displayed real-time data of his body. It showed that the cells in his arm muscles had indeed been briefly strengthened and become stronger. Xu Luo expressed his satisfaction, saying, "Very good, tomorrow I can try the true effect of this equipment." The post-training enhancement effect should have a significant improvement. Just as he was about to withdraw his gaze, suddenly, his gaze froze. He looked at a certain item and instantly held his breath, saying, "This is?" On the screen, a data fluctuation appeared. That is the data of the special bioelectricity deep inside Xu Luo's cells, and something has happened. According to the data, after Xu Luo used electric shocks, the activity of the special bioelectricity in the shocked cells increased slightly. Seeing this, a hint of surprise flashed in Xu Luo's eyes. To release the internal electric current, it is necessary to increase their activity, so that they remain dormant in the depths of the body like stagnant water, unable to feel anything. According to Xu Luo's research, to enhance activity, it is necessary to increase the amount of special bioelectricity. As long as there is enough special bioelectricity inside the cells, they will automatically become active. As long as the activity of the special bioelectricity reaches a certain level, it can be sensed by the human body and released. To increase the amount of special bioelectricity, it is necessary to strengthen the body. The stronger the body, the more special bioelectricity inside the cells. As long as the strength reaches 30 tons, the activity level of the special bioelectricity in the body reaches the point where it can be sensed and released by humans. But now Xu Luo has discovered another way to increase the body's activity, which is to stimulate the cells through electric shocks. So, if I simultaneously increase my physical strength and stimulate the cells with electric shocks, then I can quickly react to the special bioelectricity inside my body and release them. Thinking of the power of that little Spider-Man strike, 50,000 volts, the power of half a Pikachu. Xu Luo's spirit was lifted. After all, for him, he was very much looking forward to having such a powerful electric ability. I didn't expect this electric shock suit to have such benefits. What an unexpected gain. A gleam of light flashed in Xu Luo's eyes. Next, I will continue to see how long this electric shock effect can last and how much benefit it can bring. Saying this, Xu Luo started to take action. He began to continuously stimulate his cells with electric current while watching the changes in the data on the screen. After a while, Xu Luo found that each cell's activity would increase for a period of time after being stimulated by the electric shock suit. After a certain period of growth, the activity increase would saturate. In terms of efficiency, it is not comparable to the effects brought by daily exercise, but through accumulation, the benefits are still considerable. He immediately calculated the combined effects of exercise and electric shocks. Suddenly, he discovered that by exercising and receiving electric shocks at the same time, when his strength reached 24 tons, he could almost feel the special bioelectricity inside his body and release it. The threshold for release has been lowered to 24 tons, which means I can release the electric current earlier. Seeing this, Shu Luo was quite happy. After Ming Angel uses the electric shock suit, my training effect will also be greatly improved. Then I will be able to reach the standard of 24 tons faster. Shu Luo raised his hand and clenched it. In other words, I will soon have my own offensive super ability, elemental attacks. Shu Luo let out a breath. Then he put his electric shock suit in the training room. At the same time, Shu Luo did not forget to optimize Osborne's network system and security system in the network department. He also set his own permissions to the highest level and imposed varying degrees of restrictions on others' permissions. After completing these tasks, Shu Luo began to design training equipment for Little Spider-Man. Because of his previous experience, Shu Luo's design this time was very fast. In just a while, he designed all the heavyweight training equipment Little Spider-Man needed. All that was left was to build them. After completing these tasks, Shu Luo was ready to leave the company. But before leaving, he had some things to explain to Kurt. Shu Luo called for Kurt, in a meeting room. Shu Luo sat in a chair. Kurt stood in front of him. Kurt handed a formula to Shu Luo. It is the formula for the lizard self-healing potion. At the same time, Kurt spoke up. Boss, the lizard self-healing potion has a powerful self-healing ability, but it cannot be continuously and indefinitely used. Based on my current clinical experience, after using the lizard self-healing potion once, the body will temporarily produce some potion antibodies. After taking it 5 times in a row, a complete medicinal antibody will be produced. If you take the lizard self-healing potion again within the next day, it will no longer have any effect. Hearing Kurt's words, Shu Luo felt a slight unease. So you can use it 5 times in a row. Once you've used it 5 times, there will be a 1-day cooldown period. Kurt nodded. Boss, you understand correctly. Shu Luo looked at the formula in his hand and calmly said, 5 times is enough, it's almost like having 5 lives. This lizard self-healing potion is indeed very powerful. It's not in vain that you've researched it for so many years. Upon hearing this, Kurt blushed and smiled. This is not my credit, it's all thanks to you, boss. If it weren't for you, there wouldn't be such a powerful lizard self-healing potion. Without you, I might have already turned into a monster, being chased by everyone. Maybe I would have been captured by superheroes and locked up in prison by now. Shu Luo nodded in agreement upon hearing this. If he hadn't intervened to stop Kurt, Kurt would have become a supervillain, Dr. Lizard. And then he would have been severely taught a lesson by Spider-Man and might have been captured by S.H.I.E.L.D. Shu Luo took out a lighter and burned the formula. He looked at Kurt again and handed him a document, which was the training equipment for Little Spider-Man. Build this set of training equipment by tomorrow morning. Kurt flipped through the information and nodded quickly. Okay, I can definitely build it by tomorrow morning. Shu Luo was very satisfied with Kurt's efficiency. This guy, Kurt, had no flaws in terms of loyalty, scientific researchability, and execution. He was truly a rare talent. Definitely, the most important thing was the other person's loyalty. Through various micro-expressions and heartbeats, Shu Luo could feel Kurt's high level of loyalty towards him. From the bottom of his heart, Kurt was grateful and admired him. That was why Shu Luo valued him so much. Shu Luo then took out something and handed it to Kurt, saying, take a look at this. Install the corresponding unnoticed cameras in the designated locations, or park the car there and place a monitor on it. Kurt took the document. It was a set of topographic maps for placing cameras. Kurt didn't ask why these cameras were being placed, he just nodded. I understand, I will arrange for someone to do it later. For Kurt, when the boss gave him something to do, he didn't need to ask, he just needed to do it. Shu Luo was very satisfied with Kurt's attitude. Then he pointed to the back of the document. In addition, go investigate the state prison in New York. I want you to investigate the super ability experiments being conducted in that prison. Find out the location of their laboratory and who is conducting this super ability experiment. Also, this investigation must be conducted in secret. We can't let anyone know that we are investigating this matter, understand? Kurt looked at the end and said, I understand, boss. Investigating the state prison is something that will bring trouble if it leaks. Don't worry. I will send someone to secretly investigate this matter and make sure no information leaks out. Kurt assured with a firm gaze. Seeing Kurt's determined and efficient appearance, full of stability and confidence, Shu Luo couldn't help but think of how he looked when they first met, depressed, introverted, and cowardly, filled with an atmosphere of pessimism and failure. Suddenly, everything seemed to have changed so much. It had to be said that since giving him hope and a new position and status, Kurt's state had been getting better and better. His inner potential had also been fully tapped into. Shu Luo spoke up. don't you want to ask me why I'm doing all this? Kurt smiled and said, whatever the boss tells me to do, I will do it. I just need to focus on doing it. Shu Luo nodded and said, all right, I'll leave these things to you. After saying that, Shu Luo stood up and prepared to leave. Kurt quickly stopped Shu Luo. Shu Luo asked, what's wrong? Is there something else? Kurt sighed and said, boss, my new product is about to launch and face the market. I am just a technical person, someone who is good at execution. If you give me a plan, I can quickly execute it. But when it comes to managing the company, creating more profits, and selling products, I am really not capable. You really need to find a professional manager to take care of the company. Otherwise, the company might end up in a mess. Upon hearing Kurt's words, Shu Luo nodded slightly and said, you're right, I almost forgot about the lack of management personnel in the company. He then said, all right, I understand. I will find a company manager as soon as possible. Kurt nodded and said, all right, I'll leave first and take care of the things on my hands. Shu Luo nodded and said, go ahead. Before leaving, Kurt glanced at the little Spider-Man badge on Shu Luo's chest. There was some sympathy in his eyes. After seeing the super-gravity training equipment, Kurt immediately realized that it was not something humans could use. Humans were not suitable for such equipment. With just a quick glance, Kurt understood that the heavyweight training equipment was meant for the electric little Spider-Man. Yes, in Kurt's mind, the little Spider-Man already had his own title, which was the electric little Spider-Man. Kurt could imagine how difficult and even painful it must be to train with such heavy-weight equipment. Thinking about the small stature of the little Spider-Man, having to endure such a huge weight and train with the same intensity as the boss, Kurt felt deep sympathy. Perhaps this was the pain unique to the strong. Kurt was very fortunate that he was just an ordinary person, otherwise his boss might have trained him as well. Kurt sympathetically glanced at the little Spider-Man and then quickly left the meeting room. When Kurt mentioned management personnel, Shu Luo thought of Norman Osborn. From the beginning, he intended to have Norman manage the company. But these past few days, he had been busy and forgot about it. Shu Luo said, indeed, we should bring Norman out. The new product is about to be released, we can't be without someone to oversee everything. Managing the company and selling products were things that Shu Luo naturally couldn't handle himself. Such matters had to be entrusted to others, and he only needed to make money effortlessly. Go back and improve the Green Goblin serum, erase the Green Goblin persona. Alright, it's changed back. Then, Shu Luo walked towards the outside of the meeting room. In the depths of Hell's Kitchen, in a large underground basement, there was a coffin placed inside. The coffin slowly opened, and cold white mist emerged from it. A beautiful girl stood up from the coffin, her hair was very short, probably only 5 or 6 centimeters long. The girl appeared to be around 15 or 16 years old. She was the host of the beast that Shu Luo had seen before. She was also the current leader of the Black Void in the Han. Her hair had grown out, and it grew very quickly. In front of her, a group of people knelt down. There were black-clad ninjas, as well as several high-ranking members of the Han, including the Japanese man Shu Luo had seen before, escorting Kuroka. She looked down at the kneeling people with indifference, like a queen. One of the high-ranking members of the Han below said, you have finally awakened. It has been several days since you arrived in New York. After you left, all of our people died, and the dragon bone was taken away, the high-ranking member of the Han said through gritted teeth. The girl's eyes were indifferent as she asked, who killed them, members of the True Pure Society? Or the person I saw that day? The Japanese man spoke up. According to our intelligence, the person who killed us is mainly the mysterious person you saw that day. He almost killed all the people we left behind. He is extremely powerful. Kuroka asked, have you found that person? The people below shook their heads. He is very cautious and left no traces, Kuroka said. Continue searching. Once you find him, bring him here, Kuroka ordered. Yes. Kuroka continued, the evil god needs more sacrifices. The evil god referred to in Kuroka's words was the primitive demon, beast, inside her. The people below nodded, saying, rest assured, leader. We will offer more sacrifices to the evil god. Kuroka nodded slightly and then lay back in the coffin. The coffin lid was slowly closed. Kuroka muttered expressionlessly, where are you? The evil god needs you. After saying that, she closed her eyes. With the coffin lid closed, she completely disappeared into the cold darkness. Cars drove into New York. In one of the cars, Donald and Dr. Les sat inside. Beside them sat 2 strong men wearing masks, who looked almost identical. Upon closer inspection, it could be seen that these 2 men were clones of Wolverine. Donald said, we have found the guy's trail. Dr. Les's eyes turned cold as he said, "Finally found him. He hid so well. We must retrieve X-24. After all, X-24 is the most perfect experiment at the moment. The others still have flaws." Shu Luo walked out of Osborne Corporation and headed towards the other side of the street. There was a supermarket over there. He was planning to buy some daily necessities to take back. Soon. He arrived at the other end of the street. "I need to buy some oyster sauce, tissues, and a new toothbrush to take back. Oh, I also need to buy a new towel, to use as a replacement," Shu Luo muttered to himself. Just as he was about to enter the supermarket, a familiar voice sounded from behind him. It was a man's loud shout, "Damn it! Don't run! Just because you're hiding, doesn't mean we can't find you." In addition to the shout, there were hurried footsteps. The other party was quickly approaching from a distance. Shu Luo narrowed his eyes and whispered, "Donald." He muttered to himself, "I didn't expect you to be able to find me. It really surprises me, but your success this time will be a fatal mistake. You shouldn't have come looking for me." Shu Luo murmured in a barely audible voice, his eyes slightly cold as he turned around slowly. His fist was already clenched slightly. He could feel that the other person was only 7 or 8 meters away from him. But to his surprise, the burly men led by Donald rushed past Shu Luo without even looking at him. They ran towards the front, shouting, "Stop." At the intersection ahead, the injured Captain America rushed out, running desperately, gritting his teeth and saying, "Damn it, who are you people?" Shu Luo's gaze froze for a moment as he stood still in his original position. Shu Luo clenched his fists, already prepared to throw a punch. But unexpectedly, the plot suddenly took a turn in a direction he had never imagined. Shu Luo stared blankly at the scene unfolding before him. He looked at the injured Captain America and the angry and astonished expression on the other person's face. Shu Luo was also astonished, and his mouth twitched a few times. So it turned out that the Essex Company had mistaken him for Captain America that day. And they had actually come looking for him. They even surrounded and attacked Captain America, causing him to get injured. Looking at Captain America's expression, it seemed that he still hadn't figured out what was going on. He still hadn't figured out why he was being mercilessly beaten. It had to be said that a super soldier with a shield injuring someone made it very easy for normal people to associate him with Captain America. Shu Luo was slightly stunned for a moment, but then returned to normal. "So it turns out you were looking for Captain America, then there's no problem," Shu Luo muttered to himself. He immediately turned and walked towards the supermarket, acting as if nothing had happened. As for Captain America getting beaten up, what did it have to do with him, Shu Luo? Today, Captain America felt terrible. During this period of time, because of the Sokovia incident, their Avengers alliance had become the target of international criticism. To avoid unnecessary disputes, they chose to stay at home temporarily, not going out and not causing any trouble. Finally, when public opinion eased up a bit, their restrictions were relaxed a little, and they could finally go out for a walk. So Captain America chose to go out and relax. But unexpectedly, as soon as he went out, he encountered a hostage situation with kidnappers. There was no choice, Captain America had to take action. He rescued the hostage and handed the kidnappers over to the police. That's how his beautiful morning was ruined. Originally, he had planned to make good use of the afternoon and find a place to relax. But unexpectedly, a group of people suddenly rushed over, disregarding martial ethics, and started punching and kicking him, an elderly man in his 80s or 90s. What's more important was that this group of people was extremely powerful, with 3 of them even surpassing ordinary people. There was no choice, Captain America had to escape. But the pursuers were too close, he couldn't shake them off at all. Up until now, Captain America still hadn't figured out what he had done to offend these guys. He just felt that this day was really terrible. In an alleyway, the people from Essex were still chasing Captain America at a fast pace. Even there formed a pincer attack to intercept Captain America. Several mercenaries arrived from the front and blocked Captain America, engaging in combat with him. Someone even fired a gun at Captain America, but it was blocked by an enemy's body. Narrow spaces were not suitable for gunfights, as it was easier to harm oneself. So those people rushed forward and engaged in close combat with Captain America. Captain America gritted his teeth and threw a punch, sending one person flying, roaring, "Who are you people?" Donald rushed forward from behind and threw a punch, directly sending Captain America flying. Boom. Captain America crashed into the wall, feeling like his body was about to fall apart, in excruciating pain. Donald also went crazy, shouting, "Captain America, hand over the person you stole." Hearing this, Captain America was stunned. Immediately, he remembered the events from earlier in the morning, when he had taken the hostage from the kidnappers. He got up from the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood, and looked coldly at Donald. He coldly snorted, so it turns out you bunch of bandits. He wiped away the blood from his face and said coldly, I'm sorry, but once I've taken the person, there's no way I'll give them to you. Hearing Captain America's words, Donald laughed angrily, very good, truly worthy of Captain America, so arrogant. But have you considered the consequences of offending us? He gritted his teeth, his voice icy. You, an old man in his 80s or 90s, what do you have to do with the modern era? In this era, you're just an outdated person who can't understand. Captain America has been frozen for 70 years, plus his previous age, isn't he just an old man in his 80s or 90s? Hearing Donald's sarcasm, Captain America's face grew colder. Donald waved his hand, capture this guy, we must pry the person out of his mouth. The communication between the two sides was completely on different wavelengths. But the communication was extremely smooth. The two sides communicated, but not completely. With Donald's command, a group of people rushed towards Captain America. Captain America was originally out for a rest today, so he didn't bring any weapons, he could only fight hand to hand with the opponent. Fortunately, in this narrow area, it's not suitable for a gunfight, otherwise, he would be at a great disadvantage. Captain America directly knocked down several mercenaries with punches and kicks. At this moment, the two Wolverine clones rushed forward and attacked Captain America. In the hands of the two clones, bone claws emerged instead of steel claws. There's no way, after all, adamantium is not a product of the mainland. Injecting so much adamantium into X-24 before has already depleted their inventory. So currently, there isn't enough adamantium to inject into the new clones. Moreover, for Dr. Rice, these two new clones are far from being as perfect as X-24, whether it's reaction ability or self-healing ability, they are weaker. So there's no need to inject precious and scarce adamantium into defective products. With the addition of the two Wolverine clones, Captain America instantly found himself at a disadvantage. In an instant, he was scratched several times, causing Captain America to groan in pain. Donald said coldly, Captain America, return the person you took. Otherwise, my men will only leave more wounds on your body. Captain America said coldly, you can forget about getting the person from me. With one punch, he knocked down one of the clones. With one kick, he directly broke one of the clone's bone claws. Immediately, a painful wail rang out. At this moment, Donald's iron fist came again. Bang! Captain America was once again sent flying. He fell heavily to the ground, the pain causing him to groan. Donald sneered, you're finished. After saying that, he was ready to rush up and add to the opponent's pain. But at this moment, whoosh, a sturdy figure shot down from the sky, descending with a kick that sent Donald flying. Then, the sound of mechanical pistons rang out. A figure of steel fell to the ground. Sorry, I just attended a high-end banquet, so I'm late. The newcomer turned around and shrugged. The newcomer was none other than Iron Man, Tony Stark. Seeing the newcomer, Captain America, who was struggling to get up from the ground, grinned. Tony looked at Captain America and said, oh, it seems our Mr. Steve is in a bit of a mess. Captain America rolled his eyes impatiently, if you were ambushed by so many people, you would be just as miserable. Tony chuckled arrogantly, I wouldn't even give these guys a chance to get close to me. Tony waved his hand and a shield flew out, I brought your shield. He turned to look at Donald and the others across from him, and said to Captain America, tell me, how do we solve this? Captain America walked to his side, and the two stood side by side in the alley, facing the enemies together. He smirked, send these criminals to jail. Tony clenched his fist, that's a good suggestion, I'll take it. Donald saw this scene and gritted his teeth, Iron Man, this has nothing to do with you. You should stay away and not get involved. Tony smiled, sorry, I just like to meddle in other people's business. On the main road outside, Dr. Lai watched the situation inside the alley through the cameras carried by the frontline soldiers. He saw Iron Man suddenly rushing out and interfering. He immediately clenched his fist, his eyes cold, sure enough, Iron Man, you're involved too. The high-tech products Captain America used last time must have been given by you. Dr. Lai instantly thought of the pulse weapon used by the other party last time. Such a small pulse weapon contained immense energy and belonged to cutting-edge technology. At that time, he suspected that the thing was made by Iron Man. After all, among Captain America's friends, there happened to be a technological genius. He clenched his fist, so, the Avengers Alliance has been eyeing us for a long time. His eyes were cold, you planned everything, took X-24 from my hands, just to obtain our genetic weapon technology. The Avengers Alliance, the superhero organization, the savior organization, all resorting to these dark means behind the scenes. We are despicable, and so are you. There are only despicable people in this world. Where are the noble ones? Dr. Lai said coldly, Avengers, we have a grudge now. Inside the alley, the battle broke out. The two sides fought each other. After Captain America took the shield, his combat power instantly increased. With Iron Man's support, the situation instantly reversed. Donald and the others were at a disadvantage. Bang! 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 Captain America's shield bounced in the air several times, knocking several people surrounding Iron Man away. Captain America smiled, using the returning shield, no need to thank me. Iron Man raised his hand. A beam cannon blasted away the enemies behind Captain America. Iron Man smirked, no need to thank me. Then, he kicked and sent Donald, who was charging towards him, flying. Iron Man looked at Captain America, see, I never give them a chance to get close to me. Swoosh. Just as Iron Man finished speaking, a pair of bone claws scratched his armor. A slap in the face, causing Iron Man's mouth to twitch a few times, his face slightly embarrassed. Captain America looked at it and shook his head. Iron Man angrily kicked the opponent away. Donald saw this and immediately realized that they were no match. He gritted his teeth, retreat. Immediately, Donald threw a flash grenade. The group of people quickly ran towards the mouth of the alley. Iron Man wanted to chase, but was stopped by Donald's firearms. In the end, when Iron Man and Captain America chased out, those people had completely disappeared. It seems they left by car. Iron Man looked at Captain America's injuries, you need to get treated for your injuries. I'll call S.H.I.E.L.D. to investigate these people. On the road, in a car. Donald clenched his fist. Avengers Alliance, you have completely made enemies with Essex. Shortly after, Shu Luo returned home. At the moment, Xiao Yi was taking online classes in the living room. A specialized teacher was providing academic guidance to Xiao Yi, allowing her to learn more comprehensive knowledge. All of this was arranged by Clow for Xiao Yi. After all, Xiao Yi was at the age to attend school. But this time, Xiao Yi was drooping her head, indicating that attending classes was quite painful for her. Seeing Shu Luo approaching, Xiao Yi's eyes lit up, big brother. She quickly stood up, ready to run over. Clow immediately held Xiao Yi back and said sternly, don't try to slack off. You are currently in class, so focus on your studies. Hearing her father's words, Xiao Yi sat back down with a dejected look and continued her class. Shu Luo instantly thought of Little Spider-Man. Little Spider-Man also needed to attend classes. Arrangements were made for it as well. Soon after, he greeted the two and went downstairs. He first went to see Green Goblin. Green Goblin looked at Shu Luo and grinned. Have you found a way to eliminate me? He couldn't help but laugh. I've already told you, you can't possibly find a way to eliminate me. The Green Goblin formula is already perfect, and you want to continue optimizing it. It's impossible. Delusional. Green Goblin spoke. If you want to eliminate me, there is only one way, and that is to eliminate Norman as well. Shu Luo calmly said, don't worry, you will be gone soon. Shu Luo liked people who talked tough the most. He said to Norman, soon, I will save you, completely free you from Green Goblin's control, and then you will be able to safely leave here. As the price for saving you, you will work for me next. Deal? Green Goblin's face showed a struggling expression. Then Norman regained control of a part of his body and struggled to speak. I agree. Deal. Please. Eliminate him. Hearing Norman's words, Shu Luo nodded in satisfaction. He immediately turned and left. He returned to his own biological laboratory. But he didn't directly deal with the Green Goblin formula. Instead, he opened the computer in front of him and directly invaded the public surveillance system. He clicked on a few of them. Suddenly, several surveillance screens appeared on his computer. Soon after, a muscular man with dark skin appeared in the camera. Shu Luo murmured, hello, Luke Cage, because these cameras were public cameras. So what could be accessed was actually quite limited. So Shu Luo had Kurt handle the cameras to better monitor the man in the videos. Luke Cage, who had a body as hard as steel, because Shu Luo was going to replicate the opponent's ability of a steel body in his Superman plan's first step. He was looking for an opportunity to replicate the opponent's ability. The reason why he sent Kurt to the New York prison. It was because Luke Cage obtained this special ability during the superhuman experiment in the prison. Shu Luo wanted to know if there were any relevant data in the laboratory. After all, if there were experimental data, if there were raw data, it would be easier and faster to study. Shu Luo planned to obtain relevant data from both Luke Cage himself and the laboratory. Shu Luo is not prepared to act rashly, because he doesn't know much about Luke Cage's strength. Without a clear understanding of the opponent's strength, Shu Luo will not act recklessly. Unfortunately, Luke Cage is not a popular hero, so Shu Luo's knowledge of him is very limited. His understanding of Luke Cage mostly comes from the information he took from Hydra's database. He only knows that Luke Cage has an indestructible body, possesses great strength, and is known as a superhuman. And it is because of the superhuman experiment at the New York State Penitentiary that he obtained his super abilities. The only positive understanding of Luke Cage's strength in Hydra's data is that he once easily lifted a medium-sized truck. The total weight of a medium-sized truck is 6 to 14 tons. And Luke Cage can easily lift a medium-sized truck. This shows that the opponent's strength is very strong, even stronger than his current strength. So, Shu Luo still needs to further strengthen his own power. In this way, he will have more options. Shu Luo looked at the surveillance. Soon, Luke Cage disappeared from the screen. What can be recorded by public surveillance is ultimately limited. Only when Kurt installs the surveillance, he will be able to see more things. Only then can he better understand Luke Cage's situation. Only then can he find opportunities more easily. Definitely, replicating Luke Cage's tough body is just the first step. After obtaining a tough body, how to continue upgrading and obtaining an even tougher physique is the core content. But all of this must be based on obtaining Luke Cage's abilities. After seeing that the surveillance had no significant value, Shu Luo left. He went to eliminate Green Goblin first. He likes dealing with people who talk tough. As for Little Spider-Man, he wanted to follow Shu Luo, but Shu Luo directly found some elementary-level online courses for it to learn. Most of them are elementary school courses, teaching Little Spider-Man to learn human language and some basic knowledge. So, on a desk, Little Spider-Man was earnestly watching the online courses and studying hard. His eyes were fixed on the screen. Sometimes, a few legs were gesturing on the desk, learning human writing. Seeing Little Spider-Man's serious appearance, Shu Luo was very satisfied. He also started optimizing the Green Goblin serum. In front of him were some scattered pieces of paper. They were filled with equations. Actually, before this, during his free time, Shu Luo had done some calculations on the Green Goblin serum. He immediately started working at his desk. While calculating, he picked up the nearby biological experimental equipment and conducted tests. Because he had some foundation before, Shu Luo's movements were quite fast. Coupled with his previous exposure to two similar level serum formulas, the Super Soldier serum and the Lizard serum. So Shu Luo had some experience in this regard. After about 2 hours, Shu Luo completed the optimized serum for Green Goblin. This optimized serum would wash away Norman's Green Goblin persona while also reducing some of Norman's strength. Definitely, if Shu Luo spent more time, he might be able to create a more perfect optimized serum. But it was unnecessary. After all, for Shu Luo, the biggest role of this serum was to eliminate Norman's Green Goblin persona. Besides, this optimized serum had a drawback. That is, while washing away the Green Goblin persona, it would cause intense pain to the body. Especially for the eliminated alter ego, they would feel even more intense pain. Definitely, in Shu Luo's eyes, this drawback was not a drawback. After all, seeing the Green Goblin persona in pain made him quite happy. Norman was going to suffer a bit, compared to being controlled by the Green Goblin and having someone else take over his life. Shu Luo believed that suffering a bit was still worth it. Soon after, a bottle of brand new yellow serum appeared before Shu Luo's eyes. Shu Luo nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. He picked up the bottle of serum and walked towards Green Goblin's operating room. Tonight, he would deal with this Green Goblin guy. If initially it was because he wanted to find a reliable manager for his company. Now I just want Green Goblin to disappear, soon. He arrived at Green Goblin's operating room, seeing Shu Luo come in. Green Goblin smiled and said, "So you still haven't developed the optimized serum? A person should know their limits." Shu Luo spoke up, "Norman, the thing has been developed." After speaking, he revealed the vial of serum. This thing can eliminate the Green Goblin persona within you, but it also has drawbacks. It will weaken your power, and most importantly, it will be very painful. Do you want to use it? Upon hearing this, Green Goblin's pupils contracted, and his voice became sharper. "You think you can deceive me, right?" He laughed sharply. "How could you have developed an optimized serum? You just want to see me scared, don't you? I'm telling you, your tricks won't work on me." A struggling expression appeared on Green Goblin's face. I want to use it." Shu Luo nodded upon hearing this. Then he walked towards Green Goblin, while pouring the serum into the syringe in his hand. Looking at Shu Luo's calm face, a sense of unease rose in Green Goblin's heart. When Shu Luo raised the syringe, Green Goblin finally felt a hint of fear. He felt that the other party was not joking. He instantly became a little panicked, wanting to struggle, but his whole body was firmly restrained. He shouted, "No, no, no, you can't inject me. Let's talk again. I can do things for you, serve you. I can even work like a slave for you." Upon Green Goblin's begging, a hint of satisfaction and joy flashed in Shu Luo's eyes. But he did not stop his actions. Shu Luo didn't want someone like Green Goblin, who was full of thoughts and could rebel at any time. Pissed. The syringe struck Norman's body. A painful howl rang out. Green Goblin's face twisted in agony. Looking at Green Goblin's painful appearance, Shu Luo's mood became somewhat relieved. Not long after, the painful screams disappeared. Norman lay on the workbench, covered in sweat, his face pale, his chest heaving violently. Shu Luo spoke. "How do you feel?" Norman showed a weak expression. "Although it was painful, I can feel a sense of relief throughout my body. There's no longer anyone inside me fighting for control of my body." Shu Luo nodded. "Very good. Rest for a while, and then you can leave. In the future, you will start working for me. I want to return to Osborne, manage it, strengthen it, and make it earn more resources for me." Upon hearing Shu Luo's words, Norman gave a bitter smile. The current Osborne is in a difficult situation. If we want to recover and restore it, it will probably take a lot of time. Shu Luo shrugged. "You'll find out when you go back." Norman nodded. On the other side, Kurt also began to take action. Installing cameras. Definitely, this kind of installation is extremely discreet. In addition, Kurt also started arranging people to inquire about the New York State Penitentiary. Kurt took over the company's intelligence resources and is now getting the hang of it in this area. Outside the streets and alleys, a pair of eyes stared at the backs of Captain America and Iron Man as they left. That person was none other than Zemo. Zemo looked at the two who had a good relationship and a cold smile appeared on his face. "Keep laughing. When the wall of brothership collapses, you won't be able to laugh anymore." At the same time, inside the New York State Penitentiary, in an office, two men sat facing each other, one of them wearing the uniform of a high-level prison guard, the warden of this prison. The man across from the director spoke up. "Have you found that mutant and indestructible guy?" The director's face turned grim. "That guy escaped and definitely went into hiding. We still haven't found him." The man squinted his eyes. "We must find him. His condition has significant research value. We can conduct in-depth research, dig deeper." The director nodded. "I understand, and I've also established connections with the gang members inside the prison," the director added. "I believe we won't take long to find him," the man said. Upon hearing this, the man nodded, his expression relaxing. He said, "Prepare to destroy the research materials about him from your end." The director nodded slightly. "Understood. I will have my subordinates delete those research materials." The next day, Shu Luo woke up early, feeling refreshed and energized. Yesterday's exhaustion vanished, and his whole body was filled with strength. Shu Luo clenched his fist. "Today, let's test the effectiveness of the new training." He murmured, "I must quickly increase my strength, otherwise I won't be able to handle many things." He snapped his fingers. Whoosh, soon. A small figure hurriedly ran over and darted into Shu Luo's room. It quickly jumped onto Shu Luo's desk and stood skillfully. Its two big eyes stared at Shu Luo obediently, like a well-behaved little dog. The one who came was Little Spider-Man. Shu Luo said, "Get ready, we'll leave soon for training." Upon hearing Shu Luo's words, Little Spider-Man nodded eagerly, full of excitement. It quickly raised its front legs, showing off its biceps. Shu Luo saw this and nodded in satisfaction. "Very good, your mental state is excellent, just like it should be." Immediately, Shu Luo finished washing up and then took Little Spider-Man to the company, entering the training room. Inside the spacious training room, in addition to Shu Luo's equipment, there were also some slightly smaller training devices. After explaining how to use the training devices to Little Spider-Man, Shu Luo put a set of electric shock devices on it, to help it quickly improve its strength. After putting on the shock devices, Little Spider-Man tied a red string around its head, its eyes filled with fighting spirit. It raised its small feet, cheering itself on. Then, with a proud and determined stride, it walked towards the training device. Shu Luo also put on his own electric shock device and began training. Thus, the two figures, one big and one small, started exercising vigorously in the training room. Under the electric shock devices, Shu Luo could feel that his muscle strength had become even stronger. It also increased the endurance of his muscles. He continued training. Boom. He constantly lifted heavy equipment like small mountains. On the other side, there was also a rumbling sound. Little Spider-Man began its own training journey. Time flew by. Not long after, inside the spacious room, lay two exhausted individuals, panting heavily like dead dogs. One big, one small. Shu Luo looked at little Spider-Man, who had a red headband tied around its head, and nodded in satisfaction. Very good, you little guy. Did well. Little Spider-Man also gasped for breath, its eyes filled with joy. With great effort, it tremblingly raised one of its slender front legs, indicating victory. Seeing this, Shu Luo smiled slightly. Shu Luo looked at his own hands. Next, I will check how much my strength has increased. Through the stimulation of the electric current, I can clearly feel that this training has had excellent results. There should be a significant improvement. After resting for a while, Shu Luo and little Spider-Man had their meal. I went to test it. Shu Luo punched the testing device. The numbers on it rapidly climbed, soon. Then stopped. 17 tons. Seeing this number, Shu Luo finally showed a smile. Very good, the electric shock effect is indeed extraordinary. After this training, I directly increased by 1.5 tons. Compared to last time, it tripled. The electric current stimulation on all-round muscles is very effective. If this continues, in 6 days, I will increase my strength by a whole 9 tons. In 1 month, I will increase my strength by a total of 40 tons. My strength will reach 47 tons. In just 2 or 3 months, I will reach the level of 100 tons. Shu Luo's eyes were full of anticipation. He looked at the little Spider-Man beside him and said, "You should give it a try too." The little Spider-Man nodded quickly. Taking a deep breath, he punched the sandbag. Bang. A loud impact. The data started to soar. 1.2 tons. Seeing this, Shu Luo nodded slightly. Good, you increased by 0.2 tons, which is equivalent to a 1/5 increase in your own strength. Not bad. It seems that the electric shock effect is also helpful for you. The little Spider-Man nodded quickly. In its eyes, everything Shu Luo said was right. It just needed to nod. At the same time, Norman also returned to the company. He had been appointed as the company's general manager by Shu Luo. After entering the company, he learned about the existence of the trauma medicine and was instantly shocked. At the same time, he also understood Shu Luo's confidence in being able to sustain the company. Such a powerful trauma medicine, as long as it is managed well, is a golden goose that lays golden eggs. Soon, Norman gathered the personnel from the marketing department and prepared to arrange the launch of the product. They planned to launch the marketing within a week. 1 week later, the product would successfully hit the market. On the other side, Kurt saw that someone had finally taken over the position of the general manager and breathed a sigh of relief. So he became even more focused on helping Shu Luo find information from the laboratory. In the evening, Kurt found Shu Luo. Shu Luo sat in the back seat of Kurt's car. Shu Luo spoke. "What did you find out?" Kurt replied, "I have found out about the experimental situation in the prison you mentioned. That prison is actually controlled by a high-ranking military officer. They are conducting experiments on super soldiers using prisoners in the prison. As long as they voluntarily undergo the superhuman experiment that reproduces the past super soldier program, they can be released from prison in advance. But according to insider information, most of the people died in the experiments, and a few were disabled. And there is one person named Carl who is the only one who didn't get injured and obtained a completely new ability. During the experiment, a prisoner who was hostile to him broke into the laboratory and wanted to harm Carl, but accidentally accelerated the chemical reaction on Carl's body, resulting in changes in his entire cell structure. The laboratory is deep inside the prison. Carl is Luke Cage's real name." Shu Luo nodded. "I understand. New York National Prison. A figure is approaching rapidly. Soon, he arrived outside the high walls. Shu Luo, wearing a mask, murmured, "So, Luke Cage's data is inside here?" He raised his hand, and cobwebs flew out, and he instantly flew towards the high wall. During the process of rapid flight, Shu Luo quickly switched his breathing mode and entered a state of silent secret technique. In an instant, the surrounding sound around Shu Luo instantly decreased to the extreme. The tearing air sounds also instantly disappeared. He floated towards the high wall like a ghost. Using cobweb, Shu Luo silently landed on the passage on top of the high wall. As a state prison, the guards here were extremely strict. In the passage of the high wall, there would be a watchtower at every interval. There were also many huge light columns constantly scanning. Inside the watchtower were fully armed guards, paying attention to everything in the prison. Inside the prison, there were also specialized patrol teams. They were there to prevent anyone from escaping the prison and also to prevent anyone from secretly infiltrating the prison. Just as Shu Luo landed, at that moment, the prison searchlight emitted a huge light column and swept towards Shu Luo. Once Shu Luo was caught in the sweep, he would be completely exposed to the guards. There are so many lights. Shu Luo looked at the numerous light columns in the prison. He quickly raised his hand. Whoosh, cobweb shot into the top of the nearby watchtower. His whole person instantly turned into an arrow and shot towards the back of the tower. The huge light column quickly chased after Shu Luo's figure from behind. Just as it was about to catch up to Shu Luo accurately and without error landed on the back of the tower. The huge light column swept over the front of the tower, but didn't find any trace of a person. Below the tower, 2 guards stood. One guard looked towards the direction where Shu Luo had just disappeared, furrowing his brows slightly. Was there someone over there just now? The other guard glanced at the long passage, then looked at both sides of the wall, finding no trace. He said, "There's no one there, it's all empty. We're in the New York State prison here, with such tight security. Could there still be someone who wants to come and try their luck in 13-3? Continue monitoring the prison. These guys inside are not to be underestimated. We must keep a close eye on them. Otherwise, losing our job is a small matter, but losing our lives would be a big loss." The guard nodded. "You're right, we can't risk our lives for a few $1,000. We have to be serious." Their gaze once again followed the searchlights, surveying the situation inside the prison. Above their heads, Shu Luo climbed to the side of the tower tip. He looked ahead. The state prison was still very large. A large number of red-tiled gray-walled prison buildings were densely scattered, along with some office buildings or residences for prison staff. Definitely. These houses were all long and low, like factories. There were basically no tall buildings, and 3 floors were the maximum height. Inside, there were various iron fences, specifically enclosing a designated activity area for prisoners. Shu Luo looked at the rows of houses ahead and murmured to himself, "So, where exactly is the laboratory?" Kurt only found out that the laboratory was deep inside the prison. But he didn't find the specific location. Shu Luo decided to go in and ask someone. However, he didn't plan to ask the guards on duty. Mainly because these guys would report their situation to each other every now and then. And they were mostly in groups. It would be difficult for him to make a move. His target was the resting patrol guards. These patrol guards patrolled the entire prison every day and definitely knew more than others. He looked up at the entire prison again. The prison buildings were low, so the watchtowers on the high walls could basically oversee the entire prison. If he came during the day, without the cover of darkness, he would definitely be exposed in this environment. Even at night, with the constant passing of the searchlights and the patrol teams on the roads, it would be very easy to be exposed. But there was an advantage to this, which was that Shu Luo could quickly familiarize himself with the structure of the entire prison and the surveillance system. As the searchlights continued to patrol, Shu Luo memorized the timing and trajectory of each searchlight in his mind. At the same time, as the searchlights illuminated the surroundings, Shu Luo also memorized the terrain of the entire prison, the number of patrol teams, their routes, and their patrol times. After completing all of this, as Shu Luo's brain spun rapidly, an identical operating prison also appeared in his mind, clearly carved out. He could accurately calculate when each searchlight's trajectory would shine on a certain area. When each patrol team would appear in a certain area at a certain time. After completing all of this, Shu Luo leapt down from the blind spot of the guard's field of vision and landed on the ground of the prison. In his mind, based on the prison operation model, he instantly calculated more than a dozen safe ways to enter the prison. He chose one of them and ran towards the depths of the prison. Based on what I saw, there are 2 buildings that are slightly different from the factory-style prison cells, more compact and refined. That should be the dormitory for prison personnel. As long as I find the patrolling guards there, it will be fine. Shu Luo's murmurs were barely audible. Soon, Shu Luo arrived in front of the 2 special buildings. They were long, 2-story buildings. Shu Luo climbed onto the wall and looked inside. Some rooms had people, while others didn't. But without exception, the rooms with people were occupied by only one person. These houses were independent dormitories. Looking at the sets of prison guard uniforms hanging on the walls inside the houses, Shu Luo was completely certain that this was the dormitory for prison guards. Shu Luo chose one of them and carefully sneaked in. Before entering, he saw a constantly rotating camera above the corridor. He took out a small USB drive from his body. This USB drive was specifically used by Shu Luo to disable partial surveillance, making the surveillance system loop playback footage of empty areas. At the same time, this USB drive could also allow Shu Luo to infiltrate the prison's intranet and invade their surveillance system. Seeing the camera turn towards another direction, Shu Luo rushed up and leapt onto the ceiling. He shot the USB drive into the camera. After a moment, the red light on the USB drive turned green. indicating a successful disablement. Shu Luo took out a special phone and glanced at it. He had already infiltrated the prison's surveillance system through the prison's intranet. He accessed all the surveillance footage but didn't find anything unusual. After watching them, Shu Luo put the phone back and landed on the ground. In the corridor, at each doorway, there was a shoe rack with prison guard shoes on them. Shu Luo's gaze quickly scanned the area. Compared to indoor prison guards, the shoes of patrolling guards would be more worn and covered in mud from outside the buildings. So by just looking at those shoes, he could distinguish between patrolling guards and indoor guards. Soon, he found some rooms belonging to patrolling guards. He pried open one of them and sneaked in. After entering, Shu Luo saw a middle-aged white man lying on the bed, sound asleep. He felt around his waist and pulled out a gun. The cold muzzle was placed against the white man's forehead. Who? The prison guard continued to sleep soundly. Shu Luo's eyes twitched slightly. Is his vigilance so poor? He released his sound suppression technique. He gently tapped the man's face a few times. The snoring continued to reverberate loudly. There was no sign of waking up at all. Instead, he mumbled incoherently, I choose the one with big breasts. I kiss. The prison guard lasciviously licked his lips and leaned towards the air, as if kissing. Shu Luo remained expressionless. Smack! He slapped the prison guard's face. The guard suddenly woke up. What came into his sight was a gun pressed against his forehead. Feeling the coldness of the muzzle, a hint of fear instantly enveloped the guard's mind, and cold sweat broke out on his back. Then, a calm and low voice sounded. I ask, you answer. If you make any loud noise or cause any disturbance, you know what will happen. Shu Luo's finger moved closer to the trigger. The guard saw this and quickly nodded. Tell me, where is the laboratory in your prison? The guard shook his head and hurriedly whispered, I don't know, I haven't heard of any laboratory. We only have a gym, an exercise yard for prisoners, and a workshop for prisoner labor reform. There is no laboratory here. This is a prison, not a laboratory. Shu Luo continued, then, are there any hidden or unusual places inside the prison? Prison guard shakes his head. There is no such place in my patrol area. I patrol the perimeter of the prison guard said. Our patrol and guard duties are divided into two types. One is patrolling the perimeter, and the other is patrolling the core area. Shu Luo asked, who patrols this area? The dormitory at number 123 on the right side when you go out. Upon hearing this, Shu Luo immediately knocked the other person unconscious. He quickly found another prison guard from dormitory number 23 and used the same method. This time, the answer from the prison guard did not disappoint Shu Luo. The prison guard said, well, there is one, and that is the independent building of the prison warden. We don't patrol that area. It's a place that is not disturbed by anyone. He immediately asked for the location of the warden's independent building. After completing these tasks, he knocked the prison guard unconscious again. Then he sneaked out of the dormitory building and ran towards the warden's building. Soon, Shu Luo appeared in front of the warden's building. The building had 3 floors and was a standalone villa. The building was surrounded by surveillance cameras. The number of cameras far exceeded that of other areas. Most importantly, Shu Luo could clearly see that there were some fully armed soldiers patrolling inside the building. Yes, they were not prison guards, but real soldiers from the southern region. They were wearing military uniforms and carrying standard rifles. After observing this, Shu Luo said, so there are soldiers stationed here. It seems that this is the location of the laboratory. It's a 3-story building. I don't know the exact location of the laboratory. He carefully looked around and found that only the ground floor had patrols, while the second and third floors had no patrols. Only the ground floor has patrols, which means that the laboratory is either on the ground floor or downstairs. Before entering, Shu Luo took out his phone from his pocket. He directly disabled the surveillance in this area. In addition, Shu Luo discovered that the surveillance inside the warden's building was on a separate internal network that was not connected to the entire prison's internal network. Therefore, he couldn't remotely hack into the surveillance inside the warden's building. After disabling the surveillance, he activated his stealth technique, sprinted all the way, avoiding the sweeping lights and the sight of the patrolling guards inside the building. Finally, he arrived outside the building. He immediately entered the building and came to a surveillance station. He inserted a USB drive into the computer again. He successfully hacked into the local network of this place. He accessed the surveillance again. Instantly, the screens displayed one surveillance after another. Shu Luo found an empty room with no one inside, crawled onto the ceiling, and started browsing through the surveillance footage. Suddenly, Shu Luo discovered an area that seemed to be an experimental zone. The experimental zone was quite large, with a huge experimental hall surrounded by independent experimental rooms. At the moment, the entire experimental hall was completely quiet, with only one person seemingly on duty. Sometimes he flipped through a notebook, and sometimes he played with his phone. The structure of the entire laboratory was completely different from that of the ground. Shu Luo understood that this laboratory area should be underground. How do I go down? Shu Luo murmured. From the surveillance, he couldn't see any elevators or passages leading downstairs. This indicated that the passage leading downstairs was hidden. Just at that moment, he saw something in the surveillance. A person wearing ordinary clothes walked towards the storage room and eventually entered the storage room. Soon, this person appeared inside the laboratory. Seeing this, Shu Luo's eyes brightened. The storage room is the passage downstairs. The person in ordinary clothes immediately changed into a white research uniform in the changing room and walked towards the person on duty. The person on duty also brightened upon seeing the approaching person. She quickly picked up her phone and stood up. You finally came. I can finally go off duty and go home to get a good sleep. After speaking, she walked towards the new person on duty. The new person on duty smiled and said, You can go back, I'll take over here. Goodbye. Goodbye. The two greeted each other. The person off duty walked quickly towards the elevator and soon got on. The person on duty came to the control panel and sat down. He looked at the notebook on the table and said, This guy forgot to bring his notebook. He immediately put the notebook in the drawer. He then started playing with his phone. Shu Luo saw this. He quickly walked towards the storage room. Soon, he entered the storage room. It was empty inside, and nothing could be seen. But he could hear the sound of an elevator coming up behind a wall. He quickly crawled onto the ceiling of that wall. Soon, ding! The wall suddenly opened, revealing an elevator inside. The person off duty walked out of it excitedly. Clack clack clack. High heels made crisp sounds. Shu Luo quickly entered the elevator and lay on it. The elevator doors closed slowly. Shu Luo pressed the button for the basement floor. Soon, the elevator arrived at the first floor. With a beep sound, the person on duty quickly turned his head and looked up, saying, Did he come back to get his notebook? As a result, the elevator was empty, and the doors closed slowly. The person on duty twitched at the corner of his mouth and said, Did this guy make a mistake? He shook his head, lowered his head, and continued to look at his phone. When the person on duty withdrew his gaze and the elevator was about to close, a hand reached into the gap between the elevator doors. The elevator doors opened again slowly. A figure quietly climbed out from above the elevator. Shu Luo looked at the laboratory in front of him, his eyes gleaming. Finally, he entered. He leapt onto the ceiling and quickly and silently rushed towards the person on duty. He arrived above the person's head. Then he let go of his hands and feet. Whoosh! He landed directly behind the person. The person felt a gust of wind behind him. He turned his head and immediately saw a figure dressed in black with a mask. His scalp tingled and his whole body trembled. His hand instantly moved to the alarm next to him. Shu Luo raised his hand and cobwebs flew out, directly binding the person's hand to the table, rendering him immobile. Shu Luo took out a gun with one hand and aimed it at the person's forehead. A gun has more deterrence power against ordinary people. Shut up, or you'll die. The Super Soldier Program, is it here where a prisoner named Carl obtained an ability? The person quickly nodded, yes. A look of joy flashed in Shu Luo's eyes. Very good. Shu Luo immediately put the gun back on his waist. Facing the other person's mouth, he raised his hand. The person on duty quickly said, no, before he could finish speaking. His mouth was sealed by a specially designed cobweb. Immediately, more cobwebs were sprayed out, sticking the other person's body. After completing these actions, he quickly turned on the computer on the control panel. Suddenly, the screens in front of him instantly lit up. Shu Luo quickly typed on the keyboard, his eyes focused on the computers in front of him, searching for information about Carl's experiments. But soon, Shu Luo frowned, because he couldn't find any experimental data related to Carl. Inside the computer, there were indeed experimental data. There were a large amount of experimental data, specifically related to the restoration of the super soldier serum. What's going on? There's no experimental data on Carl. Could it be that they changed the name or used another code? Shu Luo immediately began searching for successful experimental cases or cases of abnormalities. Soon, these cases were filtered out. Shu Luo quickly looked at these cases. He read quickly, selecting rapidly, his brain working at full speed. His eyes moved rapidly, flashing back and forth, looking somewhat terrifying. The researcher next to him looked at the screens in front of him, which were filled with rapidly changing images. Watching those constantly changing and switching images, the researcher quickly felt dizzy and nauseous. He quickly closed his eyes, suppressing the feeling of his stomach churning. Damn it. What is this guy doing? Making so many screens constantly switch and fast forward. Can he even see it? F*K. I almost threw up from watching it. He doesn't know that too fast switching of camera angles can make people uncomfortable, not to mention so many screens. F*K. Rapidly switching camera angles can cause damage to the brain, damn it. There are specialized optic nerves in the eyes to perceive motion. These motion-sensing organs are very sensitive, transmitting the motion information they perceive to the central nervous system. Rapidly switching camera angles can make these sensitive organs feel uncomfortable, causing strain on the nerves. Then the central nervous system will cause a feeling of discomfort, such as dizziness and nausea. In severe cases, it can cause injury. So the person on duty quickly closed his eyes, asking people to take a break. After taking a short break and returning to normal, he opened his eyes. After opening his eyes, what he saw made his eyes widen. The screens in front were still constantly changing, rapidly switching, and the figure next to him, as steady as a rock, his hands constantly moving. And his head, focused on the screens in front. That focused appearance instantly made the person on duty's scalp tingle. This guy isn't affected at all. What the hell is he? Is he even human? How can his brain and nerves withstand such terrifying visual changes? Shu Luo quickly scanned through those videos. Still, he didn't find any research data related to Luke Cage. What's going on? Shu Luo frowned as he looked at the screens in front of him. Could they have deleted the data? But it's difficult to delete data, everything leaves traces. Shu Luo murmured. Shu Luo quickly typed out codes, starting to recover the completely deleted data. He quickly checked the deleted data, but still gained nothing. In the local database, there is absolutely no research material related to Luke Cage. How could this be? Didn't Luke Cage conduct experiments here? If he did, how could there be no data left behind? He stopped what he was doing and looked at the duty officer beside him. The mysterious person suddenly looked at him, and the duty officer shivered. Shu Luo pulled the cobweb off the person's mouth and said, "Didn't Carl conduct experiments here? Why is there no relevant experimental data of his here?" The duty officer said with grievance, "Just now when you asked me about Carl, I actually wanted to tell you. The hard drive containing Carl's research data was taken by the warden to be destroyed not long ago. It was said to be a request from above. You came at a very unfortunate time. I was just about to mention this matter, but you sealed my mouth." Shu Luo's gaze paused for a moment upon hearing this. Immediately, smack, the duty officer received a slap. Shu Luo said, "If you had just spoken faster, I wouldn't have wasted so much time." The duty officer was confused. What kind of person is this? It's all because you moved too fast. Who can keep up with your speed? Seeing the duty officer's eyes bulging, Shu Luo calmly stared at him. The duty officer immediately drooped, swallowing his grievances. What kind of person is this? Upon hearing the duty officer's words, Shu Luo frowned. Damn it, these guys actually destroyed Luke Cage's data. It seems they were afraid of the data falling into someone else's hands. They are really cautious. Shu Luo pondered for a moment. No, the data shouldn't be completely deleted. For a situation like Luke Cage's, the military cannot afford not to research it. It's a huge attraction for them. They must still want to study this thing. Since they want to study it, they wouldn't completely delete the data. There must be a backup in the hands of the military. Since they have a copy, the copy in the prison is unnecessary to keep. So they would order it to be destroyed. Upon realizing this, Shu Luo had a clue. He looked at the duty officer and asked, "Who is the person behind the collaboration with the prison?" "Which person from the military?" The duty officer said with a sad face, "That's something I don't know. The entire collaboration was coordinated by the warden with the people above. We small fries don't know these things." Shu Luo said, "Where is the warden?" The duty officer quickly replied, "He lives upstairs, but tonight, the warden has already gone out. He goes out every weekend night, living it up." Upon hearing this, Shu Luo knocked the duty officer unconscious. In other words, I need to pry the person behind the warden from the warden's mouth, and then find a way to obtain the data. Shu Luo furrowed his brows slightly. He took out his phone and dialed Kurt's number using a special encrypted satellite channel. "Boss, what do you need me to do?" Kurt's voice came through the phone. "I want you to find out the warden's current location," Shu Luo said. "You asked me to investigate the prison, so I've been keeping an eye on the important personnel of the prison recently. At the moment, The warden has gone to a high-end club, seems to be conducting a transaction with someone. Shu Luo keenly caught the word transaction, and suddenly felt a glimmer of hope. He quickly asked, "What is the warden's character like?" Kurt quickly replied, "He is the emperor of the New York prison, he rules this prison with an iron fist. This prison is also quite important, so he has gained a lot from it and has also established powerful connections. He is a presence that cannot be ignored." Upon hearing this, Shu Luo narrowed his eyes slightly. He thought of a possibility. The prison warden may not have destroyed the information, but instead sold it. Definitely, this is just Shu Luo's speculation. However, Shu Luo is prepared to test it himself. "Send me his location." "Okay, boss." Putting away his phone, Shu Luo immediately headed towards the elevator. Just at that moment, ding! The sound of the elevator arriving rang out. Shu Luo's pupils suddenly contracted as he looked towards the elevator. At the same time, his feet burst into action, and he rushed towards the elevator at an extremely fast speed. The elevator doors hadn't opened yet. Inside, the voice of the researcher who was leaving work jokingly sounded. "Haha. I forgot my laptop, I'll come back to get it. You weren't doing anything shady in there, right?" The elevator slowly opened. Inside the elevator, a smile appeared. But that smile instantly froze, because in her line of sight, a black figure wearing a mask was sprinting towards her at a rapid speed. She widened her eyes, fear rising from the depths of her eyes. She hesitated for a moment, quickly closed the elevator, and prepared to shout. She then saw the other person raise their hand. Whoosh, whoosh, 2 white cobwebs shot out. They grazed the closing doors. Bang! The person was instantly slammed into the wall by a web. Their mouth was also sealed. Woo 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 woo. The woman cried out in fear, struggling hard. Just as the doors were about to close, a gloved hand suddenly reached in. The woman instantly cried out in even greater fear. Sensing something, the doors slowly opened. The mysterious person dressed in black walked in, murmuring, "Almost missed it, that was close." He slowly approached the woman. The woman looked at the approaching mysterious person, struggling even more fiercely, but the cobweb binding her was too tight, and she couldn't move at all. As the mysterious person slowly raised his hand, the woman's fear reached its peak, and she immediately rolled her eyes and fainted. Shu Luo's raised hand paused in midair. He furrowed his brows slightly, puzzled. "This works." Then he said, "The hand I extended, I didn't directly retract it." Smack. Smack. Shu Luo slapped the person twice. The person didn't react at all. Shu Luo opened the person's eyelids and listened to their breathing. Finally, he confirmed that the person had indeed fainted. He then pulled the person down from the elevator wall and quickly tied them up with the cobweb that would disappear in 6 hours. After completing all of this, he entered the elevator and checked the warden's location. During the Victorian era, at a high-level club in New York. Here, you can truly see Victoria's Secret and call for those top supermodels. Definitely. To enter this club, one must either be rich or have connections. Ordinary people or those without acquaintances cannot enter. A car parked nearby. Kurt looked at the club and said to his boss behind him, "Boss, this club is very high level. I don't have any regular customers to introduce me, so I can't get in. If it's Norman, maybe he can bring you in." After a moment, behind the back wall of Victoria, a person wearing a duckbill cap and large-toed sunglasses was crawling. In the blink of an eye, he slipped into a restroom. He adjusted his hat and collar calmly, saying, "Do you still need someone to bring you in? There's a back door to exit from. Only respectable people use the front entrance." At this moment, a man with a flushed face and lipstick stains walked in. Shu Luo followed him as if nothing had happened, brushing past him and walking out. In the corridor, many people were covering themselves up tightly, clearly not wanting to reveal their identities. This was normal. Some people were cautious and didn't even wear sunglasses and hats when doing things here. There were no surveillance cameras in the corridor. After all, the people in this place were either rich or powerful. They didn't want their privacy violated, so there were no cameras here. He immediately took out his phone. There was a location on it. These past few days, Kurt's people had been tracking the warden and had installed a location tracking virus software on his phone through close-range transmission. He glanced at it and walked towards that location. A private room. 2 men were sitting there, without any other women. One of them was the warden. He smiled and looked at the other person. "How about it? Are you interested in what I have in my hands? I heard from the middleman that you have a strong interest in strengthening the body and have been collecting relevant things. In my hands, I happen to have such data. Are you interested?" The other person calmly spoke. "Tell me, what exactly is the data? I'll judge for myself whether I'm interested." The warden took a puff of his cigar, his mouth slightly curved. It's information about the birth of an indestructible, incredibly powerful super ability user. How do I know if what you're saying is true? The other person scrutinized the warden. The warden sneered, who am I? I'm the warden of the New York prison, and I'm also considered a top figure in New York City. I've done countless deals and have never deceived anyone. I believe the middleman must have mentioned this to you. The other person spoke, all right, how much are you selling it for? The warden held up 2 fingers, this much, 200,000. The warden shook his head. 200. The other person frowned, that's a bit expensive, make it cheaper. The warden remained calm. No negotiations on the price, fixed price, 200. The other person pondered for a moment, then nodded. All right, deal. Upon hearing this, the warden immediately revealed a smile. Very good, you have good judgment. The fact that this thing can be sold at such a high price shows its value. The other person said, let me see the goods. The warden immediately placed a box on the table. Inside here is a hard drive. The data is inside the hard drive. The other person nodded and smiled. Very well. He snapped his fingers. Bang. The door was pushed open directly. Several people in ordinary clothes rushed in, holding handguns. The dark barrels were aimed at the warden. The door was quickly closed. Seeing this, the warden widened his eyes. Who are you? Do you know who I am? How dare you treat me like this? The person on the other side took out an id from his body, revealing that he was a colonel. He coldly laughed. General, I knew you were insatiable and audacious. A test, and your true colors are revealed. Now, I arrest you on charges of treason. After saying that, he waved his hand. The soldiers behind him quickly rushed towards the warden. You have no right to arrest me. I want to make a phone call. The warden still wanted to struggle. But he was immediately held down by several people and handcuffed. Just at that moment, bang, the door was kicked open. Outside the door stood a person with a very low hat brim and huge sunglasses, making it impossible to see their face. The colonel reacted quickly and quickly drew his gun, ordering, shoot. The group of people quickly opened fire at that person. Bang, 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 in an instant, spider telepathy was activated. Facing this attack, Shu Luo rolled to the side, avoiding all the attacks. At the same time, he raised his hand. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. One cobweb ball after another was shot out. Several screams, knocking the guns out of the hands of several people. He immediately swooped up. Fists and knees struck, booming on the stomachs of several people. Bang, 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 in an instant, several members of the military fell down, spitting out bitter bile while groaning in pain. The colonel looked up at Shu Luo and asked, Who are you? Bang. Shu Luo kicked down, directly knocking the person unconscious. The rest of you are not allowed to look up. The warden pressed against the table quickly buried his head, not daring to look up at all. Shu Luo opened the box on the table. Inside was a hard drive. He tapped the warden, who trembled in fear. He asked, Is this Carl's research data? The warden nodded quickly, banging his forehead on the table. Yes, yes. Is it complete? Shu Luo lowered his voice. The warden nodded again. Yes, yes, it's complete. I never cheat in my deals. After confirming the sound of the other person's breathing and heartbeat, Shu Luo nodded in satisfaction. Immediately, the whole room fell into a dead silence. Only the sound of a few people breathing. Time slowly passed like this. The people didn't dare to look up at all. Finally, the warden felt something was wrong and cautiously lifted his head a little. Nervously, he glanced around with his peripheral vision to see where the mysterious person was. But he found nothing. He quickly looked up. He found that the window not far away had been opened at some point, and the curtains were still fluttering slightly. He glanced at the people around him and quickly ran away. The soldiers sensed the warden's actions and quickly got up and pounced on him, holding him down. With a bang, the warden fell to the ground, crying out in pain. Shortly after, in a secret execution room of the military, the warden was hung on a cross, covered in whip marks, bloody. He let out a painful cry. Standing beside him was a whip-wielding person. In front of him, an old man sat calmly in a chair, watching him quietly. The whip-wielding person spoke. Tell me, what's your relationship with the person who broke in tonight? The warden cried and sobbed. I really don't know. I really don't know who he is. I know I made a mistake. Spare me. Spare me. The whip-wielding person swung the whip again, a few cracks. You don't know him. How did he know you had Carl's data hard drive? How did he know where you were making the transaction? The warden wailed. I I really didn't, I only made an appointment with that colonel. I didn't mention this to anyone else. Immediately, several more lashes came down. Just at that moment, the door was opened. A soldier walked in and whispered something in the old man's ear. The old man stood up and said calmly, "Continue." After speaking, he turned and left the room. Behind him came a series of constant screams and the sound of the whip. Soon after, the old man in military uniform arrived at an intelligence room. Everyone stood up respectfully. "General." The elderly man in military uniform nodded slightly. A soldier quickly tapped on the keyboard, and a surveillance footage popped up. "This is the surveillance footage we found from the prison's laboratory. An hour ago, someone secretly infiltrated the prison and attempted to find Carl's research data. In the surveillance footage, a masked person released cobwebs, trapping 2 guards on duty." Upon seeing this, the general squinted his eyes and murmured, "Who is this?" The person next to him quickly said, "This is a recently emerged superhero called Spider-Man. Definitely, there's also a ghost spider, both with similar abilities. But based on the body structure in the surveillance footage, it's clearly a man. So we can rule out Ghost Spider's identity, leaving only one possibility for the other side, which is Spider-Man." Upon hearing this, the general spoke, "Secretly capture this masked vigilante for me. And retrieve the data." "Yes, yes." The surrounding soldiers echoed in unison. The general continued, "Continue searching for Carl and conduct further experiments." "Yes." At this moment, a soldier walked up from outside. "General Ross, Fury wants to see you." General Ross nodded. "Let's go." He left the meeting room. At Aunt May's house, Peter was eating and chatting with his friend Ned. Suddenly, Peter sneezed. "Achoo." Ned laughed. "Who's cursing at you?" Peter replied, "Maybe someone is thinking of me, who knows?" Ned teased, "Could it be Laura?" Laura is Peter's current crush. At the moment, he hasn't started dating MJ yet. Peter blushed. "What are you talking about?" Peter didn't know. He had already become the scapegoat for Shu Luo while being invisible. An invisible blame was placed on his head. A plane was flying from the north of Russia to New York. Inside the first-class cabin of the plane, Madame Hydra was lying in her seat. She was holding a tablet. On the tablet was a horrifying and bloody picture. In the dim rain, a canyon filled with the flames of war. A flight attendant passed by, took a glance, and smiled. "This special effect sounds good. Ma'am, would you like something to drink?" Madame Hydra smiled elegantly. "Bring me a glass of champagne, that'll do." "All right." Madame Hydra took the tall glass, swirled it, and sipped from it. The flight attendant left. Madame Hydra put down the glass and murmured while looking at the picture, "You should be in New York, I will find you. This technology should be in my hands." On the ground, cars were rushing towards New York. They were filled with mechanical soldiers. In the minds of these mechanical soldiers, they received a set of orders. Find Shu Luo. Do not let anyone else obtain the technology from him. A car was driving on the road. Kurt was driving attentively. He didn't ask about what the boss had done. Shu Luo was sitting in the back. Looking at the scenery outside the window, he fumbled with a hard drive in his hand. He glanced at Kurt and murmured, "Suddenly, I feel like we're a bit like Bruce and Alfred." Kurt was puzzled. "Bruce? Alfred? Who are they?" Shu Luo said, "A superhero and his assistant who is also a butler." Kurt smiled and said, "I've never heard of that before." Shu Luo stopped talking. Not long after, Shu Luo arrived at the safe house. Shu Luo took off his coat and placed it together with the sunglasses and hat next to him. He said, "Dispose of these." Kurt nodded and said, "Okay, boss." Shu Luo put the hard drive in his pocket and got out of the car. Inside the safe house, it was pitch black. At this moment, Claude and Xiao Yi had already fallen asleep. Shu Luo took the hard drive and went downstairs. Shu Luo thought about the experiment that caused Luke Cage's super soldier serum recovery. The military has conducted many recoveries of the super soldier serum. Although none of the recoveries were successful, they have created beings far superior to Captain America multiple times. The Hulk, Abomination, and Luke Cage were all experiments for the recovery of the super soldier serum. There were some problems in the process, resulting in the emergence of even more powerful beings. Shu Luo couldn't help shaking his head. The military's experiments are truly a mystery. Failed, but not completely. Even achieved great success. Shu Luo also felt a bit amazed by the military's achievements. His attention returned to his hard drive. "I've obtained the relevant data on Luke Cage. I want to see what exactly caused Luke Cage's mutation. With this experiment, and obtaining some of Luke Cage's current data, I should be able to replicate a steel-like physique on myself. Now, I still belong to the category of high offense and low defense, no, medium offense and low defense. Even though Shu Luo now possessed the powerful strength of Spider-Man, his physical fragility had not changed. In the original work, although Spider-Man had great strength, he was repeatedly stabbed and shot, resulting in severe injuries. Shu Luo didn't want that to happen to him. Although he had a strong self-healing ability, not getting injured was still the best. He entered the basement. Instantly, he saw little Spider-Man studying hard on the table, with a red string tied around its head. In front of it was a mobile phone playing beginner English lessons, simple sentences, and the pronunciation and writing of common words. Its eyes were wide open, full of seriousness, and its front legs kept gesturing and spelling words. Seeing little Spider-Man working so hard, Shu Luo nodded in satisfaction. Little Spider-Man also sensed Shu Luo and quickly turned around, its two big eyes looking happily at Shu Luo. Shu Luo praised, "Very good, very motivated. You are an excellent little Spider-Man." Upon hearing Shu Luo's praise, little Spider-Man's eyes were filled with joy, and it excitedly wiggled its butt, happily spinning in place, resembling a spinning top. "Spin faster." Feeling like it's about to fly, Shu Luo smiled and said, all right, you continue studying. When you're tired, go to sleep. Balance work and rest, we still have training tomorrow." Saying that, he used his index finger to tap little Spider-Man's head. Little Spider-Man listened and stood tall, raising one front leg and shaking it. "Keep it up. Keep it up. Keep it up." Immediately, it raised its front leg, beckoning to Shu Luo and pointing at the table. Then, it dipped its front leg in water and wrote crooked letters on the paper, "Little Spider-Man." It wrote its own name, which is what Shu Luo calls it. So it thought Little Spider-Man was its name. After writing it, it proudly stood tall and wiggled its butt twice in joy. Then, it looked at Shu Luo with expectant eyes, as if it wanted Shu Luo to praise it. Shu Luo looked at the stack of white papers on the table, many of them soaked with water. With his keen observation, he could see traces of many letters on the paper. He understood. Little Spider-Man must have put in a lot of effort to practice writing its name. Seeing this, Shu Luo touched little Spider-Man's head and said, very good, very good." Shu Luo's expression was serious as he approved, "Truly my little Spider-Man, you have the potential to succeed. I hope in the future, you can become my right-hand man and contribute to my success. Keep working hard and make your boss's future better." Little Spider-Man nodded solemnly and then raised his right foot high. It seemed like he was saying, "I will work hard for the future of the boss. I will strive and fight. Charge, charge." Shu Luo nodded in satisfaction and said, "You go study, I'll go do my own thing." Little Spider-Man nodded and quickly turned around, kneeling in front of his phone to continue studying. Even inside the CPU, inside KFC, inside PUA, these two guys were outstanding. They were like a pair of talented individuals who had gathered together. Shu Luo walked to the side, put the hard drive in, and started to examine it. There wasn't much data inside. After all, Luke Cage escaped immediately after obtaining the ability, without undergoing any further testing. The main contents were the formula for the special serum used by Luke Cage, various data about Luke Cage during the experiment, and specific situations that occurred. Looking at the formula for the special serum, Shu Luo murmured, "This is a defective super serum formula. It should have been extracted from Captain America's blood and then researched. The super serum has already integrated with Captain America, and even during the integration, there may be some mutations to adapt to the user. So the defective components in Captain America's blood are not originally complete serum, and they have also been contaminated by Captain America. The military probably researched the complete super soldier serum from this contaminated or defective serum. And in the end, they developed a defective and incorrect super serum. For most people, this super serum is a deadly poison. A very small number of lucky ones can withstand the toxicity and ultimately gain a strengthening ability through mutation. Definitely, there may be various coincidences in this process. For example, the gamma rays in the Hulk's experiment, or the constant near-death experiences combined with strong willpower and intense emotions. Or, for example, Luke Cage's experiment being sabotaged and the experimental parameters being modified, which actually accelerated the experiment and produced a wonderful chemical reaction. The environment, personal genes, and personal willpower all affect the results of the serum. He looked at the modified experimental parameters for Luke Cage and, combined with the incorrect serum, began to calculate the possible effects. He quickly typed on the keyboard and wrote something on a piece of paper. Soon, he calculated possible outcomes. All of them ended in death. The original incorrect serum might have given a glimmer of hope. But after modifying the parameters and injecting the serum, there was only one path: death. Looking at the calculated results, Shu Luo murmured. It seems that Luke Cage's genes, combined with some other changes, helped him overcome the danger. As long as I obtain Luke Cage's comprehensive data and combine it with the data I have, I should be able to deduce the special chemical reactions in Luke Cage's body. I should be able to completely reconstruct the experimental process. That way, I can figure out how the incorrect serum created this steel body. I can replicate it on myself. Shu Luo opened the surveillance. Next, I need to find an opportunity to obtain Luke Cage's comprehensive data. Through the surveillance, Shu Luo could clearly see a small restaurant. Inside the restaurant, Luke Cage was constantly serving food to customers. Various customers entered the restaurant. Elderly people, middle-aged women, students, hooligans, and so on. But they all had one characteristic. They were dressed very plainly and cheaply. Luke Cage's small restaurant was meant for the common people. After watching for a while, Shu Luo didn't find anything valuable. In the following days, Shu Luo focused on training. His strength had also increased significantly, by 6 tons. His strength had increased by 1/3 again, reaching 23 tons. Just one more ton. Then he would be able to release powerful electric current attacks with his bare hands. At night, Shu Luo was studying. At this moment, Kurt hurriedly walked in and said, "Boss, something bad happened." A hooligan brought an army to Luke Cage's doorstep. Luke Cage might be taken away soon. Upon hearing this, Shu Luo's pupils contracted. Luke Cage being taken away? He still needed the comprehensive data from him. Shu Luo immediately set off, rushing out. Luke Cage's small restaurant was surrounded by a military force. A green military convoy formed a steel torrent. Inside the military, there was a small thug. The thug spoke up. "The person you're looking for is inside here. He has changed his name now, called Luke Cage. But his appearance hasn't changed, so I recognized him at a glance." An officer shouted at the small restaurant, "Carl, or should I call you Luke Cage? Come out, come with us, stop hiding." After a moment, the tightly closed rolling shutter was pulled open. Luke Cage walked out. Luke Cage said in a deep voice, "I was wrongfully imprisoned." The officer spoke. "That has nothing to do with us. We are only responsible for taking you away. You accepted the military's secret plan, so you should stay in the military and contribute to the army, instead of running around, wasting national resources." Hearing this, Luke Cage said, "I accepted the experiment, but someone wanted to harm me. So I had to escape." The officer spoke. "From now on, no one will harm you. We, the military, will protect you, come with us." Luke Cage shook his head. "I will not hand over my freedom to others." After saying that, Luke Cage immediately rushed towards the surrounding area, trying to create a path and break out. The officer immediately shouted, "Suppress him with firepower." Bang bang bang. Bullets, like a grand curtain, enveloped Luke Cage. Clang clang. The sound of metal colliding rang out. Luke Cage's clothes were constantly blasted out, but there was no trace of blood or any wounds on him. But Luke Cage showed a somewhat painful expression. It seems that although these bullets did not penetrate his body, they made him feel pain. Luke Cage roared and rushed into the military, knocking down individuals and even military vehicles. Seeing this, the officer shouted, "Everyone around, disperse." Crash. Instantly, the military force immediately dispersed, creating a wide path for Luke Cage. This scene instantly stunned Luke Cage. He had originally planned to break through, but now there was no need to break through because the other side directly made way for him. Seeing this, Luke Cage felt delighted. He immediately prepared to run out and disappear into the night. As for the small restaurant, it had to be abandoned. When he found a place to hide and change his identity again, he could open another one. Just as Luke Cage was happy, the officer quickly ordered, "Ultrasonic military vehicle. Bring it out. Suppress him, immediately." An ultrasonic military vehicle was brought out, with a huge sound wave amplifier on top, like a lid. This vehicle was built by Stark Industries and had even suppressed the Hulk before. It had extremely powerful force. Seeing this military vehicle, Luke Cage felt a trace of unease in his heart. He immediately tried to escape, but the ultrasonic military vehicle had already been activated. Buzz. The terrifying ultrasonic emitter emitted high-frequency sound waves, causing a powerful air pressure. The air rippled layer by layer, like wrinkles. Instantly, the high-frequency sound waves enveloped Luke Cage. Ah! Luke Cage let out a painful scream. He instantly knelt on the ground, covering his ears, constantly groaning in pain, trembling all over, unable to move. Seeing this, a slight smile appeared on the officer's face. "This thing can even suppress the Hulk. Let alone you." Even so, our treatment of you is not even 1/7 of what the Hulk would receive. At this moment, not far away, a crowd had already gathered. Most of the people around had been alarmed. Wow, such a large army. What kind of person are they trying to capture this time? Isn't that guy the owner of the small restaurant? Is he also a superhuman? Wow, look at the cracked floor. This proves that the sound wave is indeed terrifying. The fact that the restaurant owner can withstand it shows that he is indeed a superhuman. He must be a superhuman. I just saw him flipping over military vehicles. His strength is terrifying. I also saw guns being fired at him from all around, but he didn't shed a drop of blood or even a scratch. Among the crowd stood Shu Luo. He had already arrived at the scene. But looking at the powerful weapons of the army, he did not act rashly. Moreover, these were just the weapons displayed by the army on the surface. There might be even more dangerous hidden weapons. With his current strength, it would be extremely unwise to single-handedly challenge the army. Shu Luo looked at the suppressed Luke Cage and furrowed his brows slightly. He murmured, "It seems that this guy is going to be arrested." Shu Luo suddenly felt a gaze on him. Someone was staring at him. He glanced over and immediately noticed an Asian man looking at him. It was the leader of the gang that the Hand had encountered before. He had also had someone investigate the man, who was the head of the Japanese gang in New York, Shin. He belonged to the Hand and handled miscellaneous matters for them to seek wealth. He then looked around. Suddenly, in the gap of the staircase of a nearby building, there stood a burly figure wearing a hood. He was wrapped up tightly, but Shu Luo saw the steel-like face of the person. Colossus. A member of the X-Men, possessing a strong physical body. However, the hardness of the other party came from the steel material that his entire body transformed into, possessing great hardness. This was not the type of steel body that Shu Luo wanted. What he wanted was the strengthening of his body cells, making his body cells harder. This was the path he wanted to take. However, Colossus' power was also worth studying. Furthermore, Shu Luo noticed that Colossus' face was noticeably older, like someone in their 50s. Indeed, the older generation of mutants has aged in this era. However, Shu Luo was indeed somewhat surprised by Colossus' appearance. After all, most of the older generation of mutants had died. Especially the X-Men, most of them died in the uncontrollable incident a year ago. Unexpectedly, Colossus had survived. Then, he also noticed several familiar figures. The real Daredevil, Dr. Matthew, wearing sunglasses and leaning on a cane, looked ahead. But it seemed that his ears were plugged with something. On the rooftop, there was a graceful figure, silver hair, black clothes, black cat. Shu Luo couldn't help but sigh. No wonder it's Hell's Kitchen. Such a lively scene, so many people could gather. His gaze fell on Daredevil. The work on the steel body should be temporarily suspended. Perhaps he could first replicate the prototype of super hearing. Although Daredevil's physical qualities were those of an ordinary person, his hearing had been strengthened to an astonishing level. He could hear things several blocks away, and later on, he could even envelop an entire city in his hearing. The military officer looked at Luke Cage ahead and said to his subordinates, "Use the sonic wave weapon. Paralyze Luke Cage directly." "Yes," the subordinate responded. The sonic wave weapon had a sound level of 172 decibels. This strong sound wave paralyzed people's hearing and central nervous system, causing them to faint within 1 or 2 minutes. Immediately, a car drove out, approaching Lukaiki. There was also a sound amplifier on it, but it was smaller than the ultrasonic one. Immediately, the ultrasonic weapon was turned off, but the residual power of the ultrasonic waves caused Lukaiki to be in pain and unable to move. At this moment, the noise wave weapon was turned on. Zzz. A powerful noise was aimed at Lukaiki. Lukaiki's eyes immediately turned red, and he let out a painful growl. Soon after, Lukaiki's eyes rolled back. With a bang, he fell directly to the ground. Shu Luo saw this and immediately understood that the situation was irreversible. Lukaiki was going to be taken away. He rubbed his forehead. He didn't expect that Lukaiki would encounter this kind of situation. He was actually captured by the military. Seeing this, the officer nodded. He waved his hand. A group of soldiers quickly ran up and carried Lukaiki into a special military vehicle. After completing these tasks, the whole team was ready to leave. Shu Luo in the crowd saw this and quickly took out a mechanical button from his pocket. He flicked it with his middle finger. Whoosh! The mechanical button shot out like a bullet, passing through the gaps in the crowd, under the bottom of the cars. Finally, it rushed towards the underside of that special military vehicle. When it approached the bottom of the vehicle, the mechanical button suddenly emitted a strong magnetic force. Instantly changing direction, it adhered to the underside of the vehicle. Definitely. This was not an offensive weapon. After all, Shu Luo couldn't launch an attack on the military at this time. This was just a tracker. Now, I can only find out where Lukaiki is being held and then make a plan. On the other side, Shin, the leader of the Japanese gang, looked at the fallen figure not far away. He looked at the opponent's solid cover and tall figure, and immediately thought of the mysterious person who had stolen something before. He immediately activated his ears and used the ability bestowed by the beast to listen to the opponent's heartbeat. Although the opponent used sound concealment techniques, it couldn't block the special sensing ability bestowed by the beast. The extremely strong and powerful heartbeat was not like the heartbeat of an ordinary person, but like the terrifying and powerful heartbeat of a monster. Feeling this, Shin basically understood that the person in the solid disguise was the mysterious person he was looking for. He immediately took out his phone and dialed the numbers of other high-ranking members of the gang. Hello, I found that mysterious person, right here where the military captured Lukaiki. Send someone over immediately and capture him. After that, he sent his location to the other party. Somewhere underground in the gang's hideout, where the coffin was located. In front of the coffin, stood a high-ranking member of the gang and a group of ninjas. The high-ranking member spoke to the coffin, "Leader, we have found that mysterious person." The coffin lid slowly opened. The black void girl walked out, a hint of joy in her eyes. Very good, very good. Now go and bring him back. After saying that, she raised her hand and said to the group of ninjas, "Come up." Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The group of ninjas immediately leapt in front of the black void girl and crouched down. One ninja came in front of the black void girl. Black void girl immediately placed her hand on the ninja's forehead. Immediately after, a black light flashed in the ninja's eyes. Then, the dangerous aura emanating from his body became even stronger. Afterwards, one by one, the ninjas received the secret technique from the Black Void Girl and became even more formidable. Black Void Girl looked at the people in front of her. You have all received my personal strengthening. Your strength is far superior to usual. You guys now are already strong enough to defeat the mysterious person. Go. Yes. The ninjas nodded. Whoosh, they swiftly shot out and disappeared underground. Boom. The army, like a torrent, slowly left the spot. Shu Luo didn't chase after them directly, because he still needed to deal with a little trouble. He immediately looked at the gaze that had been fixed on him all along. The gaze seemed to have discovered him. He glanced at the other person. Then he turned and left. Shin quickly followed. Not long after, Shu Luo stopped in an alley. He waited for a while in the same spot. Soon enough, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed. He looked up and saw some ninjas entering the alley. These guys no longer held steel blades in their hands, but rather sharp, hard fiber blades. Seeing this, Shu Luo understood that they were trying to prevent him from using his electric shock button. Not bad, you've become smarter. However, Shu Luo didn't find any trace of Shin among this group of squads. It seemed that Shin didn't follow. Only the ninja squad followed. One of the ninjas spoke, "Come with us, and we won't attack. You are no longer our match." At this moment, whoosh. A figure leapt down from the nearby building and landed in front of Shu Luo. It was the fully equipped Night Devil, wearing a red battlesuit. I just sensed your presence and felt that you were being tracked by a group of powerful ninjas, so I came. Night Devil furrowed his brow. They are strong. Their state is completely different, even more fierce than the last time they were strengthened. They are almost catching up to you in the previous battle. Now, even you are not their match. We need to leave quickly and not let them entangle us. Night Devil's impression of Shu Luo's strength was still based on the last encounter. Shu Luo glanced at Night Devil in front of him, didn't say anything, but reached for his gun at his waist. The ninjas saw this and a hint of mockery appeared in their eyes. A gun, it's useless against us. It can't even touch us. Shu Luo released the safety, 9 people, 9 bullets, the magazine is enough. Seemingly sensing Shu Luo's disdain, a cold light flashed in the eyes of the ninjas. It seems you are someone who likes to suffer. Whoosh. One ninja rushed towards Shu Luo, raising the katana in his hand. Shu Luo also moved. He shot out. His speed surpassed that of the ninjas. There was no way. The current Shu Luo was already completely different from before. He had already started developing spider abilities, which, on top of his already powerful speed, increased even further. In the blink of an eye, he reached the front of a ninja. Shu Luo's speed surprised everyone. The ninja's pupils contracted. How did his speed become so fast? Is this his true strength? Last time, he even suppressed his own power? Night Devil was also shocked, slightly holding his breath. This speed. How is it possible? At this moment, Shu Luo's speed, in Night Devil's eyes, had reached a terrifying level, even completely overwhelming those powerful ninjas. Shu Luo arrived in front of the ninja, and the firearm in his hand drew a cold arc in the air. The cold muzzle aimed at the opponent's forehead. At an extremely close range. This close, can you dodge? Shu Luo said calmly. He pulled the trigger directly. Bang! The back of the opponent's head was directly blown open. Shu Luo murmured, immediately following. The deceased ninja turned into a pile of mud and fell to the ground. Shu Luo saw this. His eyes narrowed slightly. Is this also a secret technique of the hand association? Turning into a pile of mud after death. He didn't stop and continued to wait. In an instant, he arrived next to another ninja. The barrel of the gun once again aimed at the opponent's head at close range. The ninja was immediately shocked and tried to escape. But there was no way to escape, they were too close. He could only watch Shu Luo pull the trigger. Bang! A high-speed bullet instantly pierced through the ninja's head. 2. He immediately fired continuously. Bang! 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 3, 4, 5. As Shu Luo kept shooting at the ninjas' foreheads. One by one, the ninjas turned into mud and fell to the ground, floating in the wind. Seeing this, the remaining ninjas showed a hint of fear in their eyes. This guy is a monster. He actually has such an unimaginable speed. Too fast. We are completely no match for him. No, if we stay, it's a dead end. Escape. Escape immediately. The only thought in the remaining ninjas' minds was to escape. They glanced at each other, then turned and ran in different directions. Shu Luo saw this and shook his head. Turning your back to me, isn't that also a dead end? How can you dodge the attack if you can't see the direction of my gun barrel? He didn't move anymore. Instead, he stood still. And kept shooting at the fleeing individuals. Bang! 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 4 shots in a row. Instantly, those black-clothed ninjas turned into mud. All resolved. Shu Luo shook the gun in his hand, and the smoke from the barrel dispersed. Nightcrawler stood beside him, still in his initial attacking posture. He didn't expect that he didn't even have the qualification to make a move. Nightcrawler's mouth twitched slightly. I didn't expect your strength to be so powerful. It's me who was being overly concerned. I said I would help you and owe you a favor, but it turns out I didn't need to make a move at all. Shu Luo still said, thank you, but I do have something I need your help with next. Nightcrawler nodded. Okay, you can tell me. Shu Luo glanced at the time. I will find you later. I have something to do now, so I'll leave. After speaking, Shu Luo left directly. Nightcrawler raised his hand. You. Before he could finish speaking, Shu Luo had already disappeared at the end of the alley. Nightcrawler's mouth twitched. You don't know my identity, how are you going to find me? Nightcrawler shook his head and then left as well. Somewhere in New York. In a car. Dr. Lees sat facing Caliban. Dr. Lees asked, can you sense the location of mutants in New York? Caliban nodded slightly. Yes. Dr. Lees nodded. Lead us there. Caliban quickly gave directions and led Dr. Lees and the others towards the location of the mutants. Shu Luo was running on the rooftop. Perhaps he was using cobwebs to travel. He looked at his phone. There was a blinking red dot on it. That was his button tracker. The red dot was in front of him. He immediately burst into action again, running faster towards the front. Very soon, Shu Luo caught up with the army. Below him, a torrent of military vehicles was moving rapidly. In the midst of that torrent, there was the special military vehicle where Luke Cage was located. Shu Luo followed the army closely. Soon, they left the city and headed north. Finally, they stopped at a secret military base in the north. Hidden behind a mountain. Shu Luo stood on a tree on the mountain, looking at the secret military base below. Some buildings were constructed on slightly flatter ground. More bases were hidden within the mountains. Within 2 or 3 surrounding mountains, there were hidden military bases. The entire base was heavily guarded, filled with sentries and cameras everywhere. Shu Luo squinted slightly and said, so this is it. The guards are extremely strict, it's difficult to infiltrate. I can only wait for an opportunity, or wait until I become stronger and have the ability to safely infiltrate. Shu Luo sighed, so, for now, I can't obtain Luke Cage's information. Life is full of unexpected occurrences. Shu Luo's mouth twitched slightly. Let's install a camera here to monitor this base. He immediately took out a mechanical button from his pocket. This was a mechanical button with a camera function, but it didn't last long. It could only last for 3 days if left on continuously. He placed the mechanical button on a tree branch, aiming it at the base below. He then took out his phone and looked at the lens. After confirming that the entire base was within the lens, Shu Luo left. After all, there was no point in staying here. It seems that I can only replicate the super hearing ability for now. Instead of wasting time here, it was better to do something immediate. Shu Luo dialed Kurt's phone number. Prepare a secret biological research lab for me. Hurry, I need it urgently. Kurt nodded. Okay, boss, I'll do it right away. These days, under Norman's management, the marketing of the series of wound plasters was launched first. First, Norman approached authoritative institutions to verify the effectiveness of the wound plasters. Then, relying on his connections, he found experts in the medical and biological fields to endorse them as a marketing gimmick. Coupled with the excellent effectiveness, soon, public opinion about the wound plasters began to ferment and became more familiar to people. More people were also amazed by the healing effects of these wound plasters, while some were skeptical, leading to a dispute that erupted online. Definitely, Osborne's marketing department played a role in further expanding the dispute. Because disputes were more likely to attract traffic and more attention. Only by gaining more attention could the market be opened faster. So, soon, there was an expectation for the launch of Osborne's wound plasters in the entire market. Everyone wanted to see the real effectiveness of this product. Overall, this marketing campaign was very successful. Once the product was launched, it would create a considerable sales area. Then, relying on its powerful effectiveness, it will quickly form a huge positive cycle, ultimately seeking a large amount of profit for the company. Thus, pulling Osborne back from the brink of bankruptcy. Besides that, after the release of this new product, as well as the endorsement of various industry experts, the market's outlook for Osborne's future caused the stock to start soaring. In just a few days, the stock doubled. It is equivalent to Shu Luo making a profit and gaining double the profit. Shu Luo is extremely satisfied with the current performance. He understands that Osborne's stock will soon skyrocket. He will soon become a true millionaire. Shu Luo returned to New York City. He went straight to find Daredevil. He had Kurt find information about Daredevil himself, Matt, including his workplace and home address. Then he headed to Matt's home. It's so late. Matt should be at home. Soon, Shu Luo arrived at Matt's home. After going in, he found that Matt wasn't home. Seeing this, Shu Luo understood. This guy probably went out to do justice. Shu Luo had nothing to do, so he sat on the sofa and closed his eyes to rest. Not long after, a creaking sound. The door was opened. Matt, wearing sunglasses, walked in. I didn't expect you to know my true identity. Matt continued, what do you want me to help you with? Shu Luo had mentioned earlier that he would need his help soon. The other party showing up now clearly meant that he needed his help. Shu Luo spoke, I am a scientist, and my recent research project requires your help. Matt smiled, if you ask me some legal questions, I might be able to help a little, but when it comes to scientific research, I really don't know anything. Shu Luo shook his head, no, you don't need to help me with scientific research. I just want to study your unique ability. When Matt heard this, he paused. He remained silent for a while, so you want to experiment on me? Shu Luo nodded, yes. Matt smiled bitterly, this favor seems like it won't be easy. Shu Luo nodded slightly, it might indeed be a little challenging. A little? Matt murmured. Shu Luo earnestly nodded, really, believe me. It might be a little uncomfortable, but not too unbearable. Shu Luo was definitely not lying, he genuinely meant what he said. Compared to the pain he endured, the pain in the experiment was really nothing. Shu Luo continued, definitely, after this experiment, I must give you some feedback. I will cure your eyes. He already had the lizard optimization formula in his hands, so treating Daredevil's eyes wouldn't be too difficult. Upon hearing Shu Luo's words, Daredevil's eyes seemed to regain some vitality. He swallowed his saliva, somewhat incredulous. Really? Is it true? Shu Luo nodded, yes, I will definitely cure your eyes. Feeling Shu Luo's seriousness, as someone who relies on senses other than his eyes, he could clearly feel the other party's sincerity. It was a sincere sincerity from the bottom of his heart. Shu Luo didn't deceive him. At the same time, feeling the other party's seriousness, Daredevil asked, I want to ask something. Shu Luo nodded, go ahead, ask. If, and I mean if, I were to disagree with your request, would you take action and forcefully take me away to conduct experiments? Shu Luo sincerely replied, yes. Nightcrawler. Nightcrawler didn't expect the other party to be so honest even with such a question. Immediately, Shu Luo earnestly said, this experiment is very important to me, so even if you don't agree, I will still take you and forcefully conduct the experiment. Definitely, this experiment will not cause any harm to you. Because even if it causes serious harm, I can restore you to your original state. Now that Shu Luo has the lizard optimization serum in his hands, he is confident. Nightcrawler. Feeling the seriousness of the other party's terrifying words, Nightcrawler felt a chill down his spine. At this moment, he felt that the discomfort he would experience in this experiment might not be just a little, but 1,000,000,000 times. Nightcrawler didn't hesitate and nodded directly. Okay, I accept. Pain? I have endured a lot of pain myself. I believe I can handle this experiment. Shu Luo saved him, so he already owed the other party his life. So even if there are no rewards for this experiment, he will still do it. Definitely, this reward made Nightcrawler quite excited. Restoring his vision. As a blind person, this has always been his dream. He also wants to see this beautiful world with his own eyes. Unfortunately, modern technology cannot achieve this. Now, Shu Luo promises to help him restore his vision, which naturally makes him very happy. Nightcrawler extends his hand, happy cooperation. Shu Luo shakes hands with him, with a hint of joy in his voice, happy cooperation. Shu Luo speaks up, let's go, I'll take you to the laboratory. Nightcrawler hesitates, don't we take a break? It's so late. Shu Luo shakes his head, I'm not tired, Nightcrawler. You're not tired, but I am. I've been working all day and even organized community security at night. Both mentally and physically, I'm completely exhausted. Shu Luo continues, it's okay, your small law firm hasn't had much business lately. You can rest well tomorrow during the day. Shu Luo mutters to himself, your recent clients will all be invited to better law firms by me, at a high cost. So you will really have a lot of free time recently. You don't have to worry about work, I've taken care of it. You don't have a job anymore. Upon hearing Shu Luo's words, Nightcrawler sighs, okay, let's go. Immediately, Shu Luo takes Nightcrawler to the secret biological laboratory prepared by Kurt. Shu Luo says to Nightcrawler, lie down on the operating table. Operating table? Nightcrawler feels a slight unease in his heart. Shu Luo reassures him, it's okay, today I will just conduct some tests and examinations on you. Nightcrawler lies down on the operating table. Shu Luo starts bringing in instruments and conducts a full-body examination on Nightcrawler. Then, he proceeds with actions such as drawing blood and even performing surgery. Definitely. This is done under the premise of injecting Nightcrawler with anesthesia. Soon, Shu Luo discovers the reason why Nightcrawler has such a powerful auditory system. After his eyes were chemically blinded, his other senses were strengthened. Especially his hearing. Under the influence of that special chemical composition, Nightcrawler's ears have evolved. They have developed eardrums as auditory organs, allowing him to hear high-frequency sounds and clearly distinguish different types of sounds and pulse patterns. He can capture extremely faint sounds from a far range and has the function of detecting sonar. The incredibly powerful hearing of Daredevil allows him to measure distances, discern directions, and even form somewhat blurry images through sound. What Shu Luo needs to do now is to find out the process and principles of the special chemical substance's impact on Daredevil. After a thorough examination of Daredevil, Shu Luo has gained a deep understanding of his body. After Shu Luo finished reviewing all the data, Daredevil slowly woke up. The anesthesia slowly disappeared, and the pain throughout his body surged. Especially his brain, it felt like being hammered, and his ears felt like they were being cut open. The pain was almost unbearable. Even Daredevil felt a bit overwhelmed. He took a deep breath, his forehead veins bulging, and beads of cold sweat constantly appearing. Shu Luo's voice sounded in his ear, how are you? Can you bear this pain? Daredevil forced a smile, it's bearable, within my limits. As a tough guy, Daredevil naturally couldn't say he couldn't bear it. He could only say it was bearable, but the pain in his body made his voice tremble slightly. But this experiment, it's definitely not easy, the difficulty is quite high. Is that so? Shu Luo asked immediately, by the way, do you remember the radioactive chemical substance that caused damage to your eyes? Daredevil shook his head when he heard this, I don't know either. I was just trying to save an old man who was hit by a truck, and as a result, I was contaminated by the radioactive chemical substance in the truck. After that, I was immediately taken to the hospital, and as for what radioactive chemical substance it was, I don't know. Shu Luo couldn't help but say, didn't you investigate why you gained this ability from the... Aren't you curious about the principle behind it that made you become what you are now? Daredevil awkwardly said, I mainly studied law all along, and my knowledge in other areas is relatively weak. Even if I'm curious, I don't have that ability. Shu Luo nodded when he heard this, but he furrowed his brows slightly. After all, without knowing the consequences caused by the radioactive substance, he couldn't make complete calculations and deductions. He couldn't complete the correct reverse reasoning. Thinking of this, Shu Luo continued, "Do you have any other influence from that truck? Do you know which company the truck belonged to? Why would a company transport radioactive chemical substances?" Daredevil shook his head. "It's been too long. My memory of that time has become blurry." But then Daredevil spoke up, "Although I don't remember, there should be records at the police station from that year. After all, it was a traffic accident, so the police took photos of the scene and drew a diagram. They also collected and preserved traces and physical evidence related to the case, made on-site investigation records, and made relevant records of both me and the driver. If you want to find the truck driver, you can start from there." Shu Luo's eyes brightened when he heard this. Since there were still clues, he could continue to investigate. Perhaps he could find out what kind of radioactive chemical substance it was from the records. Or find the truck driver from back then and inquire about the composition of the radioactive chemical substance. Very well, this clue is quite good. Shu Luo immediately rushed to the nearby computer. Sitting in his seat, he began to rapidly type on the keyboard. A large amount of code was constantly inputted into the computer. Soon, he hacked into the local police's database. He immediately asked, "By the way, which police station did you give your statement at back then?" Daredevil answered, "It was the police station in Hell's Kitchen." Hearing this, Shu Luo nodded slightly. He directly accessed the relevant database of the police station in Hell's Kitchen. Once inside, Shu Luo began to search for the name Matthew Murdoch and set the age and the time of the incident. But he didn't find any relevant records. Shu Luo furrowed his brows slightly. "I didn't find your statement." Daredevil stood up slightly and scratched his head. "How is that possible?" "I remember it very clearly. The police asked both me and the driver to give statements, and they also went to the scene to investigate and take photos. They also collected and preserved traces and physical evidence related to the case, made on-site investigation records, and made relevant records of both me and the driver. If you want to find the truck driver, you can start from there." "How could there be none?" Nightcrawler frowned slightly. Shu Luo also furrowed his brows. "Could it be that the data has been deleted?" Nightcrawler suddenly realized, "Oh, I know. It's a matter of time. When I was young, everything was in paper files. Computers and the internet weren't popular yet, so many records were handwritten or typed and saved in paper files. So those files weren't uploaded into the computer. The files should be kept in paper form in the archives of the district police station in Hell's Kitchen. Shu Luo exited the police system, so I need to go to the district police station and take a look." He looked at Nightcrawler. "Let's go, I'll send you off. You can go back and rest. Continue tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Nightcrawler's body stiffened. He swallowed and forced a smile. "Continue tomorrow?" Shu Luo nodded, "Of course." Nightcrawler felt the pain in his body and his smile became even more forced. Shu Luo left the laboratory with Nightcrawler. He hailed a taxi for Nightcrawler and let him go directly. After all, Matthew was Nightcrawler, not a weak ordinary person. He didn't need Shu Luo to send him. After seeing Nightcrawler off, Shu Luo headed towards the district police station. In no time, he arrived at the police station. A relatively grand building appeared in front of him. The district police station in Hell's Kitchen. Although it was already late at night, the police station was still brightly lit, and criminals were occasionally caught and taken in by the officers. It was bustling, as if it wasn't late at night at all. If it were an ordinary police station, there wouldn't be so much activity at this hour, it wouldn't be so lively. At most, there would be a few officers on duty. Whereas here, it was full of police officers. There was no other way. This was Marvel, New York. This was Hell's Kitchen. The crime rate was incredibly high. Shu Luo stood on the rooftop, overlooking the building in front of him, feeling a slight headache. It's so late, yet there are still so many people. Really, the criminals in Hell's Kitchen are too active. So many people committing crimes in the middle of the night. This makes it more difficult for me to infiltrate. He took out his phone and looked at the screen. On it was a blueprint of the building. It was the structure of the district police station. It was sent to him by Kurt just now. After carefully examining the layout of the entire police station, he put his phone back in his pocket. The archives were in a room on the north side of the 5th floor, right at the front of the police station. He couldn't possibly climb in from the front, and there were no windows facing outside in the archives. He could only enter from the back, then traverse the corridor to get to the rooms in front. Moreover, next to the archives was an office of a detective team. So, he had to be very careful. He quickly slipped into the small forest on the side of the police station. Activating his sound concealment technique, he rushed to the back of the police station. Then, he climbed up to the 5th floor. Through a window in a restroom, he silently climbed in. Just at that moment, the sound of flushing echoed, and the door of the restroom was opened. Shu Luo instantly felt his hair stand on end, and quickly leapt up, lying on the ceiling. Then, a police officer walked out of the restroom and headed towards the sink outside. After the officer left, Shu Luo prepared to crawl out of the restroom. At this moment, the restroom door opened, and Shu Luo quickly stopped what he was doing and once again lay flat on the ceiling. 2 police officers walked in. "Officer George, have you found any leads on the case at the harbor? Have you discovered who killed so many people?" A young officer walked to the edge of the toilet. The other middle-aged officer shook his head. "We haven't found anything. We only found out that the deceased were local gang members. As for those ninjas, we couldn't find their identities at all. They're probably illegal immigrants from Japan." At that moment, George's phone rang. "Hello, daughter? I'm still working overtime. What do you want to eat? Just buy something random, and drive carefully." "Okay, got it." The young officer next to them spoke up. "Sir, I envy you for having such a considerate daughter. That little brat of mine gives me a headache every day." George laughed heartily. "Kids are like that. They'll become more sensible when they grow up." After whispering to each other, the 2 officers left. Seeing that the 2 officers had finally left, Shu Luo breathed a sigh of relief. Next, he had to leave through the entrance, only needing to pass by a detective's office to reach the archives. However, he didn't know how many people were in the corridor outside. If there were many people, it would be more troublesome for him to reach the archives. Immediately, he jumped down, landed on the ground, and quietly looked outside. There were quite a few people walking in the corridor. Although it was not as lively as the lobby on the first floor, it was still crowded. At the same time, he also saw the archives not far away. Seeing this, Shu Luo frowned slightly, realizing that it would be a bit more troublesome to get there. He didn't go out directly. After all, if he did, he would be discovered. He quickly recalled the layout of the police station in his mind. In an instant, a bright idea flashed in his mind. He quickly exited the restroom and ran towards the other side. Soon, he found the narrow door on the 5th floor. He saw the main switch in front of him and turned it off directly. Instantly, the 5th floor was pitch black. A series of noisy voices erupted. "What's going on? Did the power go out? Why is it so dark? Did the circuit break? Damn it. Only our 5th floor has no power. What's happening? Do you want to run? Stop right there. Thank goodness the office has emergency lights, otherwise this little thief would have escaped." After turning off the main switch, Shu Luo quickly rushed out and climbed towards the archives from the ceiling. The whole process took only a few seconds, when he rushed into the archives. Flashlights in the corridor illuminated one by one, lighting up the entire corridor. Shu Luo was on the ceiling of the archives. A beam of light suddenly lit up, making Shu Luo's hair stand on end. He froze on the ceiling, completely motionless, looking towards the source of the light. His muscles tensed, ready to strike at any moment. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a police officer from the archives. He turned on the flashlight on his phone and shone it outside the iron bars. The archives were separated by iron bars. Inside the iron bars were the archive materials and the officers who organized and retrieved them. Outside the iron bars were the officers who came to take or store the materials. Clear division of labor. The archive officer cursed, "Damn it, all the words I painstakingly typed are gone. What the hell happened? Did the circuit get old? Or did something happen to the circuit breaker? Damn it, those maintenance guys are just a bunch of useless slackers." Muttering curses, he pushed open the iron door, closed it, and walked outside. What the hell is going on here? He walked directly out of the archives room. Shu Luo seized the opportunity and rushed into the archives room, took out his phone, and quickly searched for the archival materials from the era when Nightcrawler had an accident. He moved through the archives room like a flash of lightning. Very quickly, he found the archival materials from that era. His eyes scanned through the files like a scanner. Finally, they stopped at the file named Matthew Murdoch. Shu Luo's eyes lit up. Found it, he quickly pulled it out and flipped through it. Whoosh. He rapidly flipped through the information. His eyes quickly glanced over the words on it. Soon, he finally saw the words, "truck carrying goods." He quickly looked to the side. Number 7 artificial radioactive chemical substance. Seeing this, Shu Luo's eye twitched. Number 7 artificial radioactive chemical substance? What is this? He furrowed his brows slightly, continued flipping through, and finally noted down the driver's relevant information. It seems that he can only inquire about the information from the driver. Number 7 artificial radioactive chemical substance. It seems to be this kind of artificially manufactured radioactive chemical substance that caused Nightcrawler evolution, giving him superhuman hearing beyond ordinary people. Is this the 7th type of artificial radioactive chemical substance developed by a certain company? Shu Luo didn't know. He only knew that if he found the driver, he should be able to find information about this chemical substance. After completing these tasks, Shu Luo immediately left. All of this happened in a very short period of time. He opened the door of the archives room. Outside was still dim because the lights hadn't been turned on yet. Some police officers were heading towards the electric gate. He quickly blended into the dim crowd and flew towards the restroom. He had just entered the restroom. The lights suddenly turned on. A police officer stood in front of him. The two of them faced each other, both surprised by the other's presence. The scene fell silent for a second or two, and both of them instinctively didn't move. The police officer broke the silence. "What are you doing here?" Shu Luo honestly replied, "Looking for something." The police officer was silent for a moment, surprised that someone came to the police station to look for something. He continued, "What? Need help finding it, or should I do it myself?" Shu Luo shook his head, "I'm leaving." The police officer, silent. The police officer spoke again, "I've never seen such an arrogant person in the police station before." After saying that, he reached for the handcuffs at his waist. Shu Luo acted instantly. He directly struck the police officer's neck with a knife hand strike. Instantly, the police officer fell completely silent. He placed the police officer in one of the restroom stalls. Then he rushed out of the restroom. Just as he rushed out of the restroom, spider telepathy activated. A tearing air sound rang out. A voice exclaimed, "Who are you? Why did you infiltrate the police station?"